Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, watu watukufu wa taifa letu hili la Kenya, nchi tuipendayo, nchi tumekuja kutambua, ambayo ni nchi fiti. This country of ours is a good country. Nchi ambayo it's another country that you must really fuatilia slowly. Bila mbio kwa sababu hii nchi yetu ni moto. We have a hot country and of course one of the hottest people in the world. Watu wa moto wapendi jokes. All right, karibuni sana. Welcome to this show. I'm your host Jakes, the moderator. Ni juzi unanitazama ukiwa wapi? Watu wote ambao wananifuatilia, karibuni sana. This is your show, a show you have come to love, a show you have come to enjoy, a show that happens every other day from 10 p.m. And I'm, of course, your host, Jakes, the moderator. And I have with me many joining, and as well you who is joining us. Asante sana, asante tu sana. What can you do so as to make this reach as many people as you? By liking and subscribing to Afric 24. Subscribe to Afric 24. We just love the support, the tremendous support you guys are giving unto us, and that is something we really don't take for granted. Asante tu sana. And zaidi ya yote, welcome to this great conversation we are about to have just about now. Karibu sana kwa hii show. Nijuze unantazama ukiwa wapi. Karibu sana. Let me know where this is finding you, because this is your show. This is your host Jakes, the moderator. All right, asante sana. We have a great one lined up for you, a good one, a better one than the others that we have had. Okay, ya leo ni moto. This one you must sit, relax and enjoy. This one you must sit, relax and enjoy. Follow for more, because I have a lot to share with you. Maandamano coming next week, or rather the cause for the same will be announced next week. Raila Odinga ameamua I think it's about time. It's about time. They have said that none other than William Ruto has gone rogue. Others have described him as dictatorial. I'll be playing a lot of clips. Equally, I'll be having panelists to help me dive into this matter. What do you think? Are we ready for a revolution? Are we ready for maandamano? What is cooking? Ni nini kinaiva? Kwa sababu it's hot. It's hot. Today, the lawyers had a protest. The lawyers took to the streets, and I'm telling you, hey, yeah. They were all over. In Nakuru, they did us proud. In Nairobi, they did us proud. I'm not saying that we are proud of what they did, but at least they were able to rise up to the occasion and do what they said they will do. All right. I'm always proud of people who do what they say they will do. All right, jiunge nami. Let me know where this is finding you hapo kwa comment section. Mbio mbio tu nijuze unatazama ukiwa wapi. Like hii video both kwa YouTube na kwa Facebook, na channel ya kufuatilia wadau. Channel si ingine, channel ambayo mmekuja kupenda, channel ambayo mmekuja kuienzi. Channel ya Afric 24 ndio channel unafuata na unajuzwa kila wakati. Alright, show kama hii unaipata huku ndani Afric 24. Of course, labda umelogin ukipitia Mtembei TV, ukipitia other channels, but we encourage you to subscribe to Afric 24 so as to get the latest updates All right, sorry for that stima nazo we wame notice show imeanza wakafanya ile kitu, lakini we sawa, karibu sana. It was just a flip of stima, but we are back. Asante sana we, you guys are good, bado mmeshikilia. Thank you very much. I'll be sharing the link on how to join this fabulous show. All right, we lawyers, kumbe they can do that thing. Ma lawyers leo hawacheki na wadhi, wamefanya ile kitu wamefanya ile kitu, and I'm telling you it's now hotter than we expected. Next week wamesema vipi? That you know what, it's time we go back to the streets, or rather an announcement over the same will be made next week. Are you ready for it? Wewe uko tayari for such a thing? Are you ready for us going back to the streets? That's what Raila Odinga is saying. In fact, this is what they're describing one William Ruto, that he has gone rogue. Wanasema William Ruto has gone rogue, and because of him going rogue, because of him becoming what they have described worse than the previous heads of states, they now need to go back to the streets. They are saying what? That we cannot go back to the dark days. We cannot renege on the gains that this constitution has so far gained, given that we fought so hard, we worked so hard, we sweat blood and tears to have this constitution as it is now. And they're saying no one should behave as though they live above the constitution. And that's why they're saying that William Ruto, the president, the current president of the Republic of Kenya, he has gone rogue. Huyu ni jamaa ambaye sasa anataka kuishi above the law. So what are they demanding? They are saying next week, come next week, wadau, tunarudi back to the streets. Why are we rooting back to the streets? Tunarudi kwa sababu there are several reasons. One of the reasons is this, that the cost of living has gone high, which of course it's true. It has been there for quite some time now. The other thing they're saying is that Ruto has sustained attacks on judiciary. Of course, I'll be playing you what Mother Kome said today, that judges will not be intimidated to resign. Judges will not be intimidated to rule on a particular way. Judges will stand their ground. All right. We saw lawyers coming out really dancing to the tune of Ruto must go. And I'm telling you, imekuwa kumoto. So this is a show you really want to stick around and watch and really have your say. You can have your say by commenting up kwa comment section. How did you find lawyers demonstration? As much as we anticipated even to take it a notch higher, they didn't, but at least they tried, given they're the learned fellas, the learned councils. Walifanya ile kitu, walijaribu, walijaribu, trying to dance, trying to sing, trying to shout, vuvuzela being blown left, right, and center. The song and chorus in unison they sang, hey, Ruto must go. We, nakwambia ilikuwa moto, ilikuwa fiti, na watu najua mtapendezwa na hisho, because I have all that prepared for you. Equally, I have the statements that were made today, because we, Kisii, hey, Kisii ni ile place, Kisii, ai, Kisii ni ile place. Wasewa Kisii vipi? I salute you. Kisii are saying, you know what? I think it's time Osoro must be arrested. Why? Kwa sababu bana we, huyu jamaa alifanya a whole governor Simbarati. Haya, akatetemeka, akatetemeka temeteme. That is Swahili. And as if that's not enough, he's yet to be arrested, or rather he's yet to record a statement. Of course, yesterday we saw DCI issued a presser for the same. But today, Azimio, walikuwa, they were not taking any chances. They were not taking any casualties. In fact, what they were saying is that Osoro should be arrested as Kamajana, you know, like yesterday, should have been arrested and charged. Why? Of course, of the commotion that we saw. Several guys were shot. Of course, we are yet to record any fatality, thank God. But, you know, people were injured. Yeah, people were injured. Some were shot through the ear. We saw very nasty images. Some I can't play here because the graphics are so, how do I put it? They're so bad. The guys are so bloody. But ziko online, ukitaka kuziona ziko uko online. But next week wanadai vipi? Next week is the main week, the week we announce the resumption of what? Protest. Now we are asking you, ladies and gentlemen, Raila's call for Maandamano, is it justified? Is it time? This time round, what will it bow? will it bear fruits that you guys will say finally hii maandamano imezaa ABCD? We remember last time we were saying that the maandamanos we are about to do, the maandamanos to have ni za kwenda kumng'oa Ruto kwa State House. That didn't happen, you remember? That was around March last year. Na ni kama sasa imekuwa ka trend, tukianza mwaka lazima tuwe na such degree of mhemko, alafu kidogo kidogo before the month of June hapo tutaunda another NADCO. So will this be the trend? I don't know, but wadau ni kumoto huku nje. Ni juzi unanitazama ukiwa wapi? Karibu tu sana. I've just tried to lay the foundation of the show, all right? But welcome very much. Let me know where this is finding you. Let me know where this is catching you, wadau. I'm sure this show is your show. I'm sure this is a show that you have truly come to enjoy, love, and be part of, all right? So ni juzi unanitazama ukiwa wapi? Hapo kwa comment section we can engage, all right? Nitazame tu pia, lakini zaidi ya yote pia comment, shiriki, participate by typing something, all right? Say something hapo kwa comment section. Equally, you can give this video a thumbs up, give it a like, and of course you can even go ahead and subscribe to Afrique24. What a gesture you'll have done, What a kind gesture you'll have done. Even as we await for next week, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, next week, hey, nikugwanku danger, nikumoto tu sana, and I don't know. I don't know. Are you ready for it? Mko tayari lakini? I don't know about you, but I'm sure we here at Afrique, we are ready to cover all the events and bring them to you live, and of course such shows where we discuss the aftermath, all right, and even we discuss what we anticipate before those things happen. And I'm telling you, it's interesting. You can imagine this: a whole governor has told Osoro, hey Osoro manze, huwezi nifanya hivyo. People came to support Simba Arati, and I'll be playing you what Governor Gladys Wanga said, what Senator Sifuna said, what different MPs said, including what as well Raila Odinga had to say. Yeah, this has been made, all this has been made because of the utterances that began a week or so ago, where the president began by firing salvos at the courts, at the judiciary, claiming that kukona se corrupt, uko ndani kukona watu ambao wakona njia ya kusimamisha miradi ya serikali, njia ambazo zinazuia Wakenya kupata miradi. So what is he saying? That it's time we have a conversation. It's time we deal with these judges, all right? So many are now saying, apana, you cannot intimidate our judges, all right? So stick tuned to this, because he ni ile siku. He ni ile siku. Let's begin the show. I begin with this first clip, all right?
A staged protest over President William Ruto's sustained attack on judicial officers whom he has accused of being corrupt and undermining his government's agenda. LSK has vowed to defend the judiciary, constitution and rule of law, warning that the country risks not developing economically or socially unless the exercise of power is restrained. Seth Olale with the details.
The lawyers made good their word.
That without fear or favor,
kicking off peaceful demonstrations against attacks on the independence of the judiciary in all the branches.
People power!
Commencing the protest at the Supreme Court, with LSK President Eric Theuri leading the procession to Parliament and to the office of the President. Joining the march were Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, Professor Kivutha Kibwana, Eugene Wamalwa, among other high-profile advocates. While delivering their memoranda, the lawyers vowed to protect the independence of the judiciary at all costs.
We will do anything under the law
to ensure that we do not slide back to the days when this country was ruled by the rule of man.
Judiciary must be respected and it must be allowed to do what the Constitution says it must do.
If there's any evidence against any of the judicial officers, let him follow the laid down procedures.
We will not relent. We'll continue to fight for the rule of law and we will take action. And we are putting Parliament on notice.
Everyone runs to the judiciary and we cannot close our eyes or bury our heads in the sand as the independence of the judiciary is threatened.
The lawyers slamming Parliament for issuing notice of public participation exercise for the Affordable Housing Bill 2023 despite a court order stopping the event from proceeding.
And I don't know why anybody will feel so bad about it, wanting to force judges to issue favorable ruling with regard to the punitive taxes, and more particularly, the housing tax.
Parliament should not lead this country following the lead of the executive on the path of constitutional anarchy. Let us respect the Constitution. Let them go to court and attempt to discharge those orders before they can proceed with public participation.
The anti-government protests were also staged in 7 other venues, including Mombasa, Siaya, Bungoma and Meru, as lawyers condemned the president's sustained attacks on the judiciary.
It is extremely important that the president learns the need to respect the independence of the judiciary and the orders that emanate from court.
We therefore are standing firm in solidarity with our judges and all judicial officers, and we are urging them to remain steadfast to upholding the rule of law.
The said attacks are likely to undermine public confidence and legitimacy of the vital institution in any democratic state that Kenya is or ought to be.
So help me God. So help me God.
The Law Society of Kenya says it will intensify
the president's sustained attacks on the judiciary, vowing to deal with what he refers to as corrupt judges, as well as the executive disregarding some court orders. The Law Society says it will do everything possible to ensure that the president and the executive complies with all the court orders.
We are aware that the president has issued threats and has said that mambo ni matatu. We want to assure him that for all those options, we are prepared to take those options in defense of our constitution.
LSK has also warned the parliament against initiating public participation process on the housing levy fund, whereas the matter is still before the court, threatening to take action against anyone who takes on such a process.
Those actions by parliament, we want to warn, if they are undertaken, would be an illegal venture. And we are going to initiate proceedings to surcharge anyone in Parliament who will authorize the public participation forums to proceed when there is a court order stopping that process.
Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who also took part in the demonstrations, urged the judiciary not to be intimidated or influenced by anyone to make decisions in their favor, but to stick to the rule of law.
If Kenya gets it wrong, and we allow a situation where judges will be intimidated into issuing orders that just favor the executive, then we have lost it.
The demonstrations also took part in many parts of the country, including Mombasa, Siaya, and western regions, with members of the bar urging the president to respect the independence of the judiciary and follow the right procedure if he has any complaints against any judicial officer.
If the president or anybody in the executive feels that the courts are issuing orders that are not proper, they have channels through which they can challenge those orders. And if there is need or feeling that any member of the judiciary does not live up to the oath of their office, there are proper channels or elaborate provided in the law upon which such judges or magistrates
Asante, asante.
Na hivyo ndio kumeshinda leo. These are learned fellas, these are learned colleagues, these are learned councils ambao walijitosa uwanjani, and this is what they were doing. Ilikuwa ni at least hakukuwa nipe nikupe, hakukuwa tear gas kiasi, but where lawyers made firm their threat. And as well, they were joined by none other than Kalonzo Musyoka. We saw Mr. Kifuta Kibwana. We saw Eugene Wamalo. Of course, all these are lawyers. They were, of course, standing in solidarity with their fellow leaders and equally fellow lawyers. Where I'm telling you, nabado ni, I think ndio tu tumeanza. Ndio tu tumeanza, and this is how they did it. This is how they got down. All right, and I'm telling you, hii ni mwanzo. Hii ni mwanzo tu. All right, but I'm joined in with Alex. But before I even have Alex on board, allow me to tell you how to join us. To join us, kuna link umetumiwa hapo kwa comment section. Kupitia hiyo link unajituma, una click hiyo link, sorry. Ukiclick hiyo link inakupeleka place inaitwa StreamYard. Ukifika StreamYard, washa kamera, andika jina lako, alafu kuna mic tu kwa hiyo app. Ukiguza tu hivi utaona hizo vitu zote tatu. Kuna mahali pa kuandika jina, kuna kamera hapo ndani, kuna mic hapo ndani, washa, alafu uingie kwa show. Hii tu ni lawyers walifanya hivi, lakini Raila Odinga mwenyewe pia amesema ameitisha maandamano from next week. Next week tutajua kuko vipi. Next week we'll find out what happens, because ni kumoto, ni kugwang, kudanger. All right, Alex is in. I have Mr. G and I have you as well following. Nijuze tu hapo kwa comment section, what do you make of Raila Odinga's call for maandamano? All right, what do you make of the call for protest because of high cost of living, because of what they're describing as impunity coming back, and as Ruto, they are saying he has gone rogue. And of course, John Mbadi described him as this is the real Ruto. The dictator in him is coming out. I don't know what you make of all this. I'll be playing all those clips for you. I'll be making you see what happened today. All right, but with me as well, I'm seeing Elizabeth Nyambura ametuma ujumbe wake. Asante sana Elizabeth. Boss lady, I see you. Unasema hi Jakes and hi everyone. Asante sana boss lady, karibu sana kwa show. Boss lady unasema Friday going down, not yet at all, until still is done na bado. Oh, all right. Unasema ni Friday tu na bado haija get down vizuri. Nakwambia next week ndio ni kama ita get down kabisa. What is your take? Let me know what you have to say. But it was interesting, It was interesting what the lawyers did. This was slightly modest, Of course, these are learned colleagues, Walifanya tu kiutaratibu, But wakatakwaya for everyone, what will happen, okay? All right. Now, let me start with you, Mr. Alex. What do you make of Maandamano that has been declared to begin next week?
Jakes.
Hi, how are you?
Jakes, next week it's going to be bad.
Mm-hmm.
People are ready to live or die.
Mm-hmm.
Ruto has gone rogue.
Mm-hmm.
And people are tired.
Mm-hmm.
When you see learned friends to go to the street, jua vitu zimekuwa mbaya. We used to, sisi ndio tulikuwa tukienda tukikuwa university, Watu wa Lang'ata ndio walikuwa wanaandanga. Lakini sasa ni watu wanavaa suti, ni watu wako na magari, ni watu wako na pesa, ndio wanaenda huko. And Ruto is joking. Hata kwenda tear gas ngapi, hakuna kitu atafanyia watu. Kesho Monday, you see, we asked Baba for Maandamano for a very long time. And then Baba katunyima Maandamano. But which was good. Now he's doing it at the right time when everything is ripe. Where teachers, where matatus. You see, where I saw things are bad, Rani, Jex. Ni Kiambu. When I saw the rally that was in Kiambu, I started knowing that things are not going to be good for Ruto. And Ruto ni kichwa ngumu. He is not seeing that this country is going to burn. And let me tell you, Monday is going to be a national holiday, whether he likes it or not. Monday is going to be a national holiday. Na ikikuwa national holiday, let me tell you, Kisumu will burn. Kisii will burn. Mombasa will burn. Kakamega will burn. And you know they do not have a capacity ya askari ya kucontain. Let me tell you, Kenya tuko na bahati sana kwa sababu ni Mungu anatuchunga. The ratio of askari to the people ni ndogo sana. If we decide kuchapa hawa watu, hakuna kitu. Unakumbuka what happened last time maandamano yenye ilikuwa kwa nini kwa bypass? We overpowered them. And they ran for their lives, and some of them they were helped by us because they could not contain us. And then secondly, askari wa Kenya, they are not properly trained. Okay? Ni kukula tu, hakuna training wanaandanga. So if we really, when you look in this country, the police, they go to a training at least, you know, every 2 months for drill, now for in-service. Where have you seen in Kenya happen that? Unapata askari, kama kuna askari mwingine, alikuwa kwa TikTok. Tumbo ni kubwa mpaka unashangaa, huyu jamaa ni askari kweli? They don't do it here. If you are past a certain weight, they take you out right away. Because maandamano ikikuwa, you're supposed to kimbia, you're supposed to use your bunduki, you're supposed to. Now, lawyers have started. You can't fight lawyers. That is the problem. And if the lawyers have started and government decides to be part of it, that will be the end of Ruto.
All right.
Because these people, if they go to court, lawyers karibu 100, atashinda kesi aje.
All right.
So what I'm saying is that if I was Ruto, I should start negotiating with Raila before Monday.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. I'll be coming to you just about now. But Mr. G, how are you? Hope you're well.
I'm fine, sir. How are you? Happy to see you. I'm happy to see Alex. I'm happy also to see Alex. Nawasalimia sana.
Asante sana. What do you make of today? The lawyers walijitosa uwanjani na Raila Odinga pia. I'll be playing what he has said among many other leaders that are now saying, you know what, come next week, I think it's about time. Tumekuwa tukinyamazia hizi story. Now it's about time. we go back to the streets. What do you make of that call by Raila Odinga and team today? Mr. G?
Okay, I don't know if it is my network now. Nakatakata kila wakati. I don't know if it's on my side ama ni vipi, but on my take on what happened today, I think I'm proud of these guys. I'm proud of the lawyers and what they did today. Na hiyo ni sign kuwa ukweli watu wamechoka. You know, it was I think early this week, kama last week, that Wanjigi said a time will come whereby even the middle class watangangana wakimbie, waingie kwa kiwanja, waingie kwa field, kwa maandamano. Middle class wataingia, wale wakubwa madosi wataingia kwa field. And if I see lawyers, I see some guys with coats and ties wakiwa wanakimbia tena wanakimbia wakimba kwa tunataka tear gas. You know, there are these guys, the same guys ambao wanaimba leo wakisema wanataka tear gas. I think things are bad. Yeah, things are so bad, and I think I'm proud of them.
Okay. Mr. Captain, I see you. Karibu sana kwa show, and many of you joining us. Naona boss lady ametuma ujumbe, anasema vitu kibao, anasema maandamano it will make Mr. Traveler Ruto to go. Well, Mr. Traveler Ruto. All right, Kenya Rebel as well is joining us, and many of you tuning in. Asante sana. Now, Captain, what do you make of the call to have Maandamano come next week?
Maandamano is okay. That is what you want, but let other people continue. I'm coming in. I'm doing something here. That's why.
Oh, okay. Now, Mr. G, let me ask you. Leo we saw lawyers seriously saying that, you know what, the president cannot operate above the constitution. The president cannot behave as though the constitution is an inconvenience to him. He must live by the rules and the laws that we all abide to. And the president naye ameshikilia hakuna koti itaendelezwa na corruption. So mwisho wa siku hii vita unaona ikiendelea itafika wapi? Kikomo cha haya yote ni wapi?
Okay, you know, si ati tukisema tunafanya maandamano ati tunapinga kuwa these judges are not corrupt. Judges are corrupt. Na ni corrupt sana hawa watu. In fact, on my side mimi, I don't know on your side you guys, but on my side mimi, Kome ajai nipata tena moyoni mwangu. Kome mimi kwangu, I'm still seeing her as a hypocrite. I'm seeing her a corrupt woman. I'm seeing her a person ambaye hafai. Hata sahi. No, just wait. Mr. Jake, I said upande wangu, not your side. On my side, she's a corrupt woman. Why?
Your words are very harsh, but sawa.
Yeah, they're harsh because you remember we had a petition. Tumeibiwa kesi yetu, tumeibiwa tukabeba roli mzima. Tunampelekea, tunafikia at least have a time to look into our evidence. She never looked into our evidence. Akaanza kutuita hot air. Anatuita sijui white goods what. From that day, roho yangu ilikata huyu mama, na kwa namuona kama hata sasa anadanganya watu ati anajaribu kuja upande wa hustler. This is just lies. Anajaribu kujipaka mafuta. I don't believe in this woman. They are corrupt, these people. They are very corrupt. I don't trust them.
All right. Nakwambia leo ni ile siku. Leo ni ile, ukiona Kenya Rebel ameingia mapema, jua ni ile siku. Ni kumoto tu sana. Zaidi ya yote, karibu sana wewe ambao unatazama. This is your show, a show you have truly come to love. And of course, I'm your usual host, Jake, the moderator. And this is a conversation we are having. Raila Odinga has called for protest. Come next week, Monday. No, rather next week, he'll declare what needs to happen. Then forth, but lawyers today walisha answer. Of course, after some few minutes from now, we'll equally discuss the call for arrest of one Osoro. Osoro amefanya ile kitu. Osoro anaambiwa, hey, hawezi shoot watu hivyo, hawezi cause fracas Kisii alafu uende scot free, you must be arrested. So that's what we'll be looking at in the next couple of hours, but allow us to first talk about Maandamano and the call for the same by Raila Odinga and team, and equally the Maandamano that happened today by the lawyers. Is this the beginning of the many challenges that we are going to see, or rather contestation between the police and the citizens? Of course, ya leo ilikuwa slightly peaceful, sijui ni kwa sababu these guys were in courts and in suits and in their full regalia as lawyers and all, I don't know, but ya leo ilikuwa slightly peaceful. No tear gas, no running battles, hakukwa kukimbia hapa kule, but at least they were able to march, they were able to give their petition to the office of the president, and of course and to places that they wanted to issue this statement. So what do you make of what is about to happen? Well, sawa. Let me begin with now Mr. Kenya Rebel. I'm sure he has something to say in as much as Maandamano calls by Raila Odinga and of course what the lawyers were able to achieve today. What do you make of this, Mr. Rebel? But good to see you. Hope you are well, my brother.
Asante Jakes, unanisikia?
Kabisa.
Yeah, it's good to see everyone. Captain, Mr. G, now Alex. I hope Alex is doing good. He didn't sound all the way there yesterday, but I'm glad to see him.
Yeah, he's now in hospital. He's doing well.
Unajua Alex ndio Simbarati na mimi ni Osoro wa Afrika. But anyway. But
sasa tunaona Osoro anaambia atakuwa arrested. Sasa you can imagine tukianza kusema arrest Kenya Rebel, na kuambia itakuwa moto. But then go ahead.
I'm actually happy with this Maandamano. This is how Maandamano should be, and from my understanding, there was the police were there actually to protect them, if I'm not wrong. I saw that on a clip in X. So this is how Maandamano should be taken, should be carried out. Mnaenda mna protest, you make the government see what you want. But it's so funny when I was reading the comments, some people are writing, which kind of Maandamano is this? Hakuna tear gas, ati tear gas ndio utamu wa Maandamano. So Jags, this is what I was saying the other day na nilitukano hapa. I was saying any Maandamano that Raila Odinga calls,
ilikuwa hadi na drum set, ilikuwa hadi na watu wanacheza vuvuzela.
Yeah, but I was saying this is the difference.
A brigade.
I was saying the difference is Raila Kita Maandamano, it will always end up in skirmishes between the police and the supporters. And vitu zitaharibika, tear gas na hizo maninio. But you saw this one. Walienda wanacheza dancing and they made their point. So if they want to do that the whole week, well and good. This is democracy. So I want to commend them for actually doing this, and hopefully they continue. And I think it's just as effective. You don't have to destroy anybody's properties. You don't have to stop businesses. You don't have to do anything. But now Raila Odinga has also, suggested, he didn't actually say that he's going to have a Maandamano, but he suggested that, he can bring 1 million people to, if Ruto continues, and you will see the difference. But what I found very interesting, Jakes, is that after Raila meeting Jimmy Wanjigi yesterday or the day before, Wandai said they shall be in a new coalition. Azimio shall be seeking getting into a new coalition. And which other coalition is left? Because if you look at Kenya, all the coalitions, it's either, whether it's for Kenya, whatever, Jubilee, now they've left, they were with Azimio. The only coalition that's left out there is UDA. So, hii Maandamano yote will be hijacked, and at the end of the day, don't be surprised if you see Raila Odinga and Ruto getting together for 2027. That's my take, anyway.
All right. Okay.
Mr. Jakes, I have a question.
Please
I have a question to
ask Mr. G.
Mr. Rebel. Mr. Rebel, umesema kuwa ingekuwa ni Raila, angekuwa sijia ameleta fujo, angekuwa amefanya nini, ingekuwa ni watu wa Raila. Yes, I think it was just 2 or 3 days ago, wakati baba alikuwa na birthday. What did we do kama supporters wa baba? Nini tulifanya mpaka polisi wakaanza kutupiga tear gas, wakivunja keki zetu?
I don't know what they did. I can't answer that. I don't know what they did. I don't have any evidence.
But why are you saying that? Why are you saying that our meeting sisi tukikutana kama supporters wa baba lazima tuwe na fujo na mapolisi? That's why I'm asking you a question, kwa sababu tukiwa na hiyo sherehe ya baba, there's nothing we did, but polisi wametumwa, wamekuja, wametupiga tear gas, wamepiga watu wetu, and that was wrong. You know, Alex, I have to tell you something while you're away. Just a minute, Rebel. Yeah, Alex, while you are away, this guy here, Rebel, called us terrorists. Sijui kama ulisikia your trip. There's a day he called us terrorists because we are supporters of Baba.
He called us terrorists?
Revolutionary. He called us terrorists because we are supporters of Baba. Supporters of Baba are terrorists.
Can I substantiate my claims?
I think this guy needs to go see a psychiatric because you cannot do that.
Okay. Jakes, I'll just say this
in your defense,
finish, Mr. G.
In your defense,
I think you were here, Mr. G, and Jakes, you were here. I told you, Azimio is a terrorist group. Because if we define what the meaning of terrorist, and Jake, you can pull that up. It's people who use violence.
You still want me to do it again?
Yes, so Mr. G can get the context.
We are a terrorist group.
We are a party read the definition. And just remember, you played the video of Gaucho drinking blood, akiwa panga, and intimidating people, and destroying property, and burning cars, properties, and people dying. What do you call that? Azimio is a terrorist organization.
Do you have a brain?
I do.
What kind of brain? A sheep brain?
Come on, guys. Ni mapema sana. It's ndio tu tumeanza show.
These people, they want to tukana, but they can't argue on a point.
Because you are thinking like an imbecile.
Oh my, Alex, come on. You guys are good. You guys, come on, please. Let's not abuse each other. Let's try to have a show, a decent one for that matter. And let me even show you who is in. I see Julia Akondani, Captain Akondani. Watu wako wengi ndani. So guys, tukanyangie. Let's first discuss kwanza, alafu kuna saa ya vita past 12 huko na allow vita kidogo. Please do.
Let me tell you something.
Please do.
I've been a teacher, I've been a lecturer, and I've never seen somebody who thinks like a sheep.
Come on, Alex.
You cannot call a party.
Let's remember that Alex is sick, so let's put that in mind. He's not all the way there, so let our viewers know that.
It's well.
Rebel, it's very wrong.
No. Come on, I will mute you guys and have someone who won't call anyone names.
The way you are thinking is wrong.
Jakes.
Yes.
Today, you know, with the Maandamano that was taking place, there were no tear gases, there were no anything, because I don't know if the police now they are trying to see this government is against them or what, because they didn't come out to tear gas the lawyers. They just left the lawyers to continue with their Maandamano in peace, and they just went home. I don't know if the police also are there with this government. When we talk of Baba Maandamano,
we didn't see the police. You know, Captain, and I agree with you. Previously, before Azimio would do any protest, like yesterday, would have seen Akina Inspector Mkuu wa Polisi, Akina Kome, coming out to issue statements saying, no, we will not allow, these guys don't have notice, blah, 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 all that, and telling them they will deal with them. We would see magari za polisi zimeanza kuzura all over, but we didn't see that today. So I agree with you. How comes today the police took a back seat?
You know, the police, they know who are those people. They are doing Maandamano. Who are they in the first place? Do you think they are the people coming with stones? People are coming dressed with black gowns and all whatever. Do you think those are the people to choke with? Huh? No.
So
now what we are waiting.
What are you saying? What
I'm trying to say, what we are now remaining, with KDF to join the Maandamano, and what happened in Ghana in 1981 will bring down someone in power, and we will
right.
maybe the government will be for Jeshi for 90 days. We'll do another election. I'm not against my President William Ruto, but I foresee something like that.
Okay,
That is what I'm
Julia,
saying.
how are you? Hope you're well.
I'm good, Jake. Good to see all of you. Thank you so much
It's
for
Gina
hosting the
Lee. Hope
show.
you're well.
I'm good. Thank you.
Fantastic. Raila Odinga has called for Maandamano, of course, from next week atatangaza vizuri, but lawyers law alianza yao. What do you make of it?
Okay, I am not surprised that the lawyers were not attacked. Okay, first, I don't know whether to buy that theory. Somebody just spoke that the police did not want to attack the lawyers. The police received instructions from Bungei and Kome.
Yeah.
So it is not that they did not want to attack the lawyers. And the other day, there was a shameful thing that was done when people were celebrating Baba's birthday. And then Kome and Bungei did not agree. Kome said that he wanted investigations. Though I didn't trust him, I thought he was acting or pretending after the reactions of the press and the members of the public. And maybe his bosses told him like to behave like he was surprised that happened. But Bungei was not apologetic. Bungei was very disrespectful. He said that he was not informed. So according to Bungei and team, they own Kenya. They own Nairobi, they own everywhere. You cannot do what you want. And they are the ones to decide where you are to meet. That is why he was very disrespectful and he talked the way he talked. Now, this police under Kome and Bungei, and especially that is in Nairobi. So if they do something, they are usually under instructions. They don't just go to do those things. So why they attacked the birthday party and why they didn't attack the lawyers? Because today they were in instructions not to attack the lawyers. So I want to come back to what, I don't know what he's calling himself, saying that Maandamano za Raila zinakuanga na ghasia mingi. That's a lie, and that is hypocritical. And I think somebody who is informed and watches TV and reads news should not speak the way he's speaking. Why? If you watch the Maandamano that Raila had, the police went even to Mathare kabla watu hajaamka. They surrounded those people. Before even people woke up, they surrounded them. They literally attacked them in their homes. And the people who were killed during the last Maandamano, a lot of them were killed in their homes. People did not destroy anybody's property. That's a lie. And then there was a setup of a gang, and I believe by Gachagua and a team, and I will say here without fear of contradiction, that a gang burned down a minibus somewhere on the road to claim that Baba's team did that. Now, and as the minibus and the road were being lynched, the police were watching. It was filmed by cameramen and NTV and Citizen that the police stood and watched. The police stood and watched as the lorry was attacked, and in fact, some policemen walked away and left the lorry being touched. So those were instructions by Gachagua thugs. And now we come here claiming that Baba's Maandamano always has chaos. Come on. Hata kama tunatetea hii serikali, kuna saa zingine unanyamaza tu. You see your government or the people you support doing rubbish and nonsense and being barbaric, unanyamaza tu. Na alafu ni vibaya sana kuattack Alex kusema ati yako hospitali. Everybody can be sick here. So don't talk about anybody's health here. It is very bad. You too can be sick tomorrow. Jake, I wanted to say that. So I didn't want to stay behind and leave somebody talk carelessly here. Asante, Jake.
It's well.
Yeah, Julia, Julia, he called us terrorists. He called us terrorists, the same guy.
We will not allow him to do that. And then he's addressing Alex health here. What is wrong with you? Where's Gogucheka? Come on.
Guys, come on.
And you are laughing like somebody who never graduated from kindergarten.
Come on.
Really? In fact, I'm coming. Jake nakuja natoa cutting. Nakuja hapa bila cutting. I want to address that guy who's talking rubbish here.
We don't have to change the to be.
Just one moment, guys. Listen, we have to have a show, and we will not go back to what was said in the other shows. If we didn't fight there, we would fight here. All right. I see Themba, my good friend, is in. I see Bana Penya Gaka Kondani. Julia anakuja. We, nakwambia. We bwana Kenya Ribe lebu tafuta shield ile nakwambia kombora zinakaba. But it only happens here at Africa 24. Karibu sana wewe ambaye unajiunga nasi. I see Boss Lady bado ako. Asante sana Boss Lady. Namuona Rachel Kane wako ndani na wengi ambao wanatuma ujumbe zao. Wengi ambao pia wana like hii video, likes ni kibao. Asante sana. But as well subscribe to Africa 24. Okay. Now, do I go to Pen? Now, Pen Nyagaka, what do you make of today's demonstrations by the lawyers?
Habari Jex. Sasa
Go ahead.
Sasa kusema ukweli, hiyo topic ya leo ni mzuri sana, and I think the reason why the lawyers were not attacked is they're very, very important members of the community. They're very learned, and there is nowhere that anybody could have thought that they could break into any businesses, any offices. And I think that's why there were never any confrontation or anything about them. Na hiyo ndio nilikuwa nawaambia Jex yesterday ya kwamba let the maandamano go on anywhere ikiwa peaceful. Na ile maandamano tumeona all the time ni maandamano ya, you know, maybe some people who are sent, or we don't know what happens, but you will see the some people breaking into shops and the police and throwing the police stones na kitu kama hiyo. So today's topic, the lawyers, anybody knew and everybody knows. That's the only reason I can give you. But Alex kijana yangu, we hope you're feeling better. Na waja tuendelee tu kuwa peaceful hata sisi hapa kwa hii show ya Jex. Asante sana Mr. Jex.
Asante sana Penyagaka. Mr. Themba,
Penyagaka question.
Just one moment. I'll give you time so that kila mtu awe na at least a minute to have an opening remark before we go back to anyone for questions and all. I'll give you after Themba has made his opening submissions. Now, Bwana Themba, how are you? Hope you're well.
I'm good, Mr. Jex. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and quite well. Karib sana.
Yeah, greetings all. I want to give my 2 cents to what I make of the happenings of the lawyers going on demonstration. Jex, I don't believe that it was by default that there was no skirmishes. I think it was by design, and it was designed to achieve a certain kind of perceptual end. In my view, this government has decided, the Ruto government has decided that they are going to rule via propaganda and perceptual illusions. Right now, remember, Raila had already started a conversation around going around the country. And then around almost the same time, there has been a sustained attack on the judiciary. And then almost immediately when after Raila has had their meetings and stuff, then the lawyers also come out. They are coming to demonstrate. Now, what do you pick of that? Then it appears that the lawyers have come and they have been allowed to protest, and then it is said that it has come out peacefully and nothing happened. The perception being created is this. First of all, we want to remove the idea that the government has been participating in, the demonstrations that have been happening, that have not been peaceful. The government has been involved in creating the chaos.
Okay.
So today, that was one of the perceptions that I wanted to create. That it is up to the demonstrators to keep peace. It is not up to the government. Now, the law says that it is the police that is given the express authority to maintain peace and order. It is not up to you and me to maintain peace and order.
You're right.
But now they want to give you a perception that it is the demonstrators who normally don't keep peace and order. That if they only they came like this, so they're actually justifying the reason why in the event they break up the next demonstrations, they will blame the organizers. So that is one. And I think it's important for us to appreciate that in politics, some of these things, when you see them happening, they are by design. It is not an isolated event that has happened. And even in my view, the conversation around attacks and non-attacks is just to keep the opposition busy, you know, so that you can be diverted from this certain critical elements that you would put to this government. And then finally, since it's just an opener, I just come in to put a small, interjection. There's a gentleman who has said that as is a terrorist group. I think, Jakes, as you have addressed yourself to it, that we need not to discuss it further or belabor on it. But remember, if you read the history of our political development and the country generally, any country that has had its independence, and they have had there are some political gains. Even Kenya, the first time Mau Mau came on, they were prescribed as a terrorist group. So.
Then, are you still with me? Hello? Themba, can you hear me? All right, Themba seems to have fallen out. Well, sawa. Alex, you had a question before I give Kenya Rebel time to rebuttal.
Yeah, I had a question for Mr.
Nyagaka.
Nyagaka. Nyagaka, when you saw Osoro randomly shoot, he wanted to shoot Sibarati. Don't you think he's the one who is a terrorist? How do you view somebody who randomly go and start shooting people in a rally? And before that, he had skirmishes in what we call a funeral. He destroyed somebody's funeral. Imagine you're burying your loved ones. Nyakaka, I want you to think for a moment and tell me if Osoro is supposed to be the chief whip or is supposed to be dethroned.
All right. Now it's interesting. It happened kwa baba ya aliyekuwa deputy governor wa Kisii, and when his father died, kwa burial, Simba Arati and Osoro fought each other. Now, when Osoro, the governor, went to his constituency, is it not Mogirango? I'm not sure. What is his constituency, Bwana Alex?
South Mogirango.
South Mogirango. Now, the governor had gone there to give bursary. Unfortunately, Osoro took none of it. And there is where chaos ensued. I'll be playing that clip in just a while. But Mr. Nyagaka, what do you make of how Osoro behaved? He has done this before. He fought during Bariole Babaya Maingi, the former DG.
Yeah, Maingi.
Now ameenda kupiga Simba Arati akiwa governor. What do you make of his unbeaten Maangi? Joash Maangi, yes.
Alex, vile nilikuambia jana, I have very low opinion ya Osoro. And there is nothing that Osoro does, even if I'm in UDA, and I will always be in UDA, but what he is doing is childish. And I told you that he's a useless kid yesterday. Ile nilikuwa nataka asaidie kwa sababu yeye yuko UDA, hakushika simu yangu, lakini I've got in contact with the Simba Arati, ni kutengeneza hii airport ya Nyangoso ambayo anybody can. I mean, it will have to be a very big landing site. Yeah, kama mandege 777, 787, kitu kama hiyo. So that's exactly what I was, and I realized that he was. Is it delusion? That's what you call delusional. Hilo ni mtoto, kwa sababu huyu Simba Arati ni governor ya Kisii. We like it or not. Ingawaje yeye huko pati ingine na sisi tuko pati ingine. But it makes sense. To some of us, he sold us in when he had my friend ule alikuwa ametoka kitambo ule Ngwae, alikuwa ameandika watu wengi ambao he was not even paying them, walikuwa payroll ambao wengine hawakuwa majina yao. So for me to answer your question directly, Osoro is not any of my leaders, is not any of my cup of tea. Ni kitu anafanya ya utoto sana, and some of us don't understand why the UDA government is giving him the jobs that is giving them. Alitembea hapa tukakutana, lakini is very childish. He cannot push anything through that will help the people of Kisii. He is pushing things that will even help himself. Now, it's very good to see you, Temba, and Temba, don't hide it too much. Come back when he my philosopher. Hivyo Alex, ngoja nikuambia kwamba there is nothing good I can never say about Osoro, even if I'm in UDA. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I'll be coming to you with that. Now, Mr. Kenya Rebel, I want to come to you. And one, let me ask you this. We are having a situation where everyone seems to be calling for Maandamano, from Jimmy Wanjigi to the lawyers to JSC, to Mona. Some teachers were shut gone already. Some doctors were shut down their tools from Embu to every other place. We are seeing the other day the governors were Sema, they are opposing the education whatever recommendations to the president. We are seeing people, almost everyone, having an issue with what William Ruto has done, either in education, in health, with the courts. What do you make of his kind of leadership? Why is he 1 year down the line, he's having trouble everywhere? No one is sitting at peace with him.
Thank you, Jakes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Anyway, I've always said, and that Ruto is a Western puppet. We can always, even it's evidenced by the chancellor that he just appointed in Nairobi University. And he will not do anything. He's like an extension of Uhuru Kenyatta. But to my point, to just respond to, one thing, Kenyans, and especially most of us who come here, we are not honest with ourselves. We like, we just, okay, unatak Ruto, then you want to say that the previous government was any better, or as if, you can't look at the things not only critically but objectively. Okay. Now, for example, someone will come here and say, Azimio supporters are the ones who are being targeted. You can only go and watch at Jacaranda what Omosh Jakababa and his team says. They say this. Even there's one clip when he says, kesho tutafundisha Wakamba wakuje tuwafundishe vile kurusha mawe. I mean, these people are saying openly how they will be engaging the police during Maandamano. Then you have someone come here and say, oh, we are always peaceful. The police always target us. Now, I'm not saying that the police have not used brutal force on people, and the police has killed and injured a lot of protesters. I'm not saying we cannot. I can't sit here and say that that hasn't happened. It has happened, but at the same time, we cannot run away from the fact that every time Raila Odinga and his supporters call on Maandamano, they cause chaos. There's anarchy that you cannot deny, and there's even a clip of Raila Odinga in NTV. Saying that praising the Vijanas who were causing chaos in, was it Uhuru Highway or whatever the case, that highway that they destroyed. Okay? So let's be honest with ourselves. That's why I'm saying this Maandamano was wonderful, because we saw the police protect, make sure that there was anything happening between them. No one was robbing anyone. Nobody was dying. And to Themba's point, where he was trying to say that Mau Mau was proscribed as a terrorist organization. That's a different case, because Mau Mau were fighting for their land. The British came in there and they took their land, and they were fighting back for their land and their freedom, okay? Here's the case. That's why I even ask you to look at the definition of terrorism, and Azimio fits the description of a terrorist organization. They want to terrorize the innocent people of Kenya in order to advance their political agenda. That is the definition. If you're mad about that, go cry in Kwacho. Don't come here being mad at what I'm saying. I'm telling you based on the definition. Stop being sensitive. Be honest.
Now, just a moment before you become angry, Mr. Kenyaribe, let me ask you. On Sunday, people were just having some nice time celebrating someone's birthday, just like many celebrated Jesus' birthday in Christmas. You know, we didn't have any court order allowing us to celebrate that birthday. Now, what did Azimio supporters who were just cutting a cake, celebrating Raila's birthday, what offense had they done to provoke the police to tear gas that function, equally dispersing the crowd, destroying the cake, causing mayhem in a place that was peaceful and almost jubilant in terms of how people were happy? A cake brings joy, but when you shoot or fire a tear gas to it, really, what do you make of that?
Jakes, I'm not a government spokesman, and the police chief actually said that he will look into it and why the police did that. We would agree that it's wrong if they were celebrating a birthday in a public place and police shot and wakatupa and any of tear gas. It's wrong, and the police who are behind it should be arrested. I never say that whatever this police, the brutal force, that the police are innocent in this. I'm not saying that the police are innocent in this. By no means. The police also are responsible. That's why I can agree with Julia when he says when he laments about the police that were entering people's houses in Nyalenda and beating people, dragging them out of their house and beating them to death. I agree that those people should be prosecuted, those police that did that. But what I'm trying to say is that we can also not just try to turn a blind eye when we know that there's also people on the Azimio supporter side who actually are doing are also causing chaos in the name of Maandamano. They're taking advantage of the situation to cause chaos. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that Ruto is, the police forces are right and the Azimio people are wrong. I'm saying there's enough blame to be apportioned on both sides. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Mr. G, there is this other fact that we normally see, that the police will turn, or rather will first begin by issuing a statement very early, days even before the protest happens. They say there was no notice, there was no all that they bring out. Then equally very early in the morning, as Julia was saying, we see them prepare. You see the cannons, whatever, those trucks, we see them fully armed to the teeth. That on itself, does it not intimidate any supporter to fight back?
Yes, it is. But let me first of all comment on something. There's a point, the submission that Julia gave and the submission that Tempa gave, and I think Rebel did not listen to these people, to our Ebo, Tempa, and Julia, because they have explained it well in their submission. Now akaongea kila kitu kieleweka, but still this guy Rebel, he's still comparing us with the comedians, akisema kuwa we are the one who bring in this confusion. Kuna maandamano ambayo ililipwa na government. This other maandamano ambayo ilikuwa ya wale watu wa kusema sijati building houses, something houses. Those guys, they were paid money to roam around the street wakipiga makelele. We never saw any tear gas. But now here, Baba supporters just celebrating their birthday, for the Baba's birthday, wanapigwa bila sababu. And this is what have been happening. Every maandamano that Baba has been calling. Jamaa wananunua watu wao kando pale, wanalipwa, wanakuja wanaleta chaos. then wanasema ni Azimio ndo wamefanya, and these things started long time ago. Hata nani alikuja akasema this guy Sonko, he came out some few years ago na akatuambia kwa they used to buy hizi gari ambazo ni mzee, they used to do some things just to paint a picture of Azimio of ODM. Kwanza he used the word ODM, kuwa ODM ni watu wa fujo, so they were doing these things kusema ODM ni watu wa fujo, and these things these are the things that we saw pale wakati walikuwa wanaenda kuchoma walikuwa wanachoma shamba ya nini, shamba ya Uhuru. Unakumbuka wakichoma shamba ya Uhuru, wakiiba makondoo, wakiiba mang'ombe. These people bought those guys, those goons, wakawatuma pale, but still they come out wana associate sisi na terrorists, wana associate sisi na watu ambao ni watu wa fujo, and yet we are not sisi watu wa fujo. Polisi kila siku wametoka wakipiga watu wetu. Kila siku polisi wanatoka wanapiga watu wetu bila sababu, but these people like rebel wanatu associate with the people ambao wanapenda fujo. Just listen to what Pemba amesema and listen to what nini Julia amesema. Wamekuwa transparent na kila kitu kieleweka. Don't judge us bana with the comedians.
Julia, let me come to you before I come to Captain. Just one moment, Julia, because this is something that both these two guys have raised. Julia, why is it that today, not just today, sorry for that, equally pia wale watakuwa na protest kwa sababu ya nyumba. We even saw a police car ndio ilikuwa ina escort, but when it is about Azimio, it's almost all war. All war. What do you make of that contrast, Julia? All right, Julia actually alikuwa amesema anaenda kwa nyuma ya tent, but she will be coming back full force. Yes, Mr. Captain.
I've heard Mr. G talking about Themba and Julia that they are able, which I can confirm to him that also we are not disabled here. Some of us, we are able also. We are not disabled. There is a question I want to ask about this party that was held in a street for birthday for Baba. Of all the VIP venues that I know in Kenya, was that the best VIP that they could have done the birthday for such a leader? That was the only best place for Baba to be. Not even KICC, not even, I don't know. You know, we have to be honest to ourselves the way Kenya Rebel said. Not that I'm supporting Kenya Rebel, but sometimes we need to tell ourselves the truth. Let us not beat about the bush. Oh, Azimio that, Azimio nini, Yuda nini. The truth has to be the truth. If these are wrong, it's wrong. Even the cake itself, we are getting some information that ilikuwa matope waletoa huko Nairobi River. It's not a real cake. So we are failing even to understand what's going on in this country. Anyway, continue, Jex.
Alex, what do you make of that? These guys are making my night. Oh my.
Captain makes my day.
Jex, I think there's a problem here.
No, the happenings of last week and also what they are planning is not the Kenya police that are doing that. These are rogue squad that has been trained so that it can do that. And that's why I disagree with my friend Kenya Rebel, because Kenya Rebel thinks it is the Kenya police that is doing that. It's not even the Reka squad that is doing that. These people have, it's like a special branch whereby people used to go to Nyayo chambers and get tortured with people that we don't know. You know, if you look at today, the death of the bodyguard of Raila, I suspect, because remember, there is a time when going Mshika. So these extrajudicial killings You may joke with them, then you party, it is becoming more and more where that we are not able to contain it anymore. It's like what Malema told Kagame, that you are not going to be killing your own people. Yes, the economy is doing well. Yes, you seem to be a good man, but you are using your opponents to kill. You don't want any opponents. In a democracy, we have a right to say what we want, even if it is wrong, and we must be heard. But on this, I don't think we are wrong, Madam Julia. The cost of living has skyrocketed. Everybody is agreeing. When Ruto was having his last year nini inaitwaje media conference na watu wa media, his last statement was Kenyans do not have money in their pocket. When you don't have money in your pocket, you know you can never threaten a man who doesn't have anything. Remember that. And that is why Al Qaeda and all these organizations that were in Arab nations succeeded, because you cannot threaten a man who is dying. So hii maneno Kenya Rebel anasema sisi ndio terrorist, he must recant and understand kuwa we are not. They are the ones. I've seen people like Aisha Juma do things, and their cases were nini, dismas barasa, killing somebody openly so that he can win a election. You've seen Kenya Rebel sometimes celebrate and understand that we have a rogue government. And that rogue government, if we allow it, Ruto is going to go further and further and further. You know, when he came in, he had very good friends in Africa. You know, he had very good friends because people thought that now Kenya has gotten a good leader. You know, remember wakina Malema wakimsifu. Remember how many people came during his inauguration. They came because they knew Kenya now has hope. The economy has dipped to a point that they keep on lying. This is a man who blatantly lies numbers in the media about inflation, about us being 29th in the whole world, about how many jobs that is taking people to other countries to go do. Where are those jobs? Where are those jobs? Let us not tetea watu when they are doing wrong. Kenya Rebel. Kenya Rebel. Truth must. Amil Gabriel, who was an agriculturist economist, said, if we say the truth, then the country is going to do what? Is going to go ahead. Look the mess that right now is in South Africa. To a point whereby somebody like Jacob Zuma, at his age, had to get out of ANC because of the corruption that is there. And how many people have exited ANC since then? Many. Why? Because tunacheza, we end up destroying our country. Ramaphosa was gotten with millions of money in his Falafala farm. What happened? Nothing happened. Kenya is returning to a point whereby white monopoly capitalists are leading us. And those, when you allow a country to be led like that, our children will never go to school. Toilets will not be flushed. Water will not be running. School buses will stop going to take children to school. Remember when we were young, we used to go to school. Saa ingine tunapita mtoni, kamuti kamewekwa kidogo, we used to risk. We can't afford to go back there. Uhuru left a country that was progressive. And his work was to build infrastructure. So the next president was not supposed to build infrastructure. He was now supposed to do something else. Kenya rebelled. I beg you, celebrate and see where we have gone wrong. Hata sisi saa ingine tunafanya nini? Tuna criticize ODM where it has gone wrong, especially this rogue person called Mbadi. Mbadi made many mistakes during the nominations. Junet is one of the people that also made many mistakes when he was given money for agents. It's not lazima tutetee watu wetu because watu watu wetu. When they do wrong, let us do what? Criticize them and make them know that that is not their country. It is our country. Thank you.
All right. I see Kenya Rebel unainua mkono. Yes, Kenya Rebel.
Just briefly, I think Alex is conflating issues here. Alex, I agree with you that Ruto is not leading this country into the right direction economically. That's not an issue. We're in agreement. This government is going rogue and it has to be stopped. My contention is how we do it. There's a difference between the people of Kenya and the people who are, and there's between the people of Kenya and the Azimio political party. Okay? Now, the Kenyan people are not happy with this government. The people of Azimio political party, who also are Kenyans, are not happy with the government. But the reason why, and I would wish Jake will read us the meaning of terrorism, is because these guys, they tell us to go to the streets. They encourage people to go to the streets. And when they do, most of their supporters always engage with the police in destructive activities, whether it's robbing people, burning cars, whatever it is. And the police also does the same, which causes anarchy, okay? And after that, they don't focus on the reason why they went to the Maandamano in the first place. In fact, they only stop when the president calls them in a table and wants to make a deal with them. We saw that with NADCO. Okay, once Ruto said, okay, let's sit down, let's change the constitution so we can give you a couple of positions, they are willing to talk. Now they are willing to stop Maandamano so they can agree on that. That's why I'm saying they're using anarchy, the violence, the anarchy that is caused through Maandamano to get the president to negotiate with them. And that's why I call them a terrorist organization. They're using violence and intimidation, intimidating the people of Kenya, thinking that the country is going to a civil war, in order to get the president to sit down with them so they can strike a deal. So my problem is this. I'm saying we Kenyan people, we the sovereign people of Kenya, we should first of all galvanize, okay? And look for ways, better ways of actually taking Ruto out without actually falling to this, listening to these people like Azimio. Okay, we can agree that we don't like what Ruto is saying. We don't like him. We want to take him out. But it's the way we go about it. We don't have to have people die in the streets and we have this carnage in order for a few people to get to positions, and we stay in the same place. What happened in 2017? Okay, we went to Maandamano. People were killed. This Maandamano that Azimio called in the beginning of the year. What did it yield? The cost of price of living is still high. Nino Bado Iko, the server wasn't even open. The 20 million signatures did not go anywhere. And we're still here. And we're talking about another Maandamano while people died. So what did it achieve? That's why I'm saying this Azimio organization is a terrorist organization, because they use violence and intimidation in order
Point made.
Thank you.
Point made.
Then
by
I have interjection.
Just one moment. I'll come to you with the just one moment. Then, but you were saying something about that statement of terrorism. I want you to finish, and then I'll come to Julia, and as well I come to Mr. G, because I'm sure you guys seem not to agree with Kenya Rebel's angle of looking at it.
Yeah, thank you, Jex. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Kenya Rebel has his right to his opinion, which is, it's his constitutional right, and he has his right to express his disagreement with Azimio. First of all, Azimio is not a political party, and the only person who stood with Azimio ticket is the president and his deputy. The other people were from other political parties that build a coalition that is Azimio. So that's number one. Number two, the police are given express constitutional rights to, if you are a criminal, they need to the criminal justice system should take its course. It is not fair to give the police an excuse of not following through criminal elements and then blaming it on a political party's activities. If, for example, as he is asserting here, that there was a problem with Gaucho doing that and so doing this, it is up to the law and up to the people who are given the constitutional mandate to protect the law. If they know that right now we are telling Ruto, he's making noise about corrupt judges. The question is, if there is evidence, then let the law follow its course, right? It's not one thing to just say blanket that judges are corrupt. Is there evidence of corruption? Let us go through the court system. By saying that you saw Azimio supporters, evidence has been given, like someone here mentioned Sonko saying that they could infiltrate, oppositions. So you can't tell that the person looting at that particular time, the person is engaging in a criminal offense that should be prosecuted. So the police ought to do its work. So by coming to say that, because so and so did this, or Gaucho did that, so and so, those are Azimio supporters. That is, in my view, simplistic, and it sounds like the same narrative that was being progressed to block the protest. They use a certain narrative to deny you your political rights. It's up to you. It's the political right given by the Constitution. You can protest. The police should grant you protection and protect property and life. Those are constitutional issues. These are the emotive issues that, Azimio, first of all, Azimio is not a political party, and he needs to be aware of that if he's a keen follower of that. Secondly, he's trying to suggest that there's one way of pursuing your political rights. That if you protest, that is not supposed to be. Kenya should governize, Kenya should do. This same kind of narrative. If they had the same narrative, you remember the Home Guards during the struggle for independence. Home Guards would come and say, "You guys, if you keep doing this, we are going to be killed." They were sellouts. People who say that there's a certain way. No government in power can ever give its power peaceably. You see, you don't expect Ruto to sit down and say, "Okay, fine. Now you guys have decided today that since we don't need to make noise, I'll give you this." No government can give its power without a crisis. That's why the political system, the way it's created, is that the actors, the citizens, are supposed to pile pressure on the government of the day to force it. Because if you don't force it, if you don't pile pressure on it, you are not going to get the things that you want. That's why there are those political rights that are given. So by suggesting, in my view, that you need to come, sit down, or you don't force Ruto to sit, that's a process of political. Look at other developed democracies. It has been a case of you force the government of the day to sit down with you. He should be able, like he should have read about the civil rights movement. It's about pressure on the government of the day. And when you give pressure on the government of the day, it doesn't matter which actors. Forget about Raila and the rest. Any actor that is there, you can never find a government bending to you if you don't give it pressure. And that is the pressure that now they're trying to do. The lawyers are coming out. other groups are coming, pressure groups, to give pressure on that government to appreciate that if I don't do certain things, my government is going to come to a halt, And so when that threat is there to the government of the day, then they can allow to sit. Now, listen, there's not only one way of sorting issues of a state. Protest is just one of them. There are many others. And one of the ways that is given in the Constitution is universal suffrage. That is voting, you see? So you can either decide, let's wait until such a time that we come, then we vote, we remove this government. But for you to demand your other political rights, you've got to put pressure on that government. If there are criminal elements, either in the police, in any party, it is not Azimio to go and investigate itself and get the criminal elements. It's up to the police. If you think Kenya revolutionary is engaging in a criminal offense, take him to court. It's up to the police to do the investigation. If you start, you see, Jex, as I finish, Kenya revolutionary has his right to have his opinion and say all that. I think that is part of what Constitution gives us. But I don't think he has the express right to give his alternative facts. The Constitution is clear on what political rights are protected in the Constitution. The Constitution is clear on who is supposed to prosecute criminal offenses.
All right.
Jex, if you go stealing, you are not stealing on behalf of Azimio. It is Jex. And the Constitution should take you as a person, not us as Azimio. And therefore, people like, the people who buy that narrative will kind of put you generally and then progress a narrative and then block you from demonstrating and then say, you guys are a terror group and then block all other political rights in the name of you guys are causing chaos. You see, that's the most simplistic statement that will be used by a threatened government to block you and to kill people. I think we need to, as a citizenry, to increase our awareness around political rights. I might not agree with you, but I need to defend your right to say what you have to say.
Okay.
Very
I'll give you a minute. I'll give you a minute to respond.
Yes. Themba, just to correct you, number one, I know what Azimio is. It's a coalition. It's a coalition, political coalition. Okay. Number two, there's evidence. If you had my submission, I was telling you this. There's evidence of Azimio followers, supporters, okay, saying on camera what their intention were during Azimio. They were
No. Kenya rebel. No. Just before you progress, I think you need not say that Azimio supporters. If someone is engaging in a criminal offense, if there's something that someone has said, you don't say Azimio followers. If it is Themba saying this, does not mean I speak. None of them is the spokesman of Azimio. Was that the Secretary General of Azimio? Was that the chairman of Azimio? Was that the leader of Azimio? The only person who speaks on behalf of Azimio is the Secretary General, the leader of Azimio. What a supporter will wake up in the bedroom and say? You can't say those are supporters of Azimio. That is an individual. What he says is not the position of the party. If you wake up and you say, today, I'm going to steal, I'm not saying that your people are stealing. It is you. So if you are saying something bad, indeed, someone from somewhere will say, oh, those are Azimio supporters who are doing that, and use it the way you're simplistically using it. You need, first of all, to appreciate. If I wake up and speak as Themba, it is Themba speaking. I've not been sent by Azimio. I've not been sent by anybody. So if it is a criminal thing, then you need to get me as a person. You start saying Azimio followers.
I want to be brief so others can also come in. I want to be brief. So
no. You're not brief when you are trying to.
You guys are right. Now,
hold on.
Mr. Rebel, I think just one moment, Mr. Rebel, because if what Themba is saying is anything to go by now, and you have accused Azimio followers, okay? So what happens when Kimani Ichung'wah, now who is now a leader, not even Akina Omosh, who have no political positions in our country, when Ichung'wah says we are going to even as well look at their properties, and then the following day we see trees being cut, We see goats being stolen. We see an industry being stoned. As well, can we equally, if anything you're saying is anything to go by, someone can also conclude what were UDA? And what Demba is trying to tell you, it's equally wrong and simplistic to generalize everyone, yet maybe Demba is a supporter of Azimio. He wasn't even there, but he maybe even condemns what happens, But when you say Azimio supporters, you include him in that statement. When you say UDA supporters, even though maybe they didn't, all of them, go to steal those goats, right? They didn't do it. But when you generalize, when you stereotype, I think that is where Demba is having a problem.
And that's
Yes, Jex. What I'm saying, Jex, you got it right.
Okay,
Stereotyping people. When you get Kenya revolutionary, if he comes out and says he's a thief, and then you say all Kikuyus are thieves, or you hear someone has come out because Gaucho has come and said that he has taken a panga. Now that one is the followers of Azimio. I mean, you need to kind of get off that and appreciate if something is wrong.
Okay.
If there is a criminal.
You point.
You treat that person as an individual. And then you don't come and say Azimio is a terrorist group.
Can you listen? Can you listen?
Yes, Kenya Rebel.
Yes, now I can listen.
As well.
I want to be brief so others can also chime in. I'm saying this. Number one, okay, these people that are saying this, you are saying that they're not officially members of the Azimio. These are people who have associated, are also...
You are quoting me wrong. You're quoting me wrong, Kenyan. No. Don't quote me wrong.
Wait.
No. Jex. If you're going to talk to my point...
listen to the truth. It stings.
No. Listen. If you're going
to... I've had you. No, Temba, you...
No, you're quoting me wrong.
Temba, you have also to listen to other people. Why is it that
he's quoting me wrong? He's quoting me wrong.
Listen to other people.
Temba. No, he's quoting me wrong.
Temba, you need to listen to people.
No. You're quoting me wrong. No, you're quoting me wrong. No.
You want to cheat us here so that we can agree on what you're telling us?
You're quoting me wrong.
You have to listen to other people also.
You are quoting me wrong.
No, I have to make my point, Jakes.
No. You're quoting me wrong.
Just one moment, because it's now almost a tag of war. Allow us to have someone
I was
else.
going to make my point very quickly. You have to
just one moment.
This time.
Kenya Rebel, I'll give you time. I'll still give you time, but not now. Because
no. I have to respond. No, it's going to take me less than a minute.
It's going to take me
less than a minute. It's going to take me less than a minute to discuss.
Just one moment.
What the Temba is saying.
Kenya Rebel, listen.
I can't let it go.
Battle. You will say something. Listen.
No.
I know.
It's
I know
going to take a minute, less than a minute. Jack, this is unfair. This is unfair.
It's not. I just want you to listen first. Listen. I'm making a ruling. Listen. Be patient.
I'm Ruto. I don't like corrupt judges.
Exactly. Be patient. Now, this is what I'm saying. If I give you the minute, I won't allow a rebuttal so that again you come rebuttal. That will mean
I won't rebuttal
not have just one moment. It will mean you'll not have Akina Captain speak, will not have Mr. G, Mr. Mboro is in, Julia is in, so that it's not a back and forth. So I'll give you the minute you have requested. And actually it should be a minute. And please don't give a list at number 1, 2, and 3. Just go to the point and finish so that I go to the next person. Yeah. Go ahead. Finish up.
Okay. The reason why I say these people are Azimio supporters, because these people have spoken in these political party rallies. Some of them are actually running to be in positions. Raila Odinga went to Jacaranda, when Gaucho, who was drinking blood and promising to cause chaos, Raila is associated with him, bailed him out when he was arrested. These people openly spoke about committing atrocities during Maandamano, and we've seen it happen. Now, you can't blame the police for being out there trying to protect the properties or whatever the case when they've had these people make such pronouncements. And you can't say that they're not Azimio.
Point made.
No.
Your point
I'm
is
finishing. No, I haven't finished.
Your minute is up. Your minute is up.
No.
You asked for a minute.
I have to deconstruct this Temba guy. I have to deconstruct it because it's misleading.
You asked for a minute, Mr.
The minute is not even over. You interrupt. You're taking my time. Okay, I'll be quiet.
Now
okay,
I'll have I'll have to have you mute for now.
All
I'll
right,
give you
sawa.
time. I'll still give you time. Relax. Tuko hapa ni Friday, so we have all the time that we could ask for. All right, Mr. Captain, what was your point?
Okay, Jakes, I think I'm still there when I'm saying we have to be honest to each other, because there is a place called Jacaranda there. Even Mutembei TV, I've been seeing them covering some of those people who are speaking there. We've even seen some UDA guys, when they want to talk, they are told not to talk against Raila. If they talk about against Raila, they are attacked. Why are you talking about Raila? Why are you talking about someone? You see, we have seen those people even saying, wewe kama uko na akili timamu, funga duka yako. Usipofunga duka yako, tutapora. And they are the same people. I don't want to call because Temba is again is not happy when we say Azimio. He's not happy. But who is Omosh to say in public media, funga duka yako? Usipofunga duka yako, na hiyo anaenda maandamano ya Azimio. Ama niseme tu maandamano ya Wakenya. Nisisema Azimio. Mbona ana instruct watu wafunge duka? Who is he to say so? And Temba is coming here to tell us that it is not Azimio people, it is not ODM people, it is not what? And he's forcing us to accept that it is not Azimio people. He's not even associated with Azimio. No, that is not. They are the same people who are there, who are going there, another media there. Shakaola can't talk there. They are supplied with T-shirts.
No. Please don't attack any channel. Please don't attack any channel.
Why is it that when you say the truth, you want to stop us? Why is it that when you say the truth, you want to stop us?
You are going too far, Bwana Kenya Captain. You know why? Because you are in
you see now, when Temba goes that far,
I must defend everyone because
you cannot stop him.
No,
but you want
listen,
to stop us
Mr. Captain. Now, it's not the truth because that's what you're saying. It doesn't mean it's the truth. But don't attack any channel. Just speak what you're saying. You know, if you don't have a point, just be quiet. All right.
Which channel did I say?
You have described a channel as Shakahola, and it's wrong.
Talk? Have you ever heard of ever heard of such a media?
Now I don't do this, but I'll mute you. I will mute you and probably
let me mute myself.
Please do. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Julia, I give you 2 minutes.
Asante Jake, naona leo uko na kibarua mingi. Okay, I want to wait on what they are discussing. The gentleman who just spoke, I don't know his name, I'm using my phone. He said that birthday cake ilikuwa ya matope. So I want to ask him, what is wrong with that? People can celebrate with matope wherever they want. I mean, they have a right, they are Kenyans. So if they were dancing and eating matope, it's okay. Why did the police interfere with them? Aren't those police behaving like terrorists? The one, the other guy stopped calling people terrorists. So it was okay for people to just dance and eat their matope cake. And why you don't go to celebrate Ruto's birthday? The other day, Huru's birthday was being celebrated even on Kameme and all that. And people are having cakes all over Mount Kenya region. Ninyi pia simwende mfanya ya Ruto na Gachagua huko Sugoi kama mwezi fanya Nairobi. I'm sorry, if you have a problem with people celebrating people's birthdays, go do your Ruto's birthday wherever you want to do. Now, the next thing...
Why Sugoi?
No.
Whatever you want to
Let's go. You know, I don't want us to fight.
Other thing I want to say
ahead.
is that about what these people are calling Azimio terrorists. Now, if you want to talk about Gaucho, then Gaucho should be arrested and sued if he said something that contravenes the law. I want to agree with them. But if Omosh says something that contravenes the law, then he should be arrested and sued and taken to court. That is what we need, and evidence provided that what he said contravenes the law. And the same thing we want to see Kuria arrested. Kuria on several occasions has dared Baba and has said even Baba is going to be assassinated. He has said. So we want to see the same law take hand on Baba or on Kuria. And the other day, Kimani Ichung'wah talked about Uhuru's property. And the next day, Uhuru's land was invaded. So we want to also see the same law taking charge of people of Kimani, like Kimani Ichung'wah. Now, if you want to compare Kimani Ichung'wah statements, Kuria statements, and Gaucho and Omosh, all of them are Kenyan citizens. But then if you're talking about seniority, then I think Kimani Ichung'wah and Kuria hold senior positions in Kenya Kwanza government, and they hold the higher responsibility of everything they say. So if we come here trying to say Azimio did this because Omosh said this, did you hear about those kind of things? Did you hear the Secretary General of Azimio of ODM say such kind of things? Have you ever heard them? Have you had somebody releasing a statement on behalf of Azimio and saying that we are asking Kenyans to close their shops because we are going to invade them? Have you? If you can provide evidence, then you need to report to DCI. You don't have to come here in this channel and spread lies. So I want to wind up by saying, somebody said here, this guy, I don't know his name, I can't see. He said that we should find other channels of maybe fighting Ruto or what. I want to remind you that we have come from far. Kenyans fought for independence, and by the time they went to the forest to fight as Mau Mau, walikuwa wamejaribu every other method before they did that. Now, then we came for the second rebellion when we fought for multipartyism. And some of you, I don't know how old you are, because if you are old enough, you can remember that Kenneth Stanley Matiba Jindo and Rubia resigned from being cabinet secretaries. And when they resigned, they were kicked out of Kanu. And that day, Matiba said, if I'm kicked out of Kanu, where do people who are kicked out of Kanu go? From today, I, Kenneth Stanley Matiba Jindo, declare that Kenya is a multi-party. And then they called a meeting in Kamukunji, that was on July 7-7, the famous Sabasaba. The famous Sabasaba was not a peaceful thing, because they were not going to ask Moi, can you kindly allow us to go and meetings in Kamukunji? He wasn't going to allow them. Now, and if we Kenyans did not take that, there were protests. I was in school, and some of us maybe have been too young. I was school, there were protests and protests in Kenya. And because of those protests, that is how the Section 2A of the Constitution was taken out. And today we are all celebrating, including the guys here supporting Kenya Kwanza. That's how we are celebrating multi-parties. Now, I want to promise them, Jake, as I wind up, we are here on the long haul. Hatutambelebezana. Kama mnangojea kuimbienga wimbo Ruto ka wimbo, hatutamwimbia. Some of us like me, I'm recommending for a total tax boycott so that we render this government broke. I want to hear the police were not paid, the army are not paid. I want to see the army on the streets. That is how. Thank Jake.
All right. Mr. G, just one moment. Mr. G had a rebuttal. Yes, Mr. G.
Thank you, Mr. Jakes. You know, I heard Mr. Rebel talking about, and he always liked to associate us and relate us with the terrorist group and the people who like chaos. There's a time that Baba came out, I think he was in his house, alafu akatoka, akaenda town. You know, Baba is a lot of people ambao walikuja pale town. Now we had a peaceful meeting pale town for almost 1 or 2 hours. Now ikawa peaceful like Aisha hivyo. So I wanted to relate that meeting. Now what Sheni is saying and what Rebel is saying, where did he see maybe kama kulikuwa na shida pale kwa hiyo meeting ambayo tulikuwa nayo that day? Kwa sababu that day police walikuwa hawako hapo mahali, and here Rebel is relating us with the team ambao tukikutana lazima kuwe na fujo. Tukikutana lazima kuwe na fujo. He talked about Gaucho drinking blood, although I had not seen that picture. That day I requested you to play and you played. Now wakati niliona, I said this is wrong. What Gaucho said is what Gaucho did is wrong.
And I think for that is in court. If you guys are still stickler of what is happening in our country, I think he has been charged for that.
Yeah.
He's in court.
Alafu, there's another day he came out, the same Gaucho, he came out attacking our mama, our vice president. He attacked her so much, and I came out and strongly said that this guy is doing wrong. It was not right for him to come out alafu aanze kuattack mama yetu, na mama yetu hana shida yote, hana makosa yote. So these people are comedian, na nimesema sahi, these people are comedian. Omosh is somebody ambaye akisimama sahi atasema mimi sitaki baba afanye maandamano, sitaki baba afanye maandamano, before amalize the sentence amaanza baba toke nje tufanye maandamano. These are the mudas. even though as much as wanna support our man ambao ni baba, it's not that we agree with everything that these people do ama they wanataka tufanye. So hii mambo ya kutuassociate na terrorists, hii mambo inafaa ishe. This is a wrong way of relating our people ambao we are always peaceful. Ni polisi wanatusumbua kila siku.
All right. Point made. Allow me to have Bwana Mburu. He hasn't made any word or any submission. I hope you are able to. I'll equally be coming back to you, Mr. Kenya Rebel, but allow me first to have Mburu. Mburu hasn't said a single word, and then equally I'll have Bwana Alex. Yes, Mr. Mburu, how are you? Hope you're well. Good to see you.
Yes, Jakes, how are you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. What do you make of what is happening in our country at the moment?
Let me say, for the last 1 week, I've been too busy to the extent that I have not been following in details. But I just have a few details of what I have heard people say. And maybe on the issue of associating people with groups, I can say it is always fair that we hold people individually responsible for what they do. And also we should not put politics in our hearts, because Kenyans sometimes we become so emotional about politics. So when you touch Kenya Kwanza, and I'm a supporter of Kenya Kwanza, I feel like I'm burning. But we should allow ourselves not to be so emotional so that we can have a voice of reason in ourselves. However, it is also good to know that if I am a staunch supporter of a certain group and then I commit atrocity, it is within the rights of the people to say, Geoffrey, who is a supporter of, like some people do things and they are allied to the president. You hear an ally of the president did A, B, C, D. Sometimes we become guilty through association, because show me your friends and I will tell you the kind of a person that you are. So it is always good that if somebody is your staunch supporter, you as a leader should be in a position to rebuke them when they go overboard or when they say things that are not supposed to be said in public. Because at the end of the day, through association, people will be associating you with those people, and in a way, they will be tainting your name. Having said that, Jakes, sometimes we talk as if our leaders from the first government to the government we are having today, as if they don't do anything, as if they are let down completely. I have gotten an opportunity to visit most of African countries. I've been to Malawi. I've been to Tanzania. I went to Malawi, Lilongwe. I stayed there for almost a month. I went to Tanzania. I have been to Mwanza. I have been to Dar es Salaam. I have been to Southern Sudan. I have been to Uganda for 6 years. And I can tell you for sure, there is no comparison. So even though our leaders have not done the best, at least they have held our country higher than other countries that we can call the relevant others or our neighbors. So what we should encourage them to do is to tell them, guys, you have done well, but you can still do better. Can you try now to end the corruption? I can tell you Nairobi City is better than all those other cities that you hear across Africa. So let us encourage our leaders to tell them, you have tried, but you still have room for improvement, deal with corruption. And I can tell you for sure, at the end of the regime that we are having, when I see those houses coming up in every county, I can tell you that is a project that will change the face of Kenya completely. And I don't know why I don't hear people commending and encouraging the government to continue doing so. Because I've been following when I see those houses everywhere. The president is launching the affordable housing project. it encourages my spirit. It encourages my heart that this is my country. And not in many countries that people have such initiatives. So let us encourage the government where it is doing well. Let us criticize them when they go wrong. That's what I can say for now. Thank you, Mr. Jake.
Okay. I'm sure you will hear a lot about what you have asked people to talk about, the housing issue. Mr. Alex, what do you say you? And ladies and gentlemen, please understand that Alex is joining us.
Just give me. Can somebody speak so that I can speak later on?
Yeah, I can see the nurse with you. Sorry.
Yeah,
It's
there's
okay.
something going on
Yeah,
here.
it's okay. I understand. Then, but go ahead.
Thank you. I wish to clarify something, and I think I like the conversation. I didn't say that Gaucho did no wrong. I said that when someone does something that is a criminal offense, like you said, Gaucho has been taken to court, it is up to the police to the person is reported, the police starts the investigation, they take him to court. That is what I'm saying. Now, Gaucho is not only a follower of a certain political party, he's also, probably he goes to a certain church. So should you also say that the church is also a terrorist group? He has also a family. Should you also say that the people associated with his family are also terrorists? You see, that's myopic in my view to just isolate that and then say because other organs of the state have failed, now you blame the person for what they are doing. Jakes, for example, you have probably someone who is in your village who is a thief. Should you say that all of you in that village are thieves? We should be able to hold every person accountable. Like I think the previous speaker said, people should be held accountable for their deeds. There are people who go to church and they are thieves. Ruto goes to church and is accused of corruption. Should we say that that the people, the churches he goes to are also corrupt? You know. So in my view, I'm saying that yes, we need to call out. We need to call out bad things that have happened, but we also need to appreciate that as much as people would be associated with certain people, at what is the rank and file? At what is their position in the party? You said very clearly that if Ishungwa talked, he's a senior member of the party. You see, and is that a party position? Does becoming a party member isolate you from your other individual things that you can do? You see. So I think we need to have the conversation. Yes, isolate things that are bad. There are bad things that are happening in the society. There are people who are doing things that we don't need to condone as a society, but we need to be careful not to lump people up. Because this person, like I said, could also be going to a certain church. Gaucho could be doing that to blood and stuff. I mean, we need to say Gaucho has done a bad thing. Then now we look at the political discussion that comes after that. In my view, that's what I was saying. I think that needs to come out clearly. I'm not saying that because Gaucho is associated with Azimio, he only does good things. You see, that's not what I'm saying. That Raila, because Raila is the head of Azimio, that he only does good things. No, nobody is a god and nobody is perfect. Let's call out wrong when it happens. Raila has done bad things. Ruto is not perfect. Everybody has something, but we need to call out, and areas of the society, we give them an opportunity to be accountable. If the police is supposed to keep law and order, have they done their part? My political rights are supposed to be, for me, I want to give an example as I finish, Jakes. In the US, they stormed the Capitol. Right now, people are held accountable individually. Nobody's even saying, oh, I did it on behalf of Trump. I did. No. You are held individually accountable for what you do. Was it against the law? You are held individually. Not all Republicans are going to court. You get what I'm saying? It's supposed to be the individual. What have you done? So coming to tell us because Gaucho did something, now the whole team is I think that is simplistic. But again, I say we are living in a place where we have the freedom of speech. So someone can express, we can disagree agreeably, in my view. We may choose to disagree on that point, but again, we can continuously engage because we are all, I mean, interested in what is going on in the Kenyan's political terrain. Thank you.
Fantastic. Now, Captain, what did you want to say? Because as you have seen, if we all choose to listen and have our town, sure, quite interesting. Yes, Mr. Captain.
You know what, Jex? I've learned something from you. When the show is very hot for you to handle, you make somebody to go and forget, and then you call him back. That is what I've seen. So now,
I
when
do
you
that
when you
because
ask me
when
now
you
what I
become
was
rogue
saying,
as our president, I have to do that. You have to, respect others people, because you went ahead and started abusing a channel.
no problem. Not even me alone. Even I saw you
That.
telling Kenya
But
Rebel
now
to
cool. Now we go ahead.
Okay, no problem.
Yes.
Because now I have I've forgotten what to say. I can only tell Kenya Rebel that Kenya Rebel, if you are seeing you are suspecting some Al-Shabaab here, can you apologize and withdraw? Because I don't see some Al-Shabaab here, the way you say terrorist. For me, I don't see. It was maybe a wrong information anyway, or a wrong sentiment from Kenya Rebel, and I'm not sure. I think he's not here.
Yeah,
But,
he is still there. He is there.
Is the okay? Kenya Rebel come out clearly and apologize to these people that they are not terrorists, so that the show can continue. We move maybe to the next topic. And
can I speak
over the
without being
issue
interrupted, Jakes? I'll be brief.
And before you do that, Kenya Rebel, there is something I need to tell you. There is an organization known as Anti-Terror. Now, when you say a group is a terrorist group, we have clear laws on how you can bring your English understanding and definition of the same, but equally, what does the law talk about a terrorist? And that's why at times I feel it when they say it's wrong that you call them so. So I would ask you, maybe you work very hard, get another name, but please, respectfully, I would ask you to withdraw that statement of you calling them actually all terrorists.
Okay. Can I? Every time I want to speak, I'm always interrupted.
No, go ahead.
But you see now, Kenya Rebel, you are interrupting me. I didn't finish.
You know, I haven't spoken for
Jakes,
now
tell me
like
who you want to
1
speak.
hour.
Let me know when you're ready for me to speak, Jakes.
I am ready for you to
speak. I haven't spoken for 1 hour now.
Okay, can you have them be quiet so I can finish my point and let them speak?
Let's do this. Let's allow Alex to do a submission. I understand him. Let's have him do his submission. Then you come after him. Is that okay with you, Kenya Rebel?
Okay, that's
Alex,
fine.
go ahead. Alex, go ahead.
I'm going to be very controversial here.
All right.
I don't know what wrong Gaucho did, because it can be a ritual that he was doing. And in his undertaking doing that ritual, I believe he has all the right as Kenyans to exercise what he was doing, because I don't think he hurt anybody by doing that. So let us also understand that there's something called frustration. You get to a point, Gaucho is not a person of our caliber. He has tried to fight for that country. He has gone to jail how many times in last year? He has been to jail several times. So I may not support what he did, but I'm also saying that he has a right to do what he did, because I think, was it last year whereby in Central watu walikunywa damu na wakafanya vitu kama hizo. So it can happen. But I'm only cautioning him that let him not become an extremist. He's an upcoming leader. He's a young leader. He's an upcoming leader. If he position.
All right, I see there's a challenge with Alex. Peace. All right. Okay. I'll have Alex when he's ready. Kenya Rebel, now we can hear you in silence.
Okay. You know, when you say...
So what I can say is that God do what he did. Let's not over criticize him, because first and foremost, remember, there are rituals people do that we... That's all I have to say about Gaucho. The other thing I wanted to say is Mburu. Mburu sometimes you come, I don't even educate each other. And I think so far I'm learning a few things from you. You're a very young, bright person, extremely bright. So don't be an extremist whereby kila kitu una criticize Raila lakini huwezi criticize nini your party. So that's all I can say for now.
That's a salvo on Boro. I'll give him a time to respond. But Kenya Rebel?
Okay, as I was saying, can you hear me, Jakes? Am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, somebody please mute. I can hear kids crying. Okay, now when we talk about terrorism, we think about Al-Shabaab and all that, people who are bombing people. A classical definition of terrorism is this: a person who uses unlawful violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, in pursuit of political aims. For whoever asked me to withdraw from calling us a neo-terrorist, I'm here to tell you, no, I will not withdraw. This is exactly what these terrorists as a neo-political coalition have done. Look at who is the members of this association. Maina Njenga, a non-mass murderer. 2, we saw what Gaucho was doing. They saying, why don't you say that the church that he goes are not terrorists? Because it is to achieve political aims. As the Mio want to achieve political aims by causing chaos under the auspice of carrying out their constitutional duty of protestation, which is not constitutional, because the constitution says you can protest peaceably, not burning cars, not throwing stones at police and vandalizing businesses. And we've had if you know tomorrow we are coming. Then, okay, you say that Raila is not part of it because they should be prosecuted individually. Yes, they should be prosecuted individually. But again, these are people who Raila has associated with. He has been holding rallies, letting them speak, praising them. There's an NTV clip that Raila Odinga nimefurahia vijana walikuwa nafanya huko kwa nini, that's Nairobi highway. So this man is happy when these terrorist acts are happening, and this is happening against civilians. So this is terrorist organization. Yes, there will be harmed other individuals, but as a whole, this is another point. Okay, the reason why I call them what is their political aim? It is for the leaders and their cronies to sit at the high table with Ruto. You had them when they first started going to Maandamano. They said they wanted something akin to the Kofi Annan, Accord, okay, which was a power sharing deal. Then later on, they started saying that, oh, it's the cost of living, Mara ni Sava, Mara ni Nio. That's why I asked before. All these things that they said they were going to protest for, okay, which one did they achieve? None of it. The server is not open. The Rama is still up, and all that is still happening. Okay, but soon Ruto said, okay, let's sit down in that NADCO. Raila agreed on everything which had to do with what? Creating a changing of the constitution so he can have a position in the next dispensation. Okay, that is his political aim, and he's using chaos by pretending that he's out for Maandamano. Today we saw what a real Maandamano looks like. The police were there, as you can see on your screen, and there was no violence. If Azimio can do that today, I'll be happy for them. I'll be like, okay. And I'm not even Kenya Kwanza. But I'm saying this every time, and it's not one day, it's been years. Now, and as I wrap up, the parallels that you want to draw with Mau Mau and Azimio is pathetic at its best. Okay? Mau Mau were fighting a legitimate struggle. Walikuwa wanapiga mzungu warudi huko ambao walichukua mali yao. These are people I just want political position. What happened in 2007 when Raila alishikana na Ruto, and Ruto gave him a job to be a AU flying here and there. He never spoke about the death of Osoro, never spoke about the police killings, never spoke about anything until Uhuru left. And he's playing the same trick. So Themba, spare me. Azimio is a terrorist organization led by Raila Odinga. Thank you.
Jex, I have a rebut, Jex.
Can I make a proposal?
Just one moment, Mboro and Mr. G. Now, if Kenya Rebel can make such a statement, what will prevent them from equally saying another statement that would be, how do I put it? Because that word alone, internationally is not a word acceptable by any legal, religious, political, whatever aspect you want to look at it from. But you can hear speak freely. But what prevents now Azimio from rebutting and using another stronger word against UDA? And if you want us to sit pretty with that word on Azimio, when they'll come with the word against UDA, please, I ask you as well that time, as we have allowed you to speak and be heard, then please, when they'll do that as well, please equally be ready to listen to them. But I'm not saying that should be the trend, but because you have refused to withdraw, stood your ground and stood with what you said, and I don't know what to do with that. All I'll just say is, I really pray that you know that this is not the standing of Africa 24. That is a personal view of Kenya Rebel. All right?
Jex, I've been mentioned.
Let me have. Sorry?
I've been mentioned. Can I just say one thing?
Actually, I wanted to come to you in a moment, but allow me to do this. I have Mr. G ready. I have Mr. Mboro, who was first mentioned by Honorable Alex. So let me start with Mr. Mboro, then come to Mr. G, then you. I think that can be okay. Is it okay, Themba? So that you equally prepare your thoughts as well.
No, that's fine. That's fine with me.
Yeah, let's have Mr. Jeff Mboro. You have been mentioned. You are asked. You can criticize Raila Odinga. Are you in a position, you have publicly declared you are a staunch supporter of UDA. Are you in a position to equally criticize the president when he's not doing the right thing, or rather when he goes amiss? Just like Alex has asked you, you can quickly criticize Raila Odinga. Are you able to do the same to William Ruto? I don't know. I think that was the question, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I heard Alex very well. And I have no problem with that. If Raila Odinga has done something commendable, I always say, and you have been in this show. So, but in the debate, if you used to hold debates even in school, there is that side that you support, and you will also allow others to support the other side. So, as per now, I am supporting the government of William Ruto.
But
so
the question
it's a debate. However,
can you point out when it goes wrong? We have no problem you supporting.
Yes, and I have done it. By the way, remember, I was the first person to say in this media that I don't support suspending visas across the globe. That everybody, every geek and Harry can just get a passport.
Captain, can you mute your mic?
Remember, I was the first person to say in this media that I don't support the government to suspend the visas in the whole world, that anybody who wants to come to Kenya can just come to Kenya without telling us the criteria, the processes they have put down as to prevent our country. Because, you know, that to me, that wasn't a very good idea. And I said it here. Yet I am a supporter of the same government. That is Geoffrey. That is Geoffrey. But as far I'm here to represent or to support the things that the government has been doing. And then I also allow the others to say what their teams are doing. And I think that's
Point
fair.
taken.
Yes.
Point taken. Yes, Mr. G.
Thank you,
Mr. G,
Jex. You know, this guy called Rebel. Yeah. You know, Rebel has refused to be a gentleman. Now he's coming out to be so reckless than even ever before. I don't know why he cannot just understand a simple thing. He's calling our team it is a terrorist group, and yet, and in fact, anassociate this guy, this Maina Njenga, and we all of us knows that Maina Njenga, okay, he did something wrong, Kitambo, but he's a reformed man. Saini Bishop, in fact, a pastor bishop, he's a reformed man. Sasa, when we start comparing him na huyu mtu ambaye ni Ruto is a land grabber. Amegrab land za watu, amegrab land akajenga hii Western Hotel, ameua watu. This guy sasa, atasikiaje tukiongezwa maneno?
Mr. G.
Because this team of UDA.
Mr. G.
Now you see what Kenya Rebel have done.
Yes,
now
yes,
when you allow can of worms. Now
we normally say that two wrongs don't make a right. The fact that Kenya Rebel decided to take that route does not mean that he was representing the views of all the Kenya Kwanza members, and therefore let us not dwell on that.
But thank you. Go ahead.
No, that's what I'm saying anyway. I'm just trying to say, let us not dwell on back and forth, because I think there are some other very important issues that we can discuss. And as Mr. G and Jake said, it is not good to be extreme, even when we are criticizing. We should be in a position to moderate ourselves so that we can have a good atmosphere of the debate.
Okay, there's something that I just wanted to say, Alafu Malize. There's just one thing I wanted to say about Malize. And the thing is, this guy here, Rebel, he has always purported to be a person who would believe in revolution. There's a day that we discussed with him and he talked about revolution. One time he tell us that he have a support Ruto. Another time you find he's a person who is supporting Ruto. So I may come out to be a double speak person. Here, sisi ni watu ambao tunaelewa what we are speaking about. Anafaa atuambie sahi tusikie the revolution that he believes in, the revolution gani.
I think, Jakes, we have something else better we discuss. Why are we discussing these things of terrorism?
All right. Aya, Themba, it's your turn now.
Thank you, Jax, and I want to suggest, as I think Jeff has said, we cannot belabor the point. It's clear that we are not agreeing. I mean, and I also don't agree with forcing him to apologize. He doesn't have to. It is up to him. You know, he's here to express his views. We understand what he has said. We don't agree with what he's saying. I don't agree with what he's saying, but I'm also picking that in his statement, we are clearly not on the same page of addressing the issue. You know, we are stuck. We have people who are still stuck at either praising Baba or blaming Baba or wanting to sit on the table for whatever reason. Yet we want to talk about the greater political implications of the decisions that are either being made or not made by the current government, the previous government, and the other political actors. I think that's where we are. And in my view, I think I want to close my submission on that, on what I made about understanding of the topic that he talked about. And maybe I want to close by Jex, just maybe I'll come in later on the issue of the protests that were happening today by the lawyers. I think we need to also, like I submitted earlier, that it's by design that that it was given a sense of peace. I'm yet to get to know to see the developments that are going to come moving forward. Are we going to still see similar action or inaction by the police? Are we going to see them allowing the protests? And Jex, you and I know that if the protests continue, definitely if it gets bigger and bigger, you remember the Ukrainian protests, the yellow movement that happened way back. They all came into the streets and they filled the streets, and the president had to come down. Is this government willing to take similar inaction, to just wait and see how the protests grow? To the point, because I'm imagining with the kind of sentiments and the disappointments that you're picking across board, if it was possible that there will not be any action in terms of protecting people from coming, and it's going to be like this, can you stand having 1 million people in the streets of Nairobi? That's something else. You could have a similar, like the Ukrainian protests that brought Shevchenko to power some time back. So I think it's something that we'd want to see on what is happening as it is going on. Mburu talked about, Mburu said that he's here to support the government. We are here to look at the areas of the government. I think he talks about housing. Has he taken time? Yes, building housing is one thing, but this thing was supposed to be done for the normal hustler. Has he taken time to appreciate the realities around it? Even as much as he's talking about, it's good to see the houses. Are the people who are going to own them the real intended hustlers, or it's another corruption, time bomb happening? Waiting to happen. So that, in my view, is for now, Jex. Maybe I can join later as we progress with the debate.
All right. Mboro, have you mentioned a minute for that, and equally coming back to you, India.
Before the ember goes, he is not coming out clearly to tell us what is his expectation. If the protest continues to grow, what does he want the government to do? Maybe from there I can pick it, if he is able to put it clearly, the measures or what he is saying when he is asking whether the government will be in a position to bear with the protest if it continues to grow. Then I'll be in a position to say something.
Yeah. Clearly, Jex, if you allow me, a protest is a civilian way of putting pressure, piling pressure on the government. And when you see a protest on the part of the civilian, is an expression of a demand that has not been met. Now, there are several ways of quelling the protest. One of them would be maybe just a peaceable way, or meeting the demands that are being advocated for in any protest. For example, if it is a salary, increasing the salary, or coming up with collective bargains. But now here is a protest in terms of the judiciary, attack on the judiciary. There are several other protests and other areas of interest that people could be having. Now, unfortunately, Jeff, if the protests increase, the more the protests go on, it's a sign that there are demands that are not being met, right? Now, if it increases and people pile up into the streets, there is something called the crowd control. Now, remember the ratio of police to citizens. If you get to have more people in the streets, it will be harder for the police to manage that particular crowd. And it will be a ground, or it will be creating an environment for a disaster waiting to happen. In some like I was giving an example, in some political systems like the Ukrainian, people poured into the streets. It was so hard for them to control them, and they said they won't leave until the president goes. You see? Now, if people pour into the streets and you have, say, okay, they say, let's just allow it to continue. Then people come and say, okay, fine, we are not leaving these streets. And even Africa, just across, was it Babo? Was it, I think, Babo of, I think, one of the African countries who actually went peaceably, you know? So it is my view that if it goes on like the way today it happened, and in the event that they say, okay, fine, let's just keep allowing, which I don't think they will. Let's just keep allowing, you are likely to see more people in the streets because they're saying that it is being allowed. And then you are likely to see a situation whereby they are probably not able to manage it. And maybe you are likely to see as a situation like other countries where people say we are not going until the president goes, you know? And that is, I don't think we are going to reach there, going by what I said earlier, that this thing was meant to be peace today, so that when they break up the other demonstrations, if they are to happen, they say that, of course, you remember the other one was peaceful because the people are peaceful. This one has been chaotic because the people are chaotic. That's why.
So, in short, if I'm getting you correct, Bonademba, you're saying this is like it's like they were giving an invitation, a false invitation. Please come for Maandamano if you are peaceful, only for them to turn their cards and flip it and be violent. Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, if the police disperse the crowds brutally next week, the obvious culprit will be the organizers, because they'll refer to today's. They'll say that they'll refer to this one. They'll say the other one was peaceful. So you see, if they were peaceful, it could be okay. So Mburu, I don't see us getting to a point where Ruto is not that naive. The kind of a leader is, and the kind of a person that he has expressed himself before to be, I don't think he can allow it to get to where people are all poured into the streets. So that was just a scenario I was creating. I don't see it getting there.
But Mboro's question was, now they have come, let's even say they have come to their numbers. What then after the Maandamano? What then? I think the question was after what really is the objective? What is the end game? What is the
And Jakes, I've told you, if you're not able to solve our problem as a president, you go. And in the example from other democracies is that when people have been allowed to pour into the streets so many and you're not able to control them, whatever it is that they want, you gotta give it. So if they say you go, you will go. That's the thing. You can't allow 1 million people into the streets of Nairobi and they tell you to go and you don't go. If you kill them all, that's genocide. So you see, you will not. You see that's what I'm trying to say.
I see equally you're having 1 million people behind you.
Yeah, my son has just come in. Okay, I am back to Mburu.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Demba. One, I want to tell Kenyans that this is a learning lesson, because what we see with the LSK is now what we call a civilized protest. And this is what we have been struggling to tell Kenyans, that what you have been doing is not a protest, it's thuggery. It is mayhem, it is chaos, it is distraction. What I saw the LSK...
Nyagaka, please mute your end. Yeah, but go ahead.
The only thing they were having are banners expressing their demands and their views. And that is what is supposed to be done. In the event that the police or whoever decide to disperse them, yet these people are peaceful, including I, the supporter of Kenya Kwanza, will be in a position to tell the government that is not the way to go. Jakes, we normally say that absolute power corrupts absolutely. The government or the executive is supposed to be checked. Checked by who? By the judiciary and the parliamentarians. You see? So the government might decide, because the courts have been sabotaging what we are doing, we are going to be so hard on them, and they can be in a position to halt many of the progress of the progress of the judiciary. So through these protests, they are supposed to at least slow down on going too hard on the judiciary. So it is for me, it is a good thing. It is a good thing. But at the same time, the judiciary also need to be checked, because it seems in Kenya, if you don't want the government to perform, and you know, in Kenya, we are so much divided. There are those who would like to see the government perform for the sake of the goodwill of the nation. But there are others, for the sake of their political standing, they don't want the government to perform. And they can, I don't want to say they have done it, but they can use the judiciary if they have the power of money. And they can derail the projects of the government. So I am saying this: the government should not disperse people if they are peaceful, even if they are 5 million. Because if you do peaceful demonstration, but you are not stopping me from going to work when I'm supposed to go to work, I am not afraid that you are going to break my shop if I have a shop, then you are good to go. Continue as many days as you want. And that is that's the kind of democracy I would like us to build. But when you see people with stones saying we go, burning tires on the roads and crossing roads, that is not demonstration. So this is a good lesson that Kenyans should learn from. That is what I can say.
All right. Interesting. Before I come to Julia, Nyagaka, I heard you are around. Yes, Nyagaka, I haven't heard from you, I think, in some minutes now. But what do you say about what we're discussing? Nyagaka, are you there? All right.
Yes, Jakes, habari. Natemba hii vitabu ya watoto umefikisha ngapi? Na kolera yangu Juli, wewe ni kolera. Sasa wewe ulize hiyo China kolera ni gani? Sasa vile Alex anashawaambia mimi ni mzee sana. This what's happening today in Kenya happened in 1977 in Pakistan. And Pakistan, he fired Sultan al-Bhutto. He fired all the lawyers and the judges and started hiring people from outside. And that's very, very dangerous because he was taken out by the military. And India versus Pakistan, India is more progressive now when they all both had their independence today. So we can learn a lot from what's going on in the world, what's happening in Kenya today. So that we hope Ruto is not that stupid to take on the judiciary, both the lawyers and the judges, because it has been done before, and we have a very bad experience about it. So that today's debate, Jakes, is very clear. Let us. Some of us will support the UDA government. We hope they don't go that direction, because then we'll miss everything that we have, even the constitution that we are building together, that will have to be trashed out. So that from now on, let us debate as to the best way the government should look forward to. But hii ya kuombanisha majaji na maloya sio mzuri. It's not a very good history. Thank you very much, Jakes. Asante kwa kunipatia wakati.
All right. Mr. Captain, you are saying something.
hata sina maneno, mimi nataka tu kulala. Sasa I'm trying to say that our people who voted for this government, they are not happy with this government. Azimio, who are the opposition, they are not happy also. Now the institutions or the other arms of government, kama kotini sasa, they are not happy. So when you compare these three, we know of Azimio, they have been the very first criticizers of William Ruto's government. And now when we come in, they think that we are joining them. We are on our own. We are not with you. You are not happy with Ruto's government. We are not happy with Ruto's government also. So we are fighting the government ourselves that before the team, you are fighting the government, you people as Azimio and also the court would declare Ruto to be the president on their own. So let the best win. If we will all win as Kenyans, that is what we want. If the president can step down and say, oh, imekuwa pilipili, waja wenye watatake over waendeleze, ni sawa. This is what Wakenya tutashukuru. But coming here, it's like that you want us to support you to fight the same government. It cannot, because sahi mambo ya kuvaa hata sufuria kwa kichwa sahi haiko. We are in another thing that now court is not happy. Now who is not happy? No. Let's fight this government. We get the best from it. But don't ask other farms to join you to fight the same government. It's like telling us to vaa sufuria sisi wote kwa kichwa. It cannot work kwa sababu sahi mahindi sahi ni pesa kidogo sana. Hivyo ndio naweza malizia. Na hasira tafadhali. Na watu wako na hasira hapa. Sijui yani
unazao pia una hasira, ni venye tu sitaki kuisema yako inakaa.
Nikiwa na hasira hapa nikiwa na hasira hapa mutani blog tu.
Asante sana bwana.
Mutani blog tu mimi yani. Unajua?
All right. I'll be coming back to you maybe if you still stick around. But Julia, there's something you said that we ought to have boycotts in various aspects. You asked for tax boycotts. You asked for ways that are different from the norms that we know. People going to the streets, and protesting as they do. What informs you asking us to have that different form of protest? Is it because of the previous ones that have been marred with a lot of violence? We have lost innocent Kenyans, even children, who had nothing to do with the protest. Some have been shot while I remember a story where a baby was shot while in the arms of the mother, So when you ask for such kind of boycott, what was informing your argument?
Okay, thank you, Jake. Thank you, everyone. Good to see you, Demba. Wachanga kutoroka hivyo, kupotea hivyo. Lakini tumekupata hapa. You've been found. Santi. Now, I just want to appreciate what Captain has said, and I want to refer to Jeff Mburu. As I answer you, Jake, I respond to your question. Now, supposing we can just now look at ourselves as Kenyans and not Azimio versus Kenya Kwanza. Tuko kama tuna debate, tunakumbuka ile debate ya kitambo huko shule, a boy is better than a girl. Do you ever have such a debate in school, in primary school? And I even wonder what was wrong with those teachers who could bring such a debate. Now, okay, Azimio people have done this. We don't like Raila, we don't like all that. But Captain has said we are all going through the same problems. Yeah? We all face, even Kenya Revolutionary agreed here that the cost of living is extremely high. And we can list a number of things right now. We can talk about from education to the prices of goods and services to the cost of health. People, Kenyans can access at a UNHIF. And that has happened, Jake, within 1 year. 1 year only. Kenyans cannot take their children to school. 1 year only. 1 year ago, the university's fee was 16,000. 1 year ago, just 1 year ago. 1 year ago, we didn't have issues of exam cheating and all that. Just one. From KCP to KCP, we just have a chaotic government. Now, the cost of goods is skyrocketing every day. Now, kutoka kwa mafuta, anything, hata kama captain inasema wako na mahindi, not everybody grows corn, captain. Not when you are kwa town, they have to buy corn flour. So they don't have the corn you're talking about. Now, I want to refer to Jeff Mburu. Seriously, Jeff Mburu, I just want to assume that you are not pretending. I'm not trying to insult you. And I just want to assume that it is because you are not on the ground. That is why you don't understand what you are saying. When you talk about, you praise the affordable housing here. First and foremost, that was Uhuru's project. And then now, Jeff, I want to ask you why Kenyans have to pay for these projects. Kenyans have been deducted money I think Jay can confirm with me here, money every month to pay for this project. Now, tumeona nyumba zikibomolewa in the name of building those affordable houses. It beats the logic. Mnabomoa manyumba, mnajenga zingine. Whose houses are these that are being constructed in the first place? Now, why are you asking us to pay for that? Uhuru never asked us for that money. He was doing that without us. In fact, the other days, Junani alisema kwamba, I think another show was saying that Ruto is making Uhuru look like an angel. That is true. When Uhuru was president, some of us didn't think he was effective. In fact, I saw him as a spoiled brat, I'm telling you. And he let me down many times, especially when it comes to fighting corruption. But now I'm beginning to think that Uhuru was a genius. And I'm wondering whether either Ruto is pretending or is dumb, or both of them, or is both dumb, pretending, and a criminal. Why I'm using strong words? Why am I using strong words? Kwa sababu gani anaitisha Wakenya pesa wajenge manyumba? Who never asked us for that money? Why has this skyrocketing tax here and there? Now, my question is, why I may think he's dumb, or he has members who advise him and are slow thinkers. You cannot build an economy by increasing the tax. I have said it again, Kenya is a subsistence economy. Hatuna hata mafuta ya kuuza, hatuna minerals. Unaona places kama DRC, they afford all this drama in their political scenarios, and they get away with it because the government can sell minerals here and still the government run. Now I'm taking, I want to tell Jeff Mburu, there's nothing good to say about this government. In fact, this government should go. And if you're asking them about what should happen, people come on the streets, those people should now walk to State House and kick out Ruto. Why tunapeperezana nini? They should walk to State House and kick out Ruto. In fact, the next protest should not be, we want the cost of prices down or what. We want Ruto to go home, period. All right. That should be the next protest. Now, how on my side, I don't want to criticize Babas asking for protests because first and foremost, people should not be killed because they are protesting. And supposing people protest the way the lawyers did today, nothing. They will protest and come back home. Jeff Mburu, last time people did not go to throw stones. The police went to Mathare to beat them up. Please, Jeff Mburu, go enda kwa YouTube yako, utatufute NTV, YouTube, and you search, you look up what happened in those protests. Why were people fighting police with stones? Because the police went to fight them. Otherwise, what about the police decide we're not fighting these people? We let them march. They will march, and I think they'll be tired of marching. But then there is being another scenario that they'll go on marching and they'll go on increasing, and then we have multitudes and millions of people in the city, which now the government no longer control, and Ruto has to go. So if anybody is asking why the protest and wondering why the protest is to kick out Ruto, Ata Sukushia Mamaraka, Kenya Revolutionary, Ruto should just go home. That is why I'm saying that, Sir Jake, one of the most effective things here, because Kenya is a subsistence economy, and this government really depends on the tax from people. Depends on property, depends on licensing, depends on either tax kopare kwa port. That is how it just depends on. So what Kenyans should do, they should just do tax boycott. Refuse to pay back the VAT. Waseme mtu atokee tu awambie wa Kenya. Our agenda is to kick out this government. They should not be around the bush. You should tell the Kenyans, we want to kick out this government. This government has failed. So do not pay tax to them. Do not submit VAT to them. Do not pay for the
Mm.
license. Don't pay any fee to the government unless you are paying for a hospital bill or my passport.
All right.
Ukifanya hivyo Jake, utasikia
So, I
one
have
mshahara.
a question for Julia, please.
Okay, let me finish.
Yeah.
Alex, you ask me. Let me finish. I'm just
Okay.
finishing. Then, if you can imagine, Dungu said hakuna pesa, and still people are being forced to pay tax. Hebu imagine, pengine mimi ni mwenye biashara, I am doing a business. You know how they pay VAT? Unaona, they have issue receipts. I think I'm wrong. I need to stand to be corrected. So some businessmen already are not issuing receipts. So there is no record of how much I sold. Unaona? So there is no record of how much I sold. Okay? Then some businessmen, what they have done, they have asked the employees sign a new contract so they don't have permanent employees, so that they have casuals, so you are pay NSSF, NHIF, now as you pay tax. If your employees earn less than 20,000, then you're not paying income tax. You see what they are doing, Jake? So that is the route we need to go. Okay? And then you tell watu wakikomba na hizi soko kubwa, msirenew license, wache Gachagua kuja huko kuitisha hiyo, not Gachagua. What is Sakaja? Sakaja come for the licensing money kwa soko. So if we do that, Dongo is already saying there's no money. So what will happen is that there will be less and less money for running recurrent expenditure. Okay?
Okay.
And we want to see the police lacking their pay and the army lacking their pay. So that Jeff Guru had to check in our, we want this government to go home. Asante.
All right. Alex, your question to Julia. And Mboro, you'll be coming to say, you are checking na nyinyi, what are the measures you will take? But yes, Alex, your question, if I come to them as well. And Kenya Rebel equally. Alex, your question? Alex, are you still there? All right, when I'll have Alex, Julia will be ready to answer that one. Now, Mboro,
we have
yes.
That we need to get this government out. But I don't see us doing it. What is the strategy to get this government out?
All right. Okay. Julia, the question is, what is the strategy of having this government out? What would be the strategy?
That is the strategy I gave. Tax boycott. Hawa watu hana pesa ingine. Kahawa haifanyi vizuri. Majanchani haifanyi vizuri. The only thing is to deny them the little economy, the little money wanapokea kutoka tax, so that we deny them money even for recurrent expenditure. Tayari tumemia tayari. Kids are not going to school. So we suffered enough. We can suffer the rest of the journey until we are done with them. So Alex, one of the way is tax boycott. I hope I have answered you.
All right. Okay. Mboro, what can the government do?
First of all, I want to inform jury how the government operates. One, it doesn't matter whose project was the housing project it was. It was a brilliant idea. And the fact that the government of William Ruto has decided to complete the project, it shows a level of maturity. And the pace at which the government of Uhuru Kenyatta was building houses, it would have taken years before Kenyans can realize the impact of having affordable housing. Somebody said, who is going to occupy these houses? I don't expect those who have good houses to leave them and go and occupy the government houses. At the end of the day, the people who occupy those houses are Kenyans, and that is what we want. So no Tanzanians, no Ugandans, no foreigners who come to occupy those houses. The fact that they are Kenyans that can afford to occupy those houses, we are good enough. Number two, I want to take you back because Kenyans forget very quick, very fast. When Mwai Kibaki took over the government of, I think it was called the Rainbow Government, Kenyans cried. Kenyans complained. Kikuyu sang songs of Unga. Muigai wa Joroge and the other guy who just passed on the other day, they sang songs. We called him names because we were feeling the inch of the levies, the taxes, and all that. People called we gave Kibaki hard time. The people who even refused to swear allegiance to the president when he was in parliament, today they are the same ones telling us we will never get another president like Moi Kibaki. Hypocrisy of the highest order. Kenyans, we are very good on outburst, especially when someone is in power. We are very good. We are very good in criticizing and calling names and all that. But we don't want to take time as to be critical thinkers and do some analysis of what is going on, why are we where we are, and what are the measures that the government is putting to put us out of it. I heard Yuri saying that Uhuru was a genius. What kind of a genius who sank the nation into 9 trillion in debt? That Kenya was almost sinking in debt. Right now, because I have been checking, the debts in Kenya are reducing. We were in a situation whereby even the World Bank had raised a red flag upon Kenya because of overborrowing. Not only that, those people who do analysis and audits, they told us that the projects were inflated. What does that mean? That the road that was, for instance, if a road is supposed to cost 1 million, we were paying 3 million under Uhuru government. This genius Jury is telling us about here. So I want Kenyans to know. Whatever,
Demba is already Demba is already to answer you.
Yeah, it's okay. Whatever money we lost, it doesn't matter who made us to lose that money. Where we are, and I say and people don't want to know, it is because of where we have come from. And the government is working day and night to try to bring us out. Check the debts where we were and where we are now. If Ruto doesn't care, he would have said, okay, he has set the pace, I'll continue like that. But what has he said? Let us try to pay our debts so that we can have a good standing even internationally. I want people to check the debt is
But
the
on
debt
the
is
same
going
breath,
down.
Mboro, on the same breath, and I'm sorry, I'm doing this. Please, could you have an info on how much we have tried to pay, rather what we
I
have?
want you to you have the data there. You have your computer. Put it
I
out.
really
Let
try to
Kenyans
do
see.
that.
So that is what you have the statistics there. Let Kenyans
really
see.
try to do that.
Yeah,
All
please do. Because if I come up with, they will say it's my figures. Not only that, amidst the chaos that we see, amidst the sabotage that we see, the economy of Kenya is still growing. Look at the GDP. And these statistics, they are not given by the government. They are done by the International Monetary Fund. They are done by the international institutions. So let us not just all the time criticize and say the bad things and say things that cannot work. Like when you are telling us to boycott taxes, what are you telling us? You think it's going to work? It will not work. If you tell us we are removing, if you tell us that we are removing the president from power, the other day they did Maandamano. We go to State House and they said we are removing William Ruto. Those things, they are not necessary because they are not doable for now. Let us say, as Kenyans, what can we do even to better our economy? And I have no problem with people calling out the president and the government when the government has underperformed and when the government has not done the right things. What I'm saying, let us be patriotic. Let us not incite people, telling people now, let us do things to sabotage the government, to bring our own government. It is not the government of Kenya Kwanza. And this is what people don't know. The problem is that if the person who becomes a leader is not the one I was supporting, I will do everything possible to show that person or that government is bad from day one to the end. That does not happen to other countries where people are patriotic, where people are loyal to their nation. I would like to hear people saying, I wish the government can do ABCD. I want Kenyans to know that media is very powerful. You can give your good ideas here. You can give your ideas that you think are brilliant. And some people in the government will pick them and implement them. That is what people who are loyal to their country can do. But what do? We do negative publicity. Who will tell that good story about Kenya? Who will tell about our nation and picture our nation as a good place for investment? If all we do is to say how bad the government is, how bad we are people, it's not fair. For me, I say it is not fair.
All right. Now, Demba was the first one to raise his hand, and then Julia. Now, let me have Demba first, and then Julia. And I equally so Bwana Alex. So, Moro, please note all these resubmissions. Then I'll have you after the 3 are through. I'm sure they really come for your jugular.
As Demba talks, can you just everybody just go to Google and search Kenya's debts? The first thing that comes there, the graph that comes there, and then you can display for the viewers because Mburu is lying to Kenyans here about
What did you ask me to look at?
Just search something like Kenya's debts or something, Kenya external debt. There are a lot of graphs that will come there, and you just randomly play for us so that Mburu sees, because Mburu is lying to Kenyans, so that we see that what has happened in 12 months. Then by the layer.
All right.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Jex. I appreciate Mburu for his submissions, but first of all, I wish to invite him to. First of all, I want to correct. He's saying that people fought Kibaki. I don't think it's true. If you look at you can Google this. If you look at Kenya Vision 2030, it was preceded by a document that was crafted in 2002, and it was called the Economic Recovery Strategy for Wealth and Employment Creation (ERC). Which was supposed to see the country come back to economic path from 2002. And by then, the GDP grew from a low of 0.6%, and it rose to 6.1% by 2006. So come 2007, the Vision 2030 came in. Now, Vision 2030 was the new development blueprint that was created in the coalition government that came in, I think, in 2007. And it was to run between 2008 to 2030. And it states its aim is to transform Kenya into a newly industrializing middle-income country, providing a high-quality life to all its citizens by 2030. Now, why do I bring you to Vision 2030? I want you to appreciate the thematic areas. Economic, social, and political areas. Now, what happened after this 2030? The successive government, because it says it's to run in phases. If you look at the projects that were implemented during Uhuru rule, they borrowed from Vision 2030 projects that had already been, whatever it is that was being implemented by Uhuru government was coming from the Vision 2030, which provided the blueprint that they came up with, the 3-something agenda that they came up with, infrastructure projects. And if you read Vision 2030, the first thing that it was to start with was infrastructure. And that is what Kibaki was concentrated on, And then, of course, Uhuru came and picked up from there. When the Big Four agenda was borrowed heavily from Vision 2030. So the Vision 2030 was basically supposed to define how government works from 2007 to 2030. So even right now, whatever it is that is going on, implementation of the projects that are going on is borrowed from the vision, the blueprint, the Vision 2030. If you have had time to read it, you'll appreciate what informs the projects that are being done, undertaken by the government right now, and the governments that are coming, where they're getting their different manifestos. Now, I want to agree with Mburu to the extent that, yes, the countries have had to borrow, you know. But right now, what Ruto has borrowed in 1 year, the evidence has it, is more than what Uhuru, Moi, and Kibaki borrowed combined. You see, so the idea of condemning a regime because of the borrowing, I don't think that is the thing. The thing is, how is it transforming the lives of the citizens? That's the question we want to ask. Have we seen realistic transformation? What Mburu is also telling us that we are talking about, oh, we are seeing Kenya is doing well in the GDP. I want to tell Mburu, if you can Google there's a country called Equatorial Guinea. Equatorial Guinea has the highest GDP in Africa. I think one of the highest GDPs in Africa. So when you're talking about GDP as a measure of how the country is improving, that is not the only measure of how the country is improving. A GDP can be there, but only few people are actually benefiting from that process. Equatorial Guinea, if you check, I can check that for you very quickly. Equatorial Guinea, the president is some gentleman there who decided to even get his son to be his deputy. You know, you know. So you look at the GDP of the countries with the highest GDP in Africa. Yeah, check that out. Country with highest GDP. Check that, and then you can tell me GDP in Africa. You'll probably see Equatorial Guinea coming amongst the top 10 probably. But if you check the level of poverty in that country, it leads in poverty. You know, what I'm trying, it's among the countries that are the poorest. So you have high GDP. Yes, you're talking about your economy going up, but you have a problem in terms of that translating into the pockets of the people. So Mburu, your argument about, yes, we are seeing GDP going up, all these statistics coming up, I think at times you need now to move out. How is it felt amongst the people of the country? Are they able to afford their basic needs? Are they able to move? Are they able to afford healthcare? Those are the things that now you start talking about in terms of the translation of that to them. I wish to point out, yes, you're doing a good job to defend your government, but I want to submit that there are so many areas.
Kindly mute. All right, go ahead.
I want to submit that unless they take a serious stand in terms of refocusing on sealing the pilferage, a lot of money is not accounted for, and this is evidenced by the submissions by the control of budgets. The level of corruption is so high. Accountability, fiscal, I mean, the corruption that is coming out within this government is higher than we've ever seen because of the evidence. You see, like the control of budget says that in her salary is budgeted, I don't know, 3 million, but she's only paid maybe 1 million. Where is the other going? You know? Then the haphazard pronouncements by the president, and we have seen evidence to that. We are taking 2,300 people to Saudi Arabia. The other time you're taking 200,000. The other time you're taking 1,000. So the policy, there's no policy guideline in terms of managing the state, which I would wish that instead of the president making frequent pronouncements, there would be a State of the Nation address, which tells us, I mean, you don't need the president to come telling us, I'm talking to this government, I'm talking to these people. In fact, next week I'm signing. No, we need a structured update. What has happened? What is going to happen? We need deliverable. You don't hire the president to keep telling you to come and defend that I'm going out to look for jobs for you. You need the president to come in and say, okay, this quarter, this is what has happened. And those are things they can be able to. Ruto has enough capacity. He has resources, you know, to be able to do that. You don't need to be coming us to tell us that I've talked to Saudi Arabia, I was in Gambia the other day. If you have to do that, then there's a problem with your government. That is what I can say.
All right. Now, I know I had an order of how I'd come to issues. I had to come to Alex, then I'll come to Mburu to respond. But I can see Mburu is writing, so I'm happy with that. I want to welcome a new face and a new person and a Ghana supporter. Jamaa anatetea Arsenali. Unfortunately, walifanya ile kitu before turuke mwaka. I hope this will be their year equally. I'm sure it will be our year. Themba used to support Arsenal before he turned.
Yeah, but I still support Arsenal, but I'm not going anywhere.
All right, so I equally do support Arsenal. So talking to a fan, a football fan like me. Now, Mr. Cyrus Osano, I'm glad to see you. Karibu sana. This is Africa 24. I'm glad that you chose to be part of this conversation. Now, I'm sure there's something that intrigued you.
Jex, just a mention. I told you that the Equatorial Guinea, actually, African country is the highest gross domestic product per capita in 2022. This statistics 2022 in US dollars. Seychelles is number 1, 20.27. Then Equatorial Guinea is number 2, 11.27.
I wish you
can now
help
check the poorest. Check the poorest. Kenya is not even appearing among the top 10.
Please help us. Can I have that document with me? I see if I'm able to project it.
Yeah.
Habari yako after a long time.
I'm good, but talk through the chairman.
Alex Namuelewa and everyone else. Zaidi yote, I was saying hi to this guy from just a moment.
What happened? Excuse me.
Osona. Ajai kuwa hapa tumkaribishe. You know, when we have visitors, we give them a moment, at least they feel welcome. Then sisi wazalendo wenye show, we can continue. And then eventually Cyrus atakuwa pia yeye mwenye show. So ndio next time mgeni akikuja, Cyrus will understand that we always give at least a minute ya ku celebrate a newcomer. So Cyrus, tusalamie. Washa mic, I'm sure hizi story utajua tu. Hapo kwa jina yako next kuna mic. Oh, good. Haya. Yeah. Habari leo.
Mi wanasumbuana na wanampira, but leo nimesikia hii, nimekuwa nikifuata channel yako for a long time because I like watching news from my home country. And you're one of the channels I watch to see what's going on. And then basically mi nataka niongee like a layman mwenye hajaenda shule kabisa. Number one, ni watu wangapi wanalipa tax? Ni wale wana kazi, ndio? Ni watu wangapi wana kazi Kenya? The percentage of the population in Kenya, ni watu wangapi wako na kazi ya government wenye wanakatwa tax?
Kiasi.
Yeah. So I'm saying this because I want you to understand that people who pay tax are below the percentage of the whole population of Kenya, right?
All right.
But how ni watapepa mpigo yote according to our president? I call him our president because I'm a Kenyan. So imagine if you have no job, si watu wote kwa Kenya wako kwa kazi ya government ama kazi yote ile wako employed wanaweza katwa tax, but you have to shoulder all the population in Kenya to pay tax and able to fund for that. And then That's number one. Nilisema naongea kama layman mwenye ajue Kenya inaendelea. But do you all believe our president anadanganya sometimes? All the time?
Tell us, anadanganya at what time, at what interval? Sometime, all the time? Tell us from where you sit. What is the interval? We don't.
Mimi hata sielewi kwa sababu leo anasema, for example, about the for example, the latest thing I was watching is about the judiciary. Hao watu ndio walimtetea wakati walipelekwa kotini about kura zimeibiwa. Lakini leo amegeuka wakimwambia you can't do this, amegeuka amewaita corrupt. So which one do we have to believe? Walikuwa corrupt watu wamewala wakwe kwa office ama corrupt wanamwambia afanye the right thing right now.
All right. Sawa. Karibu sana Osoro, naona unaweza changamua hizi story vinoma hata zaidi. We'll be coming to you just now. And I want to request them kindly help me 15 minutes kidogo. I step out for a healthy break. But Mboro is the one now responding both to you, Julia, and I don't know if Alex had asked a question, but I'm sure Mboro, you are well prepared. Nimeona hadi umenitumia some
I need to respond to Mboro. I didn't respond to him.
Oh, all right.
And I was asking whether I could share something. I don't know whether I can share my screen.
You can. You can.
Let me see whether I can share my screen. I want to show him something.
All right.
Okay, I hope it pops up.
Bwana Themba, help me kidogo. I'm coming. Is it okay, Bwana Themba? All right, fantastic. Now I wish I.
Okay, let me know whether you can see it.
Dex, how long? How long are you gone?
Around 15 minutes. Let me share this from Julia.
That's fine.
Can you see what Julia has shared? Julia, let me do this. You guys can talk. You'll be behind this so that it becomes bigger. Share it again so that I can enlarge it, but you'll be behind it. No one will see you. We'll just see the projection, all right?
Okay, let me share it again. And I don't know whether I can speak while I'm sharing.
You can.
You can. What we will do, we will be behind your share. So we won't be visible, but everyone can see what you're projecting.
Okay. And can you hear me when I'm speaking?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yes. Okay. So I want to speak about this graph. If you see that our debts were a bit high in December 22, and that was 37 I think billion or something. Then we went down. See, now we're going up. April, March, May 23. See where we are at July 2023. And that is within a period of less than 1 year. So that is what Themba was trying to say, that this government has borrowed too many times more than previous governments. And they cannot even account what they have done with their borrowing. So Mburu, hata kama ukitetea serikali, in fact, let me say this. I want to speak like a woman, and people will forgive me here, and women will forgive me. A lot of times women don't even care how handsome you are. All we care is how much you provide for us and our children, and how much you make us feel safe. Hiyo ingine ya marembo, wewe ni mrefu ama wewe ni mkubwa ama nini, it doesn't matter. That is what Kenyans are going through, Mr. Mburu. It doesn't matter what acrobatic movements Ruto is making and saying that he's paying Uhuru's debts or he's paying Kibaki's debts. What matters is, as a Kenyan, now my brother here, my young kid brother here, or almost my son, my son's age, Cyrus, is saying that can Cyrus take his children to school? Okay, now you are talking about the GDP for Kenya. GDP is not important, like Themba has explained. It's the GDP per capita that is important. I was looking up and I'm saying that the average GDP is less than $2 for Kenyans. The average Kenyan GDP is less than $2. So GDP per capita is what is important. It is not how much, like for example, the Indian economy. India has a large economy, but Indians could be struggling more than Kenyans. So while India may look like a large economy and they have all the technology, they are not able to meet the basic needs of the common man. What am I saying here, Mburu? In 2022, by 2022, I don't know. Oh, Alex, can you please mute? And to Ademba, you cannot mute Alex now. I don't know how you're gonna do that.
Now we are stuck. We are stuck with the problems.
What's going on?
Admin without admin rights. Anyway, continue, Julia.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that 2022, Mburu nimekaa Kenya miaka mingi, probably more than more of us, those who are in the diaspora here, and maybe Cyrus sijui kama ako diaspora.
Yeah,
And I was able to compare, I can compare what happened then, what happened, we're in trouble, what happened in the days of Kibaki, and what happened in the days of Uhuru, and what is happening now. Now, it is not good for you to say that people complain about Kibaki. People did not complain about Kibaki. But when Kibaki became president, I was a high school teacher. I had just started working in Denver, and our pay could come at around 16th, 10th of March of the month, according to Moy. But when Kibaki came in, we received our pay at the end of the month. It was like a change. I mean, we just flipped.
Julia, can I say something about that?
Yes.
You see, when they talk about taxes, you're fine. We are in the, I am in the diaspora, but when they have paying taxes is okay, and it's a way of being responsible for your country. But do they have a system that everyone is going to pay taxes in Kenya? That's what I was asking, like, tutalipa taxes wengine wenye tuko na kazi, wenye hawana kazi, nani awalipia taxes? That's what, hiyo ilikuwa swali yangu tu peke yake.
Okay, good to note that. Now, so going to what Mburu is saying about the government trying to do that stuff. Now, Mburu, why is Ruto building the houses by deducting Kenyans' pay? Uhuru did not do that. How come he cannot afford to do it the way Uhuru did? Bona anaitisha anaambia Wakenya wachangie. How much is he accountable over these houses? Mburu, did you take time to read the report of the controller of budget? You know, now we have to be objective here. Tuseme tunatetea Kenya kwanza.
Sio siasa, tunataka maisha ya Wakenya wote ikuwe mzuri.
Yes, Cyrus. It's not like Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. Let us ask ourselves. Now, who will be given these houses? How many Kenyans? We have 51 million Kenyans. Now, the next thing, Buru, mimi nimekwambia nimeishi Kenya wakati wa Kibaki, wakati wa Uhuru. Wakati wa Kibaki aka introduce free primary school education, and then Uhuru akachukulia hapa, we had education. I was a high school teacher, and I can tell you that, Mburu, that during Uhuru's time, about capitation, I'm talking about capitation. Uhuru could provide capitation of high school education. The government would pay teachers. The students, the parents don't pay for boarding fee. The government
Julia.
The government could buy textbooks for students or ratio of 1:1. The government could buy even notebooks. Saizi Ruto ameshindwa. Nimeona juzi principal saying hiyo principal organization akisema kwamba ati wengine wanakopa maloni to run the schools. Now let me go to higher education. Higher education, Buru. I have had relatives in Kenya going to the university. Just 1 year ago, they were paying 16,000. Saizi, kuna mwanafunzi analipa 1,500. Mburu, why is this happening? Unataka kuambia kwani serikali, how is that, are they improving our life? Now, I want to tell you this, Mburu, whether you say that tax boycott is not possible, this government will simply go down because Kenyans will no longer take what they are doing. It doesn't matter whether people like Baba or they don't like Baba. It is no longer a Raila issue, a Raila Odinga issue. It is a Kenyan person issue. I hope I wanted to respond to Buru, and I want him to go down back and search the numbers. Don't tell us about the tax. Don't tell us about that we borrowed these and now we are paying. Give us the numbers. And if you talk about the quality of life, give us the numbers. Tell us, how has the quality of life for Kenyans changed? Is it for the better or for the worse? That is what we need to ask ourselves here. Asante.
All right. Oh, sorry, I think I left out, and then nilipotoka, everything went with me from the station. Everything, pole sana, pole sana. I even left Julia Kipriset. I don't know if iliendelea. I'm so sorry. Julia, were you able to project? Sorry. I think I stepped nilikanyanga
Yes,
word.
I projected. It's just that Alex was snoring and we couldn't mute him.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right. I'm sure you had a nice laughter. Eh?
You need, can I say something before I go? Because wanataka kulala, wanaanza kusumbua.
All right. Okay.
Namba moja, mimi nataka tufanye vitu ikuwe simple as our country is. Nyumbani kwetu ni very simple things you have to work. For example, tukisema affordable housing. Ni watu wangapi huko kijijini watakuja kuishi kwa hizo manyumba ziko affordable? That's for Kenyans, right? Ama Kenyans ni wale wako wanaishi kwa town. Number two.
Question.
Number two. When we are fighting for this, we are not fighting. Mimi sipiganie kwa sababu ninapenda Raila, napenda Kibaki, napenda Uhuru, napenda Ruto. It's not about that. It's about what quality of life the Kenyans can live. Ordinary Kenyan. Wakati nilikuwa Kenya, nilikuwa clinician. I saw Kenyans I saw patients walk out of the hospital free. Kwa sababu alikuwa na NHIF, alikuwa amelipia, anatoka hospitali free. Kwa sababu alikuwa na NHIF yenye alilipia inafanya kazi. Sasa hivi unaambiwa utalipa half or whatever they're making it to be, but nobody goes for treatment bila kulipa anything right now. So the only thing we have to do as Kenyans, tuache kusumbuana hizi siasa zingine zinasema ati mimi naenda upande wanafanya hivi wamefanya hivi. Let us look at this objectively. How does it improve the livelihoods of Kenyans as a government?
All right.
As an example, I say like Mburu umesikia nikisema hivi. Hizo affordable houses tumejenga huko Nairobi, tumejenga Nakuru, tumejenga Kisii, tumejenga wherever we have built them. Lakini mama yangu anaishi huko kwa kijiji na watu wengine wote wanaishi huko kwa village. How did they benefit from that affordable housing?
All right.
They are Kenyans also. Remember that. And paying taxes, kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea. That's true. But how many of these people when wanatumia kulipa hii ushuru ni wale watu wako na kazi watakatwa huko kwa paycheck. I can be so rich kwa village, niko na farms zangu, sina anything kwa government records. Nafanya kazi zangu, napata pesa zangu kuliko ule kwa paycheck anapata pesa kidogo anakatwa. But I have my own private things I'm doing at the village level. I'm making a lot, but it's cutting anything. But ule huko juu atalipa na atakatwa. Mwenye analipwa through a paycheck. So how does this work through this government? Kulipa ushuru, the best, most developed countries benefit and work through people paying taxes. But kuna system kama hiyo kwa Kenya ina make sure kama niko kwa kijiji ama billionaire huko chini, sina anything records kwa government, sina mshahara inakatwa tax. Is there a system that can make sure that I pay taxes also?
Interesting question. All right.
He has a very good strategy, but the implementation is the issue here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know if all those are being directed to Mboro. I really don't know.
Mboro nimempata leo, but anajaribu. It's okay because everybody has to have their opinion. It's a free world. Akituambia vile mimi niko na huko kwa kijiji niko natengeneza mapesa mingi kuliko mwenye ako kwa paycheck. Vile nitalipa tax kama huyo mwenye ako kwa paycheck atuambie tutalipa.
All right. So Bwana Alex, I now understand umeamka. Nasikia umeamka.
You know, mnaniacha saa ingine nakaa bila kuongea na sitaki kuforce.
No, nasikia ulikuwa umelala bro. But anyway. No. Go ahead.
So this guy has said something that he needs to correct himself. That he has a very good plan, but he doesn't know how to implement it. What good plan does Ruto have for Kenya? I want to ask him directly.
Yeah, kulipa ushuru ni kutegemea. Everybody, okay, where I live, I moved from Kenya a few years ago. Everybody, hata ukuwe na shamba ya babako, you have to pay taxes for that. But we have Uruto akona system ya kupay, ya make sure kila mtu amelipa tax. Akona plan ya kutoa kila mtu alipe ushuru, but how does he implement that?
All right.
Yeah, but how is that a good plan?
Because he wants to ensure that everybody pays taxes.
You cannot pay taxes to make people rich in a country. There is a way you make money as a country. You look ways to make money within the society. And one of the way to look is to make sure that you have good companies like Safaricom, you have good companies like ambazo tulikuwa tumemaliza kama Bata. Bata used to be a very good company. You look for companies that can be able to sustain the economy. The paycheck money, you cannot use it to prosperity. You need to know that. It is the corporate tax that helps the country. So when you say that Ruto has a good plan but he cannot implement it, I think you are lying to Kenyans. He needs to find a way so that we can have direct foreign investment. And this direct foreign investment, we don't even need direct foreign investment where we have reached. Kenya as a country. I remember there was a time Kamlesh Patni said, Kenya is the Switzerland of Africa. Remember there was a company called Roro East Africa. Roro, and it's being revived by the way. So Roro East Africa, what it used to do is to make sure that it captures the minerals of other countries because we did not have minerals. So minerals pass through Kenya. And when they pass through Kenya, we find a way of getting money. So you cannot say Ruto has a plan. Ruto has no plan at all in that country. Ruto came to power by mistake and he was surprised and he does not. If you look at the people that surround him, the other day I was looking at the people that they were saying the people that are in a circle. Sudi was one of them. What can Sudi do to our country?
Alex.
But to be fair, I think Sudi is equally a Kenyan. To be fair to him.
He's a Kenyan, but he's a Moron. He's a Kenyan, but
Alex,
he's a moron. When
let me
it
say
comes
one more.
to economics, look, these are people who are rich, but they don't have companies, production companies or industries, so that they can do what? They have money, but they do not know how to invest it. The only thing they can do is to tell us that they want kupanda nini avocado. Avocado cannot make Kenya rich. You need to know that. We must revive companies like Transoia, like like Muhoroni, like Sony Sugar Company. And then we put technocrats there. Okay? So when you tell me that Ruto has a good plan, I wonder if you really know what you're talking about. I'm an economist. Let me tell you one thing before I finish. The first thing that you do in a country, you make sure that food, shelter, and clothing are extremely cheap so that people are able to build homes.
All right.
Once people build their own homes, they are not paying what is called tax. We used to have something that Moi brought that was very good. It used to be called home occupation. When you build your own house, they used to pay you for that. Okay? And that makes people have money in their pocket. And, and for the record, let me repeat, when Ruto had a meeting with the journalists, when he finished, he said the only problem Kenya is having right now is Kenyans do not have money in their pockets. There is something called a consumer index or buying index. The buying index, this is how it works, my friend. If you have money, you can afford internet. If you have money, you can afford other things. So in so doing, the circulation of money is there and it's easier. Okay, because right now people cannot afford internet. I've seen other channels people wanachangiwa internet because they cannot afford. Yeah. So you cannot tell me that Ruto has a good plan. The guy, he's bankrupt.
All right.
He's an ideological dwarf.
All right, I'll be coming to you, Alex, and equally Bwana Themba, especially on that economic part, because there are things I want us to really understand, because it's one thing to talk about Kenya doing well. Actually, from what we saw being projected by, who do I call these guys? There are documents that were shown the other day of Kenya doing so well, but I would want to know what are the parameters of a good economy. What do you really need to see in order to say that an economy is doing well? There is growth in the GDP. There is an improvement in our country. I would come to you guys, including Julia. You equally raised that point of our economy. But before I do that, Rono, you had something you wanted to say? You are asking for a minute to say something. Osano, I'm calling you Rono. Why?
Yeah, yes, I don't know why you call that. One thing I wanted to talk, I think Alex is misunderstanding. I'm not supporting Ruto, but I'm supporting the idea that if you have to have an developing economy, if you want to have a sustainable economy and a livelihood, each and every individual has to pay taxes.
All right.
It goes without saying.
Okay.
And that's what our president is trying to do. But is there a way he can be able to do it and make sure each and every Kenyan pays taxes? No.
All right.
Because the only people who are paying taxes currently are the only people who are on a paycheck or on a payroll somewhere, right?
All right.
Ama kuna mtu analipa tax hata kama uko nyumbani anaenda kuchuna chai.
Okay, you're having a very interesting question. I wish we can really understand it, because how I'm getting your saying is the number of those who pay taxes ni wachache. Kuna another group of people.
And in an economy, in an economy where a few pay taxes and some don't, taxes are irrelevant.
All right, I think I get your point.
Mzigo itapebwa na wale wachache wenye wako na kazi wanakatwa, na mzigo itapebwa na wale wengine hatukati. We benefit from that.
Okay.
Number
yes,
two, Alex anielewe, mimi sina siasa ya kupenda Ruto ama kupenda yeyote. I just want maisha ya Wakenya wote, sisi wote ikuwe sawa. I don't care who is the government, who is in the government or who is not.
Okay.
And then number two, niliuliza swali, nobody answered me. These affordable houses ni za nani?
That question Mboro will definitely answer you. I'm sure Mboro has an answer for you.
Yes, right.
Yes, Alex. Yeah, he will answer. Just sit and wait for him. Yes, Alex.
Lakini, before I go, lakini Ruto kupanga kila mtu alipe taxes, he is right. But kufanya kila mtu alipe taxes, I don't know how he will do that.
Can you allow me to educate you on something?
Yes.
Please do.
Themba, Mr. Themba, does Texas pay taxes? Payroll taxes?
Themba.
I want you to be honest. Does Texas?
Please
Yeah,
don't
we
spoil,
pay taxes.
Because I've lived
don't
there.
spoil them on live TV.
Does Texas pay? Does Texas pay payroll taxes?
Yeah, we pay taxes.
Do they really pay?
We pay taxes.
From payroll tax? From check? You guys don't pay that.
Yes, they do. It's federal.
The state, you don't pay the state one, please.
Ben is here. We pay taxes, but
The
anyway,
rates are lower. The rates in Texas are lower, but they do pay.
We pay
Just go
taxes,
ahead.
but need to pay Texas.
Just
I
go
mean,
ahead. Make your point.
state taxes, no.
So
Oh, you
the
don't
whole
pay check
issue of
taxes.
saying that
Oh.
people must pay taxes is a fallacy. There is a way that the government can control and make sure that money is gotten in different ways.
All right.
For example, in Texas, they do tax you a little bit when it comes to what? Utilities. You can pay a house or you can pay inaitwa nini, your apartment 800, but ikifika your utilities kama water,
Maji, gas.
yeah, they take it up.
Yeah, everything you buy, you pay taxes.
Yeah. Okay. Does Minnesota pay taxes when you buy clothes? No. But there's a way the governor.
But you pay
found out
state
a way.
taxes.
No, we don't pay taxes on clothes and food in Minnesota. We don't.
State taxes, Alex. State taxes. In Texas, we don't pay state taxes, but we pay taxes from anything else. But we don't pay state taxes.
That's what I
But
was saying.
there, I think you pay state taxes.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, that the issue of taxes is nonsensical. You cannot tax people from a paycheck, and especially you take a housing levy and think that that is going to make that country rich. That is where Ruto is wrong. Other countries have proved that you cannot do that, and still Texas is one of the richest states that we have here in Minnesota. Actually, Texas economy, I think, if I'm not wrong, Texas economy is bigger than the economy of Russia. If I'm not, either Texas or California.
Alex, you're wrong, but go ahead.
Kenya Rebel, I'll be coming to you to.
Let me talk. Let me say. Let me talk.
Right now, California economy is bigger than Russia. Check right now. I'm not lying.
Let's bet. I'll send you $10, Alex, right now.
Alex, sorry.
Just for a moment before you talk about money, Kenya Rebel, I'm very sensitive about you. Ukiongelea pesa, you still owe me 500, but anyway, that on a lighter
Yeah. Sorry, Jakes, I don't have much time, eh?
Yeah. So now, Moro, I don't know if you have the responses that you were asked from.
Yeah. I'll just talk generally, because many of the panelists here, they have said they understand the economics part of a nation. And sorry, Alex, I see you are in the hospital, and we have people like Demba here who can really pray. Me and Demba, we shall pray for you, and you'll be well. Yeah, Bishop Demba.
You guys, mnarusha Demba leo kwa fix, but ni sawa.
No, he's a good man. He doesn't catch. Demba is a good guy. He has what we call emotional intelligence. But we wish you well, Alex, and we wish you a quick recovery. Though I am not aware of what happened. I see what went wrong.
No, let's not discuss his wealth on live Shomboro. But let's
No,
go on.
You know,
don't
he's here
discuss
and
somebody.
everybody can see.
No, Mburu, don't
No,
discuss somebody's health in public.
No, maybe
Alex,
he's willing to tell us because
no,
he's in the
Mburu, don't
hospital and
discuss.
everybody. No,
Alex,
Buru, make your
Alex,
points. Buru, make your
no,
points.
no, can you
okay,
keep quiet? Let me finish
before
what I'm
Mburu
saying.
talks. Alex,
Alex knows how to
a minute,
talk.
Mburu. 1 minute, Mburu.
No,
Just 1 minute.
Judy, let me
I'm
finish
not
what I'm
saying
saying.
much. Alex said about
Alex knows how to talk for himself. He can decide to say or not to say it. He might even, yeah.
Okay, I'm just want you to, as you go on with your discussion, you can dwell on this. Alex said that Texas economy is bigger than Russia's. Texas is at $1.7 trillion and Russia is at $1.28 trillion. So it's good as we talk with numbers. I've seen that.
Okay,
So Russia is.
I have sent a link there.
Texas is bigger than Russia.
All right. Okay.
So anyway, Jix, because I don't have much time, and I'm going to work in the next few minutes. Let me just talk generally about the economy. There is something you asked. What are the indicators of an economy doing well or bad? The best indicator is what we call the GDP. And Alex has said he's an economist. I also got a chance of doing some economy. What happens in a country like Kenya, where we have a good number of people who are illiterate and semi-illiterate, and others who are able to understand the economy? What happens, we as Kenyans, we only realize, oh, nowadays I'm able to make more money, or nowadays I don't have money. That is the only thing that Kenyans realize, oh, the economy is not doing good, or the economy is doing well. But that is not how we measure if the economy is doing well or bad. Like now, we came from a very hard time that caused the inflation across the globe. I just want to correct Alex just a little bit that the economy does not grow by the government having parastatals or government doing business. So when you say the government should revive those parastatals that are dying, you are telling the government to pump in money, and that money goes to waste like it has been doing, pumping money into Mumias. That money goes to waste. We have pumped money to the Kenya Airways. That money, at the end of the day, we don't see the value for the money. The good practice for the economy to grow is for the government to support the people, the citizens, to do private businesses and pay taxes. The government is not supposed to do business by itself. That's not a good practice. However, as I said, the best indicator of a growing economy is the GDP. The reason why we say Mwai Kibaki was a good economist is because when he was a minister of finance, the GDP of Kenya was growing at a rate of 8% and above. And that is why we keep on praising the former president as a genius when it comes to economy. So when you see the economy going up, it means we have some investors who have come to the country and they are doing serious business. It means we are exporting more than we used to export. It means that in the infrastructure, the country is growing. We had a president in Uganda who was called Idi Amin Dada, and he was advised by the economists that the economy of Uganda is not doing well. And there was inflation. Then he asked, what does that mean? He was told there is no liquidity in the hands of common mwananchi. That is to mean there is no money. People don't have money in the pocket. Then he said, why don't you print money and give it to them? And because he was a dictator, money was printed and given to the people or to the economy. And the economy sank more. And then the experts went to him and told him, sir, the economy is doing very bad because the inflation has increased. And he was told, he asked, what does that mean? He was told there is a lot of money in the hands of common mwananchi. Then he said, why can't we correct that money and we ban the money? And that is what happened. And that sank the economy of Uganda to the extreme end. So what am I trying to say? Kenyans should know that reviving an economy does not take a miracle. It takes strategies. Strategies that attract the foreign investors, the outside investors to invest in the country. Strategies that help a country to export more than importing more. Having said that, I want to say this. It's good that me and Demba, we agree that according to the indicators, the GDP is growing. It starts with the stabilization of the economy. Then, after that, what is happening to the entire economy can be felt the common mwananchi. And I want to believe everybody. I want to believe that everybody who has done economy understands that. You first stabilize the economy. The nation have a good studying in the global studying. Then the people who are doing businesses are able to make profit. They are able to hire more people. The export becomes more, and that is how, in the long run, it is being felt, or the common mwananchi is able now to feel, things are changing. So, and I want to say this: people have said that so many Kenyans are not employed. The government of William Ruto has just been there for 1 year and some few months. And I want to ask this as a genuine, honest question. Were those people employed during the Uhuru time that they are not employed now because Ruto has become the president? The truth is they were unemployed even during the time of Uhuru. What the president is doing is, he has said, we have so many people who are not employed. Those who can be employed in our projects that we are doing, let them be employed. Those that can be hired outside the country, let them be hired outside the country. There is no difference between us. Let me finish. Somebody is interjecting me. Let me finish my submission. There is no difference between those people that the government is facilitating to go outside with us who are also outside the country. What happens when we work outside the country? Most of the money is spent in our country, and that helps to develop the country. I want Kenyans to know that the world is becoming like one nation, where you see people from China are working in Kenya, and Kenyans are working elsewhere. In Kenya today, we have so many Nigerians. When Nigerians are in Kenya, they like working in Kenya. There are so many. So nobody should feel like it's a bad thing when people get jobs outside if we don't have enough jobs. So I want to say this as I conclude, that when you hear the GDP is growing, it means we have the people are spending more than those who are less in GDP. It means Kenyans are doing more consumption of goods and services than others in other countries. And that is the leeway of trying the common mwananchi. Though people in Kenya are complaining so much, the fact that the GDP is showing the indication of going up, it means they are spending more in consumption, they are spending more in services than other countries that are not at the same level of the GDP. Maybe that is what I can say for now. Thank you.
Muru, how many people have left the country so far to those other countries?
If I tell you I know the figure, I'll be lying, and I don't want to be a liar.
No, but you made that statement. So do you withdraw that statement?
Which statement? Which statement?
That the government is taking people to work outside.
I have not said it. You people said it, and what I have just done is just
you praised it. You said from your own
can you say what I said? Demba, can you say what I said exactly?
I mean, this is what you said. I can quote you. You said that if Ruto is taking people to work outside, you and I, we are outside, so it is going to help the country.
So you, as the government supporter in this platform, can you give us figures that are saying that between the time Ruto came in and right now, as we are talking, he has taken to, say, Saudi Arabia this number of people as a workforce to work in Saudi Arabia?
You see, Member, before you proceed, you have quoted me very well. And I believe, maybe unless you are forgetting some phrases, I have used the word if, because somebody there, I don't know, the footballer talked of government helping people to go outside. And I said, if the government, so the word is if, because I may not be able to substantiate that statement. But I have heard people saying that the government is facilitating people to go outside. And I said, if that is the case,
so you are
Mburu,
I'm asking you a question. Another follow-up.
Nothing wrong with that.
Another follow-up to that question, because you are running away from that. So
I am not.
Mburu, you are running away from directly responding to that because you don't have figures. So let's agree that you don't have figures,
and I don't want
you don't have figures on that one. That's okay. So in a court of law, they usually say that you just need to ask you that, then people can tell what you're saying. So secondly, you have said something, Mburu, that according to you, there were people who were unemployed during Uhuru's time. Therefore, that explains, in your view, if I quote you wrong, you forgive me again.
Proceed.
That therefore justifies why they shouldn't be talking about unemployment in 2024, since Ruto came in 2022.
That's your statement. It's not my statement.
Bro, when will you own up to your statements?
No, you see, people have different way of understanding statements.
No, Mburu. Okay, let me rephrase.
If you didn't understand my point,
let me say what I understood. Fine, let me say what I understood.
I'll give you the clarification of what I said.
Okay, let me say what I understood and then you can clarify. Is that all right?
Yes.
So from your statement, you are like, we are talking about people being unemployed, and you asked in your statement that when did these people not be employed? During Uhuru's time, they were not employed. So therefore, in my understanding was that the unemployment right now is a carryover from Uhuru's time. If I understood it wrong, you tell me. Therefore, right now, we are not supposed to be saying that there is unemployment because of Ruto, because those people were still unemployed during Uhuru's time. Is that what you're suggesting?
Now, let me explain what I meant. This is what I meant. People are so much furious to the extent of saying we should even do away with this government. And we normally say, if we have a lawyer here, you should not only be fair, but you have to be seen to be fair. That's not my statement, it's a statement of law. And this is my question. You are so furious that you are not employed and Ruto is the president. And the question I'm asking, when did you become unemployed? Is it now with this government? Let me finish.
Answer that.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Let me finish. Is it now when
just
we
love
have
the
this
question.
government? No, keep quiet, Jakes. Let me finish my statement.
All right.
Is it now that we have a government which has taken 1 year and some few months, or have you been unemployed for all those other years that Uhuru was not a president, and now you want to put it holistically that I'm employed because the Kenya Kwanza government has done nothing? So what I'm saying, the fact that the government is putting measures to make you employed, you should appreciate, because we had another government and that government never offered any solution to your unemployment. So what I'm saying is, let us not say holistically that people are unemployed because of the government of William Ruto. They have been unemployment before, and now what the government is doing is to offer solutions. That is what the good government does. One of the solutions, This affordable housing.
The employment thing. The employment
Yes.
thing. A report published by the Kenya Federation of Employers on November 2023, November 25, says the Federation of Kenya Employees has revealed that the country witnessed a loss of staggering 70,000 jobs in the former private sector between October 2022 and November 2023. We are not referring about with the number of people that are unemployed. We are referring to the loss of jobs during the Kenya Kwanza regime. Can you address that? Read that. It is in your Google. You can look it up. I'm giving numbers here. So continue.
From what where are you getting that information
just
from?
look up Kenya Federation of Employers. You get that data.
Now, as Jex,
you see.
Oh, wait, Jeff,
Yes.
wait, because you want to go, you need to address all of them together.
Yes.
Now, the other thing is, you've said that your question, which made me a little, I laughed, and I think also Jex saw the comment. Laughed. Is this in your submission? You're like, okay, fine. You are not employed during Uhuru's time, so you shouldn't be telling us here right now that you're also not employed. You see, that in my view is an escapist statement. If you have, if you go back to your
it's a statement of facts.
Hold on, Boro, hold on. If we go back to the statements of the Kenya Kwanza government when they were getting into power, the first thing they said was, from day one, we are ready to govern. We are not holding them on what other people have said, is what they have said themselves. At no point did they say that because you are unemployed, you'll continue being unemployed. Now, it is up to the government of the day. It's not up to any other government. Right now, the government that is there and the government of the day is William Ruto government. You cannot afford to give excuses. I mean, of course, now you're not a spokesperson for them, but if they reason that way, you cannot continue giving excuses that because you were unemployed during Uhuru's regime, then you ought not to ask me about employment. You need to keep on waiting. In fact, I'm even laying the ground for you to get jobs. Now, I'm asking you the next question. Fine. We were employed during Uhuru's time. You are laying the ground. One of the things you have said categorically in more than one forums is that I'm taking you to Saudi Arabia. I'm taking you to Germany. The latest was in December last year, where he said, we have already signed a bilateral trade agreement with Germany and Saudi Arabia to take 2,500, another time 3,500 nurses. Now I'm asking you, do you have figures of the nurses who have gone? Nothing, zero. Do you have figures of anybody who has gone to Germany? Nothing, zero. So you can excuse, you can talk about a plan, but when your principal, Ruto himself, says that I'm taking these people, you cannot follow that through. So I wish maybe you address that as you're addressing Julia's comment.
Yes.
So that you kind of wrap them up together. You tell us.
I also have one question. He's talking about the growth of the economy. Which data, and if it is the World Bank, what other people have collaborated that data of the growth of Kenya? Because we are in Kenya, we know that is a cooked story by World Bank, so that it entices the government to look good, but we know the dollar and the inflation has been going haywire. So we don't depend on the World Bank. We
So you want us to believe in what? If you discredit the World Bank, which institution do you want to believe in?
Bureau of Statistics. We have Bureau of Statistics in Kenya. We have Central Bank. We have independent economists. World Bank are liars. They are Wazungus who have been in bed with this regime so that they make them look good. But the fact is, the state of economy is the state of the people.
So can I ask you a question? Are you aware of how the World Bank corrects its data?
I am so disgusted by that organization.
So I usually don't want.
Guru, can you
Moderator.
answer Julia's question about the people who have lost jobs during
Yes,
this regime, please?
She said
Yes.
78,000 people have lost
70,000.
formal jobs.
Now
They
you
lost.
I want
now
Julie to know
you guys are
that
making
Kenya is a
Okay,
nation
okay,
of
okay.
population.
you are not allowing
Wait,
other people
Mburu.
to speak.
Hold on,
Yes.
hold on. Can we mute so that Mburu talks, and then maybe we also give him questions. So let's just
Yes.
mute so that he responds to those ones already.
We are not able to talk. We also need to talk. That's why we are here.
Okay, Alex.
Alex, you can go ahead if there is something
Alex.
burning.
On the record.
Okay, Alex. He has allowed you to. He has allowed you to talk. So we give you time. Can we mute the rest of us so that we proceed on? We give Mburu time to respond. Alex, are you?
Yeah, there is something I wanted to say. When it comes to employment, you don't look employment from one-sided. And I'm going to say something that is going to rattle Julia, because I know Julia loves Uhuru Sana. During Uhuru's tenure, yes, there were jobs, but were they equally distributed? Did really it help the economy? Because I remember there was a time, even after handshake, we used to see appointments of only Mount Kenya, Mount Kenya, Mount Kenya. So when we talk also about employment, it has to be distributed so that it can help the whole economy. Otherwise, when we leave it on one side, when it's one-sided, it doesn't help the economy again. It only makes some people rich. For instance, Mount Kenya Foundation has claimed that their money can be the economy of Kigali, Burundi, Uganda, and what country? And that is why I say equal distribution of resources is very, very, very important. Did Uhuru did Uhuru create jobs? I can't dispute that. But in that distribution of jobs, were they fair? That is the question that for me disturbs me. Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you, Alex. So this is what I want to say, that Yuri has said there are 78,000 people who have lost the formal jobs. And the population of Kenya is made up of 50 million Kenyans. I may not be in a position to know the working population, or those that have reached the age of working. Maybe I'll get the statistics. But I want to say that 78,000 in our population is a very, very small margin. And for you to know the employment, those people who have lost jobs and those who have gained job, you should have the statistic data of telling us how many people have been employed from the time when the Kenya Kwanza government came into power, and those who have lost jobs, not only in the formal sector, but also in the informal sector, because Kenya is not just made of formal sector. Actually, the formal sector employs a very minimal number of people. So the fact that we don't have the holistic data of employment and unemployment, we may not be in a position to go into details, because I was not even aware I was coming to discuss the data of employment and unemployment. I just came in. But if you want me to get the data, I'll do that. I'll definitely do that. So there, I don't remember what was the other question, Demba. That's what I can say. We need to get the number
There was a concern by Jeff. There was a concern by I think Kamau. I think he left.
Yes.
I was saying, of course, you've said about comparing data from one institution to another.
so that you can you have already addressed that you don't have the data, so you are just speaking
Which
generally.
data? No, for Kamau, I haven't addressed that about the World Bank.
The World Bank and he said World Bank and other institutions. So he asked if you have if you are relying on World Bank, but there could be other information that you can get from other institutions. Yeah.
What I can tell Kamau, I know he's listening, that is just an ambiguous statement, because as well, he does not have the data from those other institutions where he can dispute and say, okay, World Bank said this is the GDP of Kenya, but these other institutions are not showing the same. So the fact that it's just a general statement, we take it as such. That's what I can say. But as far as I am concerned, from the time immemorial, the World Bank has been doing data analysis across the globe, even America and other countries. So I don't know why we should disrepute such an institution and say, oh, it is the World Bank, they're in bed with the government. Kenyans, it's ridiculous how we take things. So long as I don't have this government, whatever good they said about it, it is bad. I mean, that is what we have become. We have sunk so low that even we cannot accept data from such institution.
Kwa ground.
Kama ni mbaya. Hakuna kitu. We have decided we will never say anything. We will never see anything good about it.
Mburu, you clearly you're now running away from answering the questions.
No, I'm not running away. X is aware.
No. Hold on, Mburu. Yeah. We know. I mean, I meant running away from the way you are responding. You're not. You do not have the figures and the facts.
Which
and
figures?
So hold on.
No,
hold on.
If you ask me to come with the figures, I am very
come
good
down.
at doing my
Come
research.
down, Mburu.
Tell me when you want us to come and now lay down the statistical data about the economy and how
No. Relax, Mburu.
Performing, and I'll
Mburu,
do
relax.
exactly like that.
You know, for you to come and defend a position, all right? Because you declared earlier that you are in the defense of the current government.
Exactly, and I'm not afraid about it.
No, there's not a problem about that. Now,
it is my constitutional right.
Calm down. Listen to me.
Yes.
So if you are in the defense of the current government, therefore, we expect that you will be defending a position that you got some tangible figures. You know, you expect that we'll ask you questions. Hold on.
Yes.
We'll expect that we'll ask you questions about the government. Now that you think, in your view, that your government is supporting, I mean, is working exceptionally well, all right?
It is excellent. I would give them an A.
It's not enough. It's not enough for you to come and tell us, you know, we need to give this government time. It is doing a lot of work. Now we ask you, what work, where? You see, when you are coming and saying that, okay, this is what is happening. When Kamau has just said that, hey, tell us this, there's World Bank figures, but there could be other figures that do not support that position.
No.
Now, when you say that you're going to...
You see,
no, listen, the only way you can dispute... Hold on, Mburu, you're not listening. We listen to you. Now you're starting. We listened to you.
You're just going round and round trying to discredit my point of view.
No, I'm not discrediting you at all. I'm only saying...
Nobody interfered when you were talking.
Now listen, I haven't even discredited.
The same Kamau you're talking about had no figures.
Mburu.
So don't talk about my figures.
Mburu, we haven't discredited you. We have listened to you. But when you heard Julia say, she came with figures and she told you, can you give either contrary figures or supporting figures? When Kamau came, he told you there's World Bank figures. Can you give other supporting figures? You didn't have that. So it is up to you. It is up to you to come and say, okay, I support this government. Then nikakuuliza swali wewe. Nikakwambia, okay, umesema hii government inafanya kazi. Ruto alisema ninapeleka watu kiasi fulani. Has he done that? So you come with what has been done by your government. We are saying We are saying it hasn't done anything, it is not taking us anywhere. You are saying it has done something, it is taking us somewhere.
You see,
Come with those
no,
figures so that
Temba,
we work on that.
give your ideas, and I give my ideas because I have the latitude and I have the freedom to give my observation and my views. There was a time we had a debate here where we were trying to put down the performance of the government, and even then I was able to outline what the government has done. And what you have said to me, you are trying to show that I didn't answer the questions satisfactorily. And I want to say this. When we come to, for the debate, especially when it is an abrupt, you just join the debate and you don't know even what people are discussing, you might not have some of the statistical data, because that is not my work actually. I have just decided to give the government point of view. And given time, we are able to get the statistics. So far, the only person who has given us the data, credible data, is the one who is saying about the Federation of Employment of Jury. And to answer that, I said, because in Kenya, we have 50 million Kenyans. The data that we can say now, we are able to answer that question, or we are able to discredit the government, is when we are able to do a comparison between the formal jobs, the informal jobs, and now versus how many people have been employed in all the sectors. You said you are economists. Kenya, the margin of people working in the formal sector is very small, very minimal, as compared to people who are working in the Juakari sector or the Mama Bogas, as we call them, and other sectors. So what I'm saying is there is nobody who can come here and say, oh, I am so well informed about the economy and the statistics. No, it's a lie. It's a lie.
Give you figures.
Now,
You know,
let's have Julius say
And
something.
finally, before I go,
hold on, Buru, before you go, Julia wants to say something. Julia wants to say something.
Yes, I want to tell you, next time, we've been in this debate for a long time, come armed. We sit down here, we use our technology, we research. I've given you 2 forms of data about the growth of the Kenyan debt. You did not respond to that. I even showed you.
Oh, I already sent my statistical data to Jakes. You continue
Hold on, Jeff. Hold on, Jeff. Wait, Julia is speaking.
And then I gave you the data.
Him actually.
I gave you the data about the unemployment rising and the issues of somebody's playing something. The issue of how many people have lost their jobs. You're talking about the informal economy. Umeshasikia stories za jamba. Sijui kama umesikia hiyo joke watu stories za jamba. Hizo zako stories za jamba. So come armed. Tell us, we have this number of people now employed in the informal economy, and produce the data. If you do that, we'll listen to you. But if you bring us anything without data, that is stories of jamba. I wanted to advise you that. So
if you talk to people,
prepare. No, even
if you talk to people who are prepared not to listen.
Nobody was interrupting this guy. Can you learn to listen to others also?
Yeah, you are shouting. You are not listening. So when you see questions here, what you do, go to your laptop and start looking up stuff. And then you tell us, according to the standard newspaper, according to the nation is what they are reporting. According to KTN, you report to us. So don't say hearsay. So don't tell us you didn't prepare. Even as we jumped into the show, preparing. Thank you.
Jury, it doesn't mean because you came with a statistical figure of 78, it doesn't mean that you are correct and Jeff is wrong. I also told you how to do analysis. I have done statistics, and I was not coming here for you see. I told you, if you want Kenyans to see you as a researcher, don't do one-sided research. Tell us, in the informal sector, this number of people have lost jobs. In the formal sector, this number of people have lost jobs. And also, in the vice versa, how many people have gotten jobs? So by coming up with one pointed point, now you want to show us that now you are well much prepared than Jeff. No. Another thing.
No. Jeff,
I also did this because of time.
Jeff, listen.
No, the
Listen,
other
Jeff.
thing.
Listen, Jeff.
Wait.
Wait. Jeff, you see, you are now doing something. You are getting away of the debate. We have understood.
No.
You don't have the statistics.
You people, you want to show me as you are more researcher than
No. We are not even there.
You are
No.
totally wrong.
No, we are not even looking at your research level.
Listen to me. Because of time, this is what I did. Jex is the moderator. I sent him my figures because I don't have time to go through all those data. And I also told you, whatever you are calling analysis is not analysis, it's something else. Because
no, we have all the time.
You want me to answer ambiguous statements. Kamau came here and said, why should we trust World Bank? And I asked him, which other institution do you want us to believe? He said, we have these other institutions. Was he able to give the contradictory figures than what the World Bank has given us? And you want me now to discuss such? No, I can't do that. So whatever information you want me to give, on terms of the only point I wanted to is because I don't have time, is about the debt payment. And I want Kenyans to know this, that when it comes to structuring of organization, many people don't know how hard it is. Maybe some of you, the only organization you have or you have ever tried to restructure, maybe it's your family. But when you are told this is an institution or a company, and you are told
is that a fair statement?
No, let me finish.
Jeff, wait.
About all of us.
That's not a fair statement.
Okay, I withdraw that. For the sake of time.
One moment, thank you. The problem we have with Mburu, he hasn't listened to him, but he can't listen to anybody. He's trying to tell us, all of us, like,
Osoro,
that's not right.
I am maroon. Give me time.
No, Buru, stop here. Now you are yelling. And men don't yell. Buru, don't yell. You are yelling now.
When you keep quiet, you know what I'm saying. But if you have come up with the mindset that I will not hear anything, you won't hear anything.
No, Buru, we don't have to agree with you. Just make your point. We don't have to agree with you. Just make your point.
You are now the one wasting time. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Now, on economic performance, the government does plan, not for 1 month. It does a plan for the whole contract. We have given the government of William Ruto a contract, not for 1 year, but for 5 years. Those of us who understand performance appraisal, they know that the performance appraisal, you do the appraisal until the end of the contract. Now, we as Kenyans, after the 5 years, we will have an opportunity to analyze the government. We gave you a mandate of 5 years. What did you do? What we are doing right now, within 1 year in an organization like a country like Kenya, to put on the human resource structures, the structures of governance, it is not easy. So the fact that the government has been in a position to lay down all the strategies, and we see
which strategies? We're asking which strategies? Which ones?
If you are not able to see them, you will not see them.
No, which ones? Point to us. Tell us.
That's why I've told you. If already we have the government in place and is able to work within 1 year.
Which strategy? Which strategy?
Within 1 year.
That leader of that government has organized chicken in his history. What is he strategizing? How to feed?
I will allow you to proceed because my time to go to work has come.
Guys, be fair to Mburu. He's struggling to respond to all of you at once. It's not easy. I equally am laughing because I don't want to be in his shoes at the moment because you guys are
Jex.
Jex, you take it up. Take it up, Jex. But you see that Jeff has agreed that he doesn't have figures.
You see,
He was not prepared to come for the show. So whatever question we ask.
No, listen, Demba.
Akona stories za jamba.
Don't
Unajua
come
stories za
here.
jamba.
You see, no, listen
Have
to me.
mercy, have mercy,
Listen to me.
ladies and
Listen to me,
gentlemen.
guys, good people.
Yeah.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
Don't come
Go
here
ahead.
with a mindset that whatever will be said about the government, I'm not willing to take anything. And that is why the other thing, you people, I don't know whether you understand what is a debate. When we come here for a discussion, give your point of view.
Boro? No.
Keep quiet, Yuri. And also keep quiet.
No, Jeff, you're actually eating your own words. You are the one who came here and said it's up to you to defend the government.
Yeah, and
it's
I
up to us to criticize the government.
But
now,
what
when
you
he
are
asks
doing,
you figures, you
what you
don't
are
give
doing
us.
is not criticizing. That is not criticizing.
What is that?
I have given you point by point, but
Which
you have
point?
decided you not
Which
listen
point?
anything.
All right, enough.
And that is also
Which
your
one?
right not to hear
Which one?
anything. You see?
Guys, we have to move on.
It is difficult to defend this government.
And this is what I'm saying. Jex, final
one
thing.
moment, Mboro, one moment. I'll give you one moment, everybody. We have guys who have just joined us. We have Makiadi, we have SG, we have Kenya Rebel. Alex as well has something to say. Now, this is what we're going to do. Mburu, I know you are about to leave. I'll give you just 1 minute to summarize. Just one moment, Alex. One moment. There's a reason I am doing this. Listen, just one moment, Alex. 1 moment. Allow me to finish.
I'm not going to give you 1 moment because you have become very.
You have to give me as the moderator. You have to give me because I'll give you. Listen, I'm giving him a moment to finish so that we can move on because we don't want to
when the guy doesn't want to stop to talk.
Moro, are you ready to finish? I don't know because we have to move on because Makiadi is waiting, SD is waiting. Demba hasn't even given his submission. Kenya Rebel is waiting.
Now we are here shouting much.
Is waiting. Julia, I'm sure, has a rebuttal. But so we have to move on. We have to move.
Yes,
we have to make
move
progress.
on, but not with Jex, the Nani Mburu.
Alex, you have to be fair. You see, I was answering to 6 people.
Fair to you. We have
you
been
see,
very quiet.
no, listen, Alex. We can give you the whole day. We can give you the whole day to talk, and there is no problem. I was answering to 6 people.
There is value in listening, and there is civilization in listening.
Alex, it's okay. It's okay. Just let's understand this man is trying to answer questions on the behalf of the government. It is the worst thing to try to do. It's difficult. I really don't pity him, and it's difficult given that all of us are slightly armed with ways of discrediting what he's saying. So allow him, even if you don't agree, allow him to finish. That way we'll make progress. But I'm giving you just a minute so that I have Alex ask his question. So please kindly summarize.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do within a minute. I want to say this. I sent you, there is a question which was raised about the government plan on clearing of debts or reducing the debts in Kenya, which was left, especially from the previous government, which almost suffocated the government in terms of borrowing. I sent you that document which outlines the plan for 5 years. The government of William Ruto has made a long-term plan on how to reduce the debt. And you have seen there, they have decided they're going to pay by the time the government, and this one is already set in their plan. The government is going to pay 7 trillion in debt. And you can see also in the figure there, sorry, my phone here went off, that only in the month of July, we paid 78. I understand you, Alex, and I don't want to say anything anyway. We paid 78. We paid 78,000. I mean 78 billion in only the month of July in terms of debt. So We have those figures, but we don't have the latitude of time to keep on going forth and back. Those who have decided...
That's a moment, Moro. What you have said is what I've now projected. Is that okay?
Exactly, and I see that. The government of President William Ruto has a budget of a budget of 7 trillion to pay debt in its first term in office. That is the term of 5 years. And already the month of July, the government paid. You can get other statistic data. The government paid 78 billion. We can go on and on. And this is what I call structuring and structuring, having a plan. What plan was the previous government having in as far as, yes, we are borrowing, but how are we going to pay our debts and such kind of things? So it's only that we don't have time. Those who are saying I don't have data, I do my research. And it's also good to come up with open mind, because it's not just a Kenya Kwanza government, it's the government of Kenya. So if you have decided you never see anything good, it is okay, it's up to you. But as for me, when we had a debate here, I was able to outline there's so many projects and strategies that the government has laid down. My wish and my prayer is that the government may perform well, because it is our government. Let me go to work.
All right. Thank you, Mboro. I feel you. I'm sure you are umeongea mpaka umesweat, basawa.
No, you don't have, Jex, you don't have to sympathize with me. That's me.
I'm not. I'm not. I just hope, I wish others would have joined up so that we have many guys, so that the debate becomes so balanced. But thank you so much, Mboro, for your time and equally your submissions. I truly understand your commitment and above all the desire to really participate in the show. Now, Mr. Makiadi, allow me to have you.
Thank you so much. Sijui kama unanisikia.
Sijakuruka, because these are guys who haven't said a single word, so I'm going fast to them. I'll come back to all of us again. Yes, Makiadi, go ahead. Sorry for that.
So, okay. Hey, let me say hi to everybody. Lex nakuona hapo. Pole. I can see you are, not feeling well. Kenyari, and then by my friend here, Julia, and SG Kamau, Cyrus. Habari zenu nyote tena. Now, there's one thing. Unfortunately, Jex umeachilia Mboro, my brother, akapotea kabla tumuulize maswali. Nilikuwa na swali moja ambayo nilikuwa nataka nijibu. So he is here telling us that the government has paid 78 billion in its first year. I would want him to compare what the government has borrowed vis-a-vis what the government has paid. And tell us what is the net effect. Because if you pay 78 billion and you have borrowed over 1.something trillion, then whoever is looking at your math, whoever is doing your math, then needs to go back to school. These Kenya Kwanza adherents keep on telling us here that we gave the government a contract of 5 years. We agree. The president, whoever it is elected in the Republic of Kenya for a term of 5 years, of which we go back to an election. But we have something called a manifesto. We did not write the manifesto that Kenya Kwanza is using. Kenya Kwanza came up with a manifesto and they gave us timelines, their own timelines, on how they are going to assess and perform their duties. So, when we come here and excuse the government, saying that we gave them a mandate of 5 years, we should be asking ourselves, in the time frame that they gave themselves, the duration that they gave themselves, telling us they're going to perform ABCD within 3 months, ABCD within 6 months, ABCD within 1 year. What have they done? They should be able to explain to us what they have done according to their manifestos. And Jackson zingine unatutafutia ile video yenye Ruto alisema atakuwa anapatia wamama wenye wanapata watoto diapers within the first month. Ndio watu wakuje kuangalia waseme, wakati unaagi ukitetea hii serikali, you should be able to tell us zile vitu ambazo ahidi watu mumefikisha wapi kufikia saa hii? You know, Mboro is telling us that there is something called human structures when a government comes in. You see, the government is basically operating under something called a political will. And also under that, there is the civil service. So that is why you can see there's a transition between one political divide to another one in any democratic space. When William Ruto came into power, he did not come with his own government. It is the political leadership that changed. The civil service and everything remained the same. You know, you have political appointees, but you have the civil service in the backbone ya serikali yoyote. And so if we want to say that William Ruto has you know, built the houses that he claims to build, then we should be also willing to give credit to the previous government ya Uhuru Kenyatta.
Where they cannot afford, the government of Kenya will pay for the women who cannot pay. Secondly, I commit to ensure that adequate numbers of community health volunteers and establish a cost-sharing framework between national and county governments in the payment of their stipends. I commit to provide mothers of newborn babies with diapers for their children for a minimum of 3.
Yeah, Jackson, tutafutiange longer versions ya hizi video. Kuna mic hapo, sijui ni ya Cyrus ama ya nani iko.
All right.
So
all right.
Wacha niendelee hapa kidogo. Let me say this. Wakati William Ruto alikuja alipata kuna serikali. And the government was functional by virtue of having a civil service. What we have is a change of a political leadership at the top. But the functions of government did not end with Uhuru Kenyatta. That is why you can see projects that were started in the previous regime still going on up to now. What we should understand is this. There's a budget every year. And the Kenya Kwanza administration has had its own budget. They probably have their own priorities. So far, I can say here that the priorities of Kenya Kwanza have not reflected what the Kenya Mwananchi feels right now. We have what they are calling right now the housing project, ambao wanataka kulazimishia kila mtu, failing to address the issues of mwananchi wa kawaida. We have people who are suffering right now as Kenyans. Watu ambao saizi hawana chakula, watu ambao hawana school fees, watu ambao saizi maybe wamepoteza kazi zao, watu ambao hawana, you know, people are just suffering. But the government has prioritized vitu ambazo inatakana zionekane ni kama wanafanya kazi. You can see Jakes, the president right now, anakimbia all over. It's like we are back again to campaign. You are seeing people on top of vehicles, wameanza kutembea everywhere, wakijifanya wana launch projects za kujenga manyumba. Let me say this. When you talk about how this economy is better than what we had, we should look at the 80% of the Kenyan population who the ILO says that are living below the poverty level. And these are employed people. Yani ule mtu ambaye ako na payslip sahi. 80% ya wale watu, I gave you this statistic last time, 80% ya wale watu ambao wako na payslip sahi wamekuwa declared ya kwamba wanaishi below poverty level. Now, look at what the Kenya Kwanza administration is giving us, the numbers that they're giving us. Every day they come here and tell us that the economy is doing better because they have been able to lower inflation from 9.6 to 5 point something. Then you compare that with the kind of life that the Kenyan is living right now, the common mwananchi is living right now, compared to 1.5 years ago, then tell us if really this economy is doing well as they claim to be. We have a president who is running around spitting lies every day, and you expect us to mlambe. Let me use that word, yeah, because he's the Kenya Kwanza president and he's somebody that you support. When somebody tells you that you can buy a house, nimeona hiyo statement yenye president anasema ati unaweza save 150 bob kila siku for 18 months. Sasa hii ni ile kujustify ya kwamba mama mboga anaweza kununua hii nyumba. You save 150 shillings every day for 18 months, and then you'll be able to raise the deposit that is required to buy these houses. And people are happy, running away with this like it's a true statement. When you do the math, you find out that when you save 150 bob for 18 months, it's roughly 57k. The houses that they are selling right now, the deposit they require is about 300-400k. So if you do the math, it will take you probably 5-6 years just to raise the deposit. And you do the math and find out that the government housing project, which I call a scam, because it is not even in line with what we call affordable housing. A house by a contractor called Great Wall or something. Great Wall, sijui inaitwa Great Wall nini. I think umeona hizo vitu kwa internet, Jex. Kuna contractor mmoja anaitwa Great Wall, I think Great Wall's Gardens. Nyumba ya 3 bedroom house anauza 2.9 million. Ukienda kwa ile ya serikali inaitwa affordable housing, nyumba ya 2 bedroom inauzwa 3.15 million. And then nyumba ya 3, so that's 2 bedroom 3.15. Nyumba ya 3 bedroom inauzwa 4.25. Na kuna contractor ambaye anakupatia even more than that at 2.9 million. Sasa nataka uniambie hii kitu inaitwa affordable housing inasaidia nani? Ama what is the logic here? Because if you can go to a private contractor na upate a cheaper housing, a cheaper unit than what the government is offering you, then who is lying to the other? Let me tell you, Jex, and I said here last time that Uhuru Kenyatta was able to do these things without stressing common mwananchi. People didn't, have their payslips deducted so that houses can be built. Uhuru Kenyatta alifanya hii kazi yote bila kukata mtu payslip, bila kulazimisha mtu kwenda kukatwa 2.5, was it 2.5 or something % ya salary ati ndio tuweze kusukuma hii government project yenye William Ruto anataka. These people are running out of excuse. They are running out of excuse. What they are trying to do right now is to hang on to anything. They have tried to go to, the meetings every day that they walk around the country, trying to incite mwananchi ya kwamba hawa watu wanaenda kotini ndio wanafanya tunashindwa kufanya kazi. It started with Raila Odinga and Maandamano. Now there is no Maandamano. Prices of food are still going higher. Mafuta haiteremki, shilingi inaendelea kudorora. Imegonga 161. So now the president has to be seen to be working. In the US, if something does not go through Congress, the president has that ability to go to the people. You go straight to the people to talk to the people. So what William Ruto is doing the same. He's doing the same thing. Anaenda kuongea na watu. And it is not actually, trying to bring a case to the people. It is trying to re-incite the version of Mama Mboga versus watu wa Mama Dynasty. It is the same version yenye alifanya wakati wa election. And this is going to be, they look for anything to run away with. This is going to be another opportunity for William Ruto to run away with this thing. As long as these cases are bado ziko kotini, William Ruto has an excuse for non-performance. And this is something ambayo ame hang on to. And I can tell you here, if the courts do not decide on this issue of housing, then we will have this song for the next 3 years. Mimi ninasema namna hii, kama ni ukweli hii kitu imepelekwa kotini, ndio inazuia Kenya Kwanza kutengenezea vijana kazi ambazo wanasema ya kwamba without the housing project there are no jobs. Let the court give them what they want. Alafu tuone if at all the unemployment yenye iko Kenya saa hii ita reduce. Because if you tell me that because you are employing three, you know, it's not, it's, you look at the net effect. You are deducting somebody ambaye ako kwa payslip, anarudi into poverty, ati ndio upate mtu mwingine kazi. You are stealing from one pocket and putting it in the other one. How do you develop an economy like that? How do you borrow more than what you pay and tell us that the economy is doing better than it was when Uhuru Kenyatta was in government? So, Jex, as I finish, wacha tuache kudanganywa. You know, the problem with many of Kenyans who support William Ruto is that they refuse to think. Wanakataa kufikiria. Ukiambiwa statement, unasikia everybody in the country, a UDA supporter, is running away with that statement. William Ruto akisema kitu moja, it becomes the song ya Kenya Kwanza. They do not want to sit down and think critically and criticize what William Ruto is saying. If we continue being carried kubebwa ufala namna hiyo, I can tell you our country is heading to the dogs. Kwa sababu we have become a nation whereby we are blinded by political psychopathy. Ati kwamba if at all things are not going well, I am not supposed to criticize that government because I voted for it. You blind yourself to the fact that the economy is not doing well, but because you don't want to blame your stupidity for having voted for that government, you want to look good. You continue supporting that government, even if ni kama ile unasikianga ng'ombe inakatalia ngozi kupe inakatalia ngozi ya ng'ombe. Hata inaingizwa kwa kichinjio, ng'ombe inachinjwa, lakini hiyo kupe bado inafikiria itanyonya. We are at that point right now as a country. Na kama hatutabadilika, then there's no change that is going to happen in our country. I'll take a rest, Jake. At that
All
point.
right.
Thank you.
Beautiful, Makiadi. I'll have you back with some more questions, but Kenya Rebel, you were to say something as well?
No, I just wanted to say this, and I'm usually brief. Can you hear me, Jakes?
I can hear you.
Yeah. The arguments that Makiadi is making, you can level it against the other side as Emil, okay? So my point is this, and usually that's why I said I'm independent. We look at things through the prism of your political affiliation. Makiadi was making a good point, pointing out what's wrong with this government. And we all agree that this government is heading nowhere, plunging us into economic mtaro, okay? But again, when you start comparing and say, oh, Uhuru was doing this better than this, that argument, we are not going to get anywhere, because it will be Kenya Kwanza versus the previous government, which is now affiliated with Azimio, and it will be a tug of war where we're going nowhere. But it's a step towards my position, which is this. In my opinion, Ruto's government, Uhuru's government, Kibaki's government, Moi's government, Kenyatta One government, they have messed up. They messed up. Everyone. They put us in debt. Now, we had Jimmy Wanjigi tell us in Spice FM, he used his private accountants to do audit of our debt, because the first bill of payment when we collect our revenue goes towards debt. Okay? And he did his akasema, most of this debt tumechukua for the past 10 years. Okay? Let's not, without looking at who was Ninio, whether Ruto was in the government, Nani, Uhuru, forget about that. Let's look at the numbers. Let's go by it. How much do we, okay, let me just make a statement. The debt that we accumulated for the past 10 years, most of it is odious debt. Okay? Now, the reason why we are told that we are being taxed, heavily taxed by this regime, okay, is because they're saying they're trying to pay the taxes that we didn't, that Uhuru government, the previous government accumulated. So the right thing is, the reasonable thing to do will be to look at this debt, the Senate, the parliamentarians. Let's see which one do we actually owe. This finance bill, even the budget itself that was passed by this government, was illegal. For the past finance bill that we've been having for the past years, were illegally passed, and the process was illegal. Okay? Because as Okiya Omtatah explained, these guys were in the budget making process. They never told us the revenue estimates, but they told us, they only gave us the expenditure estimates. Okay, so why can't we start that? That's why you hear me all the time say, why can't we look at the constitution, which has remedies for problems that we are having? Forget looking at this, because hapa tukianza kusema ati Uhuru did this and this is, we are going nowhere. We'll have a long argument. Yeah, okay. And the funny thing is this: when Okiya Omtatah actually tried to have an audit, an updated audit on the previous debts, it was Kimani Ichung'wah, okay, among others, even some in Azimio, who refused to have that audit. Right now, Senate, as it stands, I think we are 2 years behind in our whatever what do you call it, audits that we are doing. Okay, so my point is this: hii mambo ya kuargue hapa kila siku, nani is doing this. Okay, it's fine. We should point out what's wrong with this government, but we should also recognize that hizi mashida zimeanza. There are continuation of the problems that the Ruto's predecessors did. They did the same thing. You can listen to all these people. That's why you hear me argue all the time. Nasema hivi, these people are all the same. Raila Odinga came in and told us, I'm not looping him just to loop him, but I'm just saying, he stood up and told us today about Ruto should not be criticizing the judges. He did the same thing when they ruled against him. And that's the person who we are looking at as the opposition. Okay? So what I'm saying is this: this whole crop of politicians, they are corrupt, and they're the very same people, but we are here arguing about who did bad, who screwed us the worst. Basically, that's our argument. Who did us wrong the worst, because they are all screwing us. But anyway, thank you.
All right. Now, Themba, we have to bring this to a close because we have to have another one tomorrow. Ndio at least tuwe na kitu ya kusema. But what do you say in as much as, because really I haven't had most of your submissions, you have been responding to people. What is your take on all we have said this far?
Jex, can you have Makiadi go first? I'm just here. I'll be back. I'll be back second.
All right. Now, Makiadi, we have demonstrations za wase wa LSK ambayo ili happen leo, rather jana, because it's almost 3 in the morning here in Kenya. It happened jana, and Raila Odinga as well pia ameitisha maandamano. Next week amesema ataisha statement over the same. What do you make of this, that leo ya maandamano ya LSK imekuwa very successful? It was countrywide actually, or rather in most counties. Unfortunately, or rather fortunately, we didn't see any skirmishes. We didn't see any running battles between them and the police. But wacha tu Raila Odinga aseme kesho. The police commandant atatoa statement kama leo. Kesho before hata saa moja ifike, police will be everywhere, armed to the tail and to the teeth. Why the difference? Why all this? Is it that they're now saying, ili tufanye maandamano, we have to do it in suits, in that lawyer regalia and all? How do you respond to that? That when Raila Odinga will call for it, I can tell you, I can guarantee it, even Kindiki, the CS, will issue a statement. But today, no one issued a statement. No one was bothered.
Yeah, I think Jackson may miss you. I missed. I did not watch the demonstration. I don't know how successful it is, or I don't know what metrics you're using to declare that demonstration a success. I think lawyers do not have such political muscle as compared to politicians. And the following that lawyers have in the country might only be professional. Perhaps the people who adhered to their call for a demonstration were fellow lawyers. So the government of the day will not be intimidated, for example, by a demonstration of the so-called watu meita wenye wanakuja kama wamevaa suti. I think for William Ruto and his serikali yake, what they hear or what they fear is a political demonstration, or a demonstration that is politically affiliated. And you know, the thing is, with lawyers and their suits going out in the streets, business is usually as normal. Kila mtu anaendelea na biashara yake kama kawaida. There's nobody fears about, you know, going to town because there might be chaos or anything like that. So everything, biashara inaendelea kawaida, uchumi inaendelea kawaida. No government is losing taxes because people did not open their businesses. The transport industry is still doing its thing. So it's functionally normal. But if you have a political demonstration like the ones we had last year, or the other, was it last year? Yes. The economy comes to a standstill. Tax is lost. Revenue collection is, you know, declines. So this is something that impacts the operation of the government. It looks like there's chaos in our country, even though we all know that it is the police who are the instigators of violence in these demonstrations. So I think the lawyers will do their thing. Nobody cares about what the lawyers do. You know, they will go out there, they'll make noise. Let me call it making noise. They, you know, whatever you call it. Geoffrey Ruto anasema the demonstration was successful, a civilized way to protest. We have seen other protests that come out peacefully. Hata watu wanakuja na vitambaa nyeupe, then they get tear gassed, they get you know, clobbered, wanakimbizwa around town. So it is not about civilized as such. It is that if it does not affect the operation of the government in terms of, you know, creating a state of dysfunction, in quotes, there's no business that is going on, then the government will not care. If Raila Odinga today says, hey, people, come out, let's go demonstrate, and we are going to do this peacefully, tumebeba kitambaa nyeupe, like Jake said, you'll still see the police outside tomorrow, because they want to instill fear kwa wale demonstrators. These people ambao wamekuja ku demonstrate leo na suti, these are people who do not sleep hungry. Most of these people wanajiweza, you know, they do not feel the pinch that mwananchi wa kawaida, ile hamaki yenye mwananchi yako nayo huko, they do not feel it. So they came out, walitoka nje ku demonstrate kama routine. For them it was just routine. But the person ambaye anasikia uchungu, ule mwananchi wa kawaida akitoka nje kwenda ku demonstrate, then the government feels there might be something else. You know, you've seen these countries in the Arab world whereby, you know, these revolutions started off like a simple demonstration. So the government is intimidated by such protests. These things inaitwa sijui lawyer walikuwa wanaandamana. I think this is a waste of time, because after all, what they have been clamoring for is, we are going to protest and then we will look at the constitution to see if we can, you know, bring a motion to impeach them. It is impossible. It is impossible. Ile kitu lawyers wanaongea huko wanasema wanataka ku bring motion ya ku impeach the president. You cannot do that. Jackson, nilikusikia ukiuliza watu hapa juzi. Because we know what the constitution says. We know how you can initiate the process of impeaching a president. These lawyers wanakuja kutuambia, we will look at the constitution. If you have not looked at the constitution for all those days zenye umekuwa law school mpaka sahi, what else? Ni kitu gani ingine mpya utakuja kutuambia? The only way ya kutoa William Ruto ni kupitia kwa hiyo parliamentary process. And from where I stand, mimi nimeangalia, nimeona this guy has managed to buy the, let's say, 3/4 ya parliamentarians, both in the Senate and in the you know, junior naitanga junior parliament, parliament ya watoto ya kurushania mawe na kupigana risasi huko nje. This guy has already managed to buy all of them, so it is going to be very difficult kutumia that process. It is nearly impossible. Remember I told you here, if this guy was the person mwenye alikuwa anasema karibu apige Uhuru Kenyatta kofi, kwa sababu Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa amefika point anasema we'd better have peace than niwe rais. Akasema huyu ningemchapa kofi kwa sababu alikuwa anataka kutilia ile kitu ambayo tumetafuta na bidii. So you want to tell me now that the same William Ruto that declared he would slap Uhuru Kenyatta for letting go of the government is the same William Ruto you are going to force out of power when he is in power already, is calling himself the commander-in-chief with a sword yenye si ya kukatakata mboga. Let me tell you, my brother, we can all fight, disintegrate as a nation, but as long as William Ruto anajua yeye ndiye amekalia kiti, hawezi toka. This is that kind of a person. Huyu ni mtu ambaye mnapigana wote muishe, lakini abaki peke yake akitwa president. That is what I understand. Thank you. Brother Benson.
All right.
Salamu kwako.
Hey, Brother Benson, how are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you. I was longing to come in because I saw Themba, I saw Alex, I saw Sister Julia, then Makiadi too is here. So I wanted just to come in and maybe see this, our old faces that we used to argue with. It is
Now, there are many, and equally, I wanted to talk to you. Please, tutatafutana nyuma ya tent, eh?
I know I'm trying best, but you know,
I loved the last guest you had, and that guest I want to have him somewhere. But I'll talk to you about it, eh?
When the prof or the UDA guy?
Not the UDA guy, Fred Ogola.
Fred. Actually, one thing with the prof, I will share his number. It's very, very easy to talk to him. It's very easy.
I want to do it with you. I'll show you. I'll tell you why. But let's talk about that. Tuongelee hiyo nyuma ya tent, eh? But otherwise, guys, please follow Brother Ben. Anafanya kazi moja fiti hapo YouTube, and equally follow Afrique, and wacha tufanye ile kitu pamoja. Asante sana. Yes, Mr. Brother Benson.
Mimi, I don't know even where to start, and when I think I have the same thought the way Mr. Makiadi is saying about Maandamano. You know, I don't think it was effective. Yeah, because like for Maandamano to be effective, the government has to feel something. When they lose like revenue and like the business is not, you know, but this was just any other Maandamano, because like it doesn't affect the majority of Kenyans. You know, what they are doing does not affect the majority of Kenyans. And if you look at the same judiciary that right now the president is attacking, the same judiciary has not given Kenyans some of the ruling that the Kenyans were expecting. Yeah. Because there's some rulings that they've made, even like if you are not you're not a learned friend, but you still would question those kind of ruling, especially when it comes to you look at the people who have been accused of corruption. You know, very big mega corruption that has affected the economy of the country, or like the lifestyle of the country, maybe like Golden Bag, come to Eurobond, and you know, so those are some of the things that affect the country, yeah, directly. But like you find like those cases do not go well. You know, the people who are accused, sometimes they end up winning, yet the money, the money that belongs to public, you know, is gone. But another thing also, it is when you want to look it in two ways, because why then should they only go for protest if president attacked the judiciary? We've had so many people both the politicians from both sides have attacked the judiciary on the judgment they've made. If it doesn't go your way, you will say how the judiciary has become rogue, and this is in the history. So why is it that they are very, 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 very much selective? Like when the president says that is when they go for Maandamano. So I think like they should do it equally, provided that anybody attack the judiciary. That is one. Then secondly, we also have to look at the judiciary. Truth be told, there's corruption in the judiciary. That is something that is there. We have to agree on that there's a corruption in judiciary. How many times have you gone to judiciary and get to know like there's a file missing, and maybe the process, maybe how like even the cases are being delayed, So that is one thing that we have to agree. But to me, it did not create so much impact to the government, and that's why like everybody went to work as usual. And I would also kind to add like what Mr. Makiadi say, if it was maybe Baba could have called it and say like today we are going for a peaceful demonstration, it could have created the major impact. So kind of like political demonstration are more impactful, especially to government than this other one. So that is what I can say. Hello, Mr. Nick Mbaru.
I think Zuri sana bro Benson, how are you?
I'm doing good.
It's been a while, lakini nimefurahi kukuona bwana.
Mimi pia ndio nilikuona hapa na Julia na Alex, nikasema
na Makiadi ukasema baraza ni hili hapa.
Baraza iko hapa. All faces.
Yeah. Jeff Mburu, uko hapo?
Sijui hata nani ameenda wapi. Jex, sijui kama Steam imeenda.
Jex, sijui kama Steam imemtorokea. Makiadi, how are you?
Makiadi also is lost.
Yeah. Nimerudi.
Yes.
Aya, unaonaje hii maneno? Hebu toa maoni yako kabla Jex akuje.
Maneno gani tena? I think I've just spoken right here. Let's give
Jeff Mburu amerudi. Ndio huyu muelezee sasa amekuja.
Yes, let me listen to him first before I counter what he has to say.
Yes, Mr. Themba, what do you want me to talk about? I've just come back. I don't know what the previous members have said. Yes.
You disappeared when Makiadi wanted to respond to you. So can you speak again?
No, I didn't disappear. I went somewhere, but I'm able to respond. I might not talk much, but I'm able to say some few things. I only heard the last part of Brother Benson when he was talking about the judiciary, and I want to agree with the executive that our judiciary cannot pass the integrity test, and the only institution that can give hope to a nation is the judiciary. But if the judiciary is corrupt, if the judiciary cannot pass the integrity test, then that nation is doomed to fail. If the judiciary cannot hold the executive responsible, the judiciary cannot hold the parliament or the parliamentarians responsible, then that country is doomed to fail. And the judiciary in Kenya only is able to deal with the poor. The poor people do not escape jail term. But we have seen mega scandals, serious cases involving billions, because nowadays in Kenya we don't talk of millions. our politicians and those in power, they steal in terms of billions. But how many of them? Do you know of any high-profile person who has ever been jailed in Kenya? They're able to buy their freedom. If the judiciary is like that, there is a high possibility, Mr. Demba, such a judiciary can be compromised by the government saboteurs, those who want to sabotage the government project. And it's unfortunate in Kenya that if I don't get elected, or if my man does not get elected, I desire that that government does not perform. And I can do anything to ensure that government does not perform, including trying to halt the projects and delay the government plans so that they don't go through. Themba, I know we might not be reading from the same script, but there are so many things that have been stopped by the courts. Some of them on merit, might be having merit, others on malice. That is what I think. And when those things are happening, they are not affecting the judges. They are not affecting Ruto in any way. When the projects are not being done, those things are affecting the nation. For instance, we have seen that the government had made what I think to me is a very brilliant idea of privatizing the non-performing parastatals. I think it's a good thing, according to me and according to my analysis. But when you say we should continue having these parastatals siphoning taxpayers' money, it defeats logic. And I don't know under which circumstance that the judiciary is saying we should not privatize some of these parastatals, like KICC. How much money do we gain as a government? Like even the Kenya Meat Commission, even like the Kenya Airways, we pump billions, but we don't see the outcome. A lot of parastatals in Kenya benefit only the few corrupt leaders. We should do away with them. We let the private companies manage them. The government can maybe have shares, but the management should be done by the private citizens. The other thing is the issue of housing levy. It has been, it was suspended, but they have given the room, I don't know, they continue collecting money, I don't know up to when. We also have the new plan, the new SHIF plan, which was meant to seal the loophole of people stealing money from the common mwananchi, the money that is supposed to be helping the people in terms of health coverage and all that. But that money, you heard they were saying billions have been lost through scandals, through some hospitals, private hospitals, individually owned hospitals, whereby they pay more to those people because they have connections. At the end of the day, they go and share that money. So those are the loopholes that the new plan was trying to cover. Still, the same people rushed to the judiciary, and the judiciary decided to suspend that new plan, which was actually passed by Parliament. The other one was the new prices for government services, the ID replacement and passports, such kind of things. The other one is police mission to Haiti. Although myself, I wasn't supporting that. I wasn't supporting our police to go to Haiti because I don't see the benefit of that to our country. The other one is lifting of the logging ban reversed. Maybe that was on merit. Then we also have another one of appointment of CASs. It was made null and void. Implementation of Finance Act was paused. And also Judicial Commission of Inquiry to investigate the Shakahora deaths suspended. Why should they, especially the last one, the Shakahora, why should they stop the investigation? You can imagine such kind of things. So our judiciary, as much as it's okay to have the freedom of judiciary, the judiciary also should be checked in a way so that they don't derail the government plans and projects out of malice. That is what I can say.
Okay, thank you so much, Mburu. I don't know, Makiadi, if you want to come in on what Jeff has said so that maybe you can rebut some of the stuff he has said. There's quite a bit of points that I'm sure you can rebut.
Yeah, thank you, Ndemba. Jeff, good to listen to you. I don't know, when we talk about integrity in our country, especially with the judiciary, I don't know if William Ruto is the best person, to point out that there is corruption in the judiciary. I don't know if William Ruto is a person who has a moral authority to talk about corruption anywhere in our country. My concern is that it is only because the executive has decided that the judiciary is corrupt that all Kenya Kwanza supporters are running away with that statement and now telling us that the judiciary is corrupt. When did you discover that the judiciary was corrupt? Is it because William Ruto has had certain injunctions that have blocked him from, actualizing some of the projects that he wanted? Is it just because the judiciary said no, that's when you discover that the judiciary is corrupt? If anything, there's a body that the constitution has mandated to deal with the issues judiciary. There's a body called JSC. I have not seen a single complaint. And Jeff, I want you to go and read the constitution and look at the mandate that the constitution gave to the JSC. Issues of corruption in the judiciary are not shouted about in political rallies. Issues of judiciary corruption are not sung about on top of buildings. Issues about corruption are not supposed to be sung on top of roofs of campaign cars and motorcades. Issues about corruptions are in the judiciary have to be handled in a professional manner, which Mzalendo, can you mute? Good to see you. Issues about corruption, the Kenyan constitution spells out the way you handle issues. Kwa nini, for example, we had this issue of this judge, I can't remember his name, Mzalendo, you remind me, this judge that Sonko accused about, a couple of years ago. Was it about 1 year ago, 1.5 years ago? Chitembwe. Yes. Did you see the issue of Chitembwe being handled with the by the JSC? It was handled, and the Chitembwe has gone home. So, Jeff, when you come here and tell us that simply because William Ruto has said that the judiciary is corrupt, then all of us should believe William Ruto's word that the judiciary is corrupt, and that is why he's sabotaging government projects. I think people need to be realistic about the demands that the government is making to Kenyans. It is a right for any Kenyan, any person with an ID, or rather, to go to the courts of the Republic of Kenya and complain about anything that they feel is not just to them. And that is why we have the courts. So when Kenyans decide to go to court and pursue these cases in front of the judges, we cannot again turn around and start pointing fingers at judges and threatening the people who are litigants in this case. So I just want to believe that if this process of reading corruption is a true process, then we should follow the body that is mandated by the Constitution to handle these issues. Number two, let's talk about the government projects here. Yes, we have seen some of the projects that the government want to implement have been stopped by court injunctions. But then we should also ask ourselves, there are those projects that are also important to Mwananchi that the government is unable to do. Number one, this is a major project, and every Kenyan right now is saying lower the cost of food, lower the cost of living, lower the lower school fees, you know, return whatever subsidies were there so that parents are able to afford school fees. Who has gone to court to prevent William Ruto from doing that? So let us not look at what William Ruto and his fellow politicians are telling us. Let us look at what they can be able to do without necessarily somebody having gone to court to prevent them from doing. If William Ruto is serious about lowering the cost of living, lowering school fees, making sure that people living with disabilities are able to receive their funds, ensuring that wazee wamepata pesa yao mwisho wa mwezi, let them do that, because that puts money directly into the pockets of common mwananchi. These are the things that they keep on telling us every day, that wameita SHIF imekuwa stopped by the court. You should be able to tell us, what have you done with the money that has been deducted since you came into power from the employers, the money that has been contributed by the common employee in terms of health insurance fund. Hiyo pesa yenye ilikuwa inaibiwa, mumepeleka wapi na ni kitu gani mumefanya ku make sure ya kwamba hiyo pesa imekuwa retrieved? We have seen employers remitting money to NHIF. We have had money getting lost in the pockets of a few individuals. This government has not been able to address such matters. So you cannot come again to tell me that you're going to raise the monthly contribution of NHIF without telling me the little that I used to pay, what happened to that money? If the government is not able to take care of the few that the mwananchi and mfanyikazi wa kawaida is deducted from their payslips, then there is no way Kenyans can allow them to increase this money so that this money can continue getting lost. Right now, we are hearing that the minimum payment for this thing they are called SHIF, they have changed the name, is going to be about 1,700. Mzalendo, you would tell me, mtu ambaye analipwa 15K right now, useme alikuwa na kato 250. Hiyo 250 saa hizi akienda na kadi ya NHIF kwa hospitali hawezi kutibiwa. People are not able to access medical care because NHIF is dead. There is no money. Hospitals are not being paid. You are telling us as the government, that money was paid fictitiously to entities that did bogus business. You know, fake surgeries, fake hospital admissions. You are proud to come and tell us that we have suspended I don't know what number of hospitals because the government lost 67 billion Kenyan shillings. And again, you want to come back and deduct a lot more from my payslips. Gentlemen, let us agree here. If William Ruto cannot handle the little money that mwananchi amekuwa akitoa, then somebody should go to court to stop him from interfering with the payslip ya common mwananchi. Now, finally, before I give Mzalendo microphone, Jeff, my brother, this was something that I wanted to ask you before you left after making the other submission. You've given us a comprehensive plan about how the government of William Ruto is going to deal with the debt issue. You told us that in the month of July, I suppose, that the government paid 67 or 70 billion Kenyan shillings towards debt repayment. I want to ask you, my brother, 67 billion Kenyan shillings. I want you to tell me the figure that William Ruto has borrowed since he came into office. And tell me if you are good in math. If you are good in math, the kind of money that Kenyans are borrowing right now compared to whatever Uhuru Kenyatta borrowed, I want you to tell me practically, within that time frame that you've given us of about 5 years or so, or 6 years, how is it practical? How is it going to be practical for this Kenya Kwanza government to repay the debt that it owes to whatever they call development partners? I rest my case.
Thank you, Macjedi, for that wonderful submission. And
I can see we have Themba is in the house. Muru, are you available? Jeffrey Muru. Oh yeah, please put your mic. Okay, if you can't put your mic.
Yeah, just a minute. Let me start with the judiciary. Mr. Ritchie came out strongly to defend the judiciary, and I don't know whether deep in his heart he means what he says when he says that the people are saying the judiciary is corrupt because the executive has said so. I don't know whether it's a genuine statement from his heart, because every Kenyan of goodwill who understands the performance of our judiciary knows that our judiciary is wanting. And this is not just my statement. Just 1 year ago, Raila Odinga was out and called the judiciary all manner of names because he felt the way his case was handled was unfair. Kalonzo Musyoka also, they talked about the corruption of judiciary strongly. And now the Kenya Kwanza government is singing the same song. And I also want to tell people, it's not just about what politicians say. I said here last time that we suffered with one case for 30 good years in the judiciary of Kenya. And were it not that finally we got a very good lawyer who refused to be compromised. Our judges are so corrupt. Sometimes we would request a judge to recuse himself because after receiving the information that he has been compromised, and the judge would refuse to recuse himself and proceed to make a ruling for 30 good years. And one case had been subdivided to almost 5 cases. It's the same case in this court, that court, everywhere. And it's not just the judges, even the lawyers in Kenya. You get a lawyer, he's compromised. He doesn't appear for your case. They do so many bad things. And I think it is the high time, and I agree with the executive, that we need to sit down. And that is what President Ruto is saying. How do we fix this problem of having judges that in Kenya, justice is being bought with money? And that is what I'm saying is a good thing. There's a discussion that Kenyans should have. Because, Richie, how do you convince me and convince Kenyans that all these politicians that we have had having all these mega scandals, none of them has ever been found guilty? Does it mean that those cases are just like that? We have Sonko, Nairobi, we had the previous governor, Kidero, we have Waitito, we have so many cases. And none of these people have ever been held accountable for their actions. We even have, so I don't even want to visit them. There is a problem, and we have to agree as Kenyans, there is a problem. Justice in Kenya is bought with money. In the same context, William Ruto, as a government, has very strong opponents. If they decide we will not allow him to perform because we want to outshine him, they still use the same judiciary. Because you cannot tell me that all those projects that have been stopped by the judiciary, all of them are not beneficial to Kenyans. There are so many. And that is why I say, something is wrong somewhere. And that's what the president said. They stopped the first project, the second, the third, the fifth, the sixth, until the president asked, what is happening? Does it mean everything that the government is doing is wrong? No. There we can differ. We have some judges that are good, but still we have some judges that really need to be looked upon and need to be investigated and kicked out of the judiciary. And I am in support of that, because Kenyans have lost properties through the judiciary. I mean, it's something which is unthinkable. I would like you, Mr. Ritchie, before you dismiss the new health program which the government of Kenya Kwanza had proposed, take time and read how that plan is. Then you'll be in a position to say whether it's a good thing or it's a bad thing for Kenyans. It's only that we don't have time. But that plan has been put down into 3 phases. We have the primary health care fund, we have the social health insurance fund, We have emergency fund for chronic and critical illnesses like cancer and other diseases that are killing our people every day. And those people who are under critical or having these critical illnesses, under this plan, they are not supposed to be paying even a penny. Anyway, when we get time, maybe I'll be able to go through the bill and we see what does it entail. Then Kenyans can make a good informed decision. The only thing I also need to check is how much each person is supposed to pay, because people are not paying equally. People are paying basing on what they earn. And the proposal, when they were beginning, they were talking of percentage, so that those who earn low or little money, they can pay little. Those who earn a lot of money can pay a lot of money for the health care. And I think that's a good plan. So let us call a spade a spade. Our judiciary need to be checked. In Kenya, you can't compare what our judiciary does in especially other developed nations. We are just having something in the form of judiciary, but it's just a joke. It's not serious. If they cannot jail any politician, they have never jailed any politician and served the full term without excuses and such kind of things, then we don't have a judiciary, because it means politicians have the freedom to do anything. We want a judiciary that can hold presidents accountable. There are so many things even the previous presidents have done, but they don't care, because they know after 5 years, the judiciary can't do anything. That is why even the controller of budget came out and said money was misappropriated by the former regime, but they know nothing can be done. And it will continue like that. What will stop the current government from acting corruptly if they don't fear the judiciary? So the judiciary should be above board. And I insist, if there are people who are willing to put a pen and a paper down and try to come up with strategies of taming judiciary, corruption in the judiciary, that's a good thing, without interfering with the independence of the judiciary.
Mzalendo, Makiadi, allow me to just interject there a little bit, just to make some clarifications. I want to agree with Makiadi and Mzalendo. Number one, yes, the three arms of government, the legislative arm, the executive, and the judiciary, they have their challenges, all of them. But I think it's also Jeff Mburu need to be aware that there's already a mechanism in the Constitution on how to deal with corruption in the judiciary. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, so there's a mechanism. That is number one. Secondly, it is not in the purview of the. I mean, when Jeff Mburu says that there are good judges and bad judges, a judge ruling on your favor does not make him necessarily a good judge, and when he rules against you, he becomes a bad judge. The same judiciary that ruled in the case of Raila Odinga against the IBC, that made Ruto the president, is the same judiciary that now he decides that all of a sudden they are corrupt. The same judiciary that he came and he swore them in immediately, while the previous regime had said that he was not going to appoint them because there were suspect corruption. He came and said all of them were clean. Now, one of the reasons the BBI was defeated was because it has suggested ombudsman, judiciary ombudsman. The judiciary was not keen on that. So part of the reason they said that the BBI has to fail was because of that. And in fact, Kenya Kwanza, through Ruto, is on record saying that the judiciary should not support a document that is going to gag them from practicing. And when he wrote on that, he came and even said that we are going to give the judiciary independence. so that they are not interfered with by the executive. So I think, Jeff Muru, we need to be honest here. Judiciary might have its challenges, but when you take your case, I mean, in spite of the other things we hear about bribery and all, they generally act on facts before the court. Now, you have said here that there are projects that Ruto started and it has been stopped by the judiciary. Have gone to understand why is it being stopped? Now, the one you're talking about, the housing project, the judiciary said that, yes, it is illegal because you cannot tax certain part of the population and you don't tax the other part of the population. That's not constitutional. That was the argument. So by saying that the judiciary has just stopped it because they have been bribed, I mean, the constitution talks about fairness. So if you're going to tax one part without an explanation, then there's a problem. You just need to go back to your legal team. Your legal team should be able to help you out and say, okay, fine, when we are starting this project, any project that has been stopped, it because of its legal loopholes. Have you addressed that as a government? I might not agree with Uhuru, but I think some of his legal advisors, some of the cases he was losing because he had poor legal advisors. I cannot even hear Attorney General right now. I don't know Muturi. I don't hear him anywhere. Because they're supposed to sit down as a legal team that are supposed to be advising the president, look at their policy, align it with the constitution. You don't just wake up and decide that because it is in my manifesto, I'm going to apply it outside the constitution. The constitution says if something is not within the constitution, definitely it is illegal. So there has to be a document that guides us across board. Just because you have come in as Kenya Kwanza, it doesn't mean that we have suspended the constitution. The constitution is still supreme. You have your manifesto, but wherever you are starting to implement them within the constitution. And that is what the argument has been put by a myriad of cases that have been brought to court. So when you're saying that, oh, they woke up and they stopped this. So if they stopped it, what were the arguments? Instead of going to the case and saying, okay, how do we implement this within the constitution? You cannot lead a country by fear and threats. That because you are the president, mambo ni matatu. So even the law should not work because mambo ni matatu. No. You and I right now, you may be on you might be on the side of the government, imagining that this is working. But as soon as the constitution is suspended, it's a road to anarchy. Because right now you might be having the president that you're supporting who is using that constitution or suspending it. Next time you'll have someone that you are not supporting who is actually using the same constitution. Did you know that everything Hitler did was legal? Hurting people was legal. So once you start saying that, okay, let's interrogate. The policy is good. The thing is good. They say even the road to hell is paved with good intentions. You have a good policy, but are you able to align it with the constitution? That's the argument. And let's not try to sugarcoat things and say, oh, they are supporting, they are making my president not implement. Oh, they are stopping him. Nobody's stopping him. It's the court, and the court, by the way, is an arbiter. You see. You and I know that right now, like Wakiadi said, he has bribed the whole parliament. So the legislative arm is dead. The part that is supposed to do checks and balances. The next thing is the judiciary. So when you go against the law, there's a part that the common mananchi can run to. Do we have cases where the judiciary has been accused of corruption? Yes. But what is the mechanism? Where do you go? You go to the Judicial Service Commission. Take your complaint and let the process begin of removing of a judge that you suspect that this is what they are doing. But if you're going to come and say that you are enumerating the cases that Uhuru lost so many cases, He lost too many cases. It wasn't because of that, whatever, anything, because they were not going within the law. Follow the law. So by saying that just because the judiciary, for some reason, you guys have not brought facts before it, it has ruled against you, you will feel bad. That is okay. I mean, that's normal. But you cannot remove the whole constitution and take the judiciary away. That because I cannot score here, now you remove the goalpost. This goalpost need to go to the side that I'm scoring. I think it doesn't work that way. So, Jeff Mburu, we agree with you. I agree with you. There are problems with the judiciary. There are numerous complaints that have come from different parts of the society, the communities, those who have approached the court for one reason or another. We have seen some of the cases that have been publicized by the media. We have seen some of them who have been singled out, like Chitembwe, among others. But does that mean you throw the baby with the bathwater? We have a constitution that has to be followed. And without the constitution, even we'll be sliding to anarchy. Even the state, Ruto will have nobody, nothing to controlling now. And you see, when you have nothing, when you have power without controls, it means that you can do anything and you can even use it badly. So there has to be an arm that is still strong. In my view, the attack on the judiciary, the saying that the judiciary, because it is not ruling for him, now it needs to go. Now because a judge has stopped, a judge works with the facts. And let me ask you, who would bribe a judiciary? The person who is who has the highest money. If it is bribing, the government has more money than anybody. In Kenya, the government has. Can you imagine saying Okiya Mtata bribed a judge against the government? Even that to a child, we cannot. Cannot hold water. How do you say that? The government is the richest, is the highest employer right now. Any contract you get with the government, it gets numerous amounts of money, billions of money. And then you're saying there's another small person who has bribed the judiciary to rule against the housing project. It doesn't make sense. So let's be honest, in my view. Let's appreciate, yes, the judiciary has its challenges, the legislature and the executive arm, but let us have that body that can help us. At least at this time, our last point of protection is the judiciary. The legislature, the parliament is gone. So at least we have judiciary still standing with the Mwananchi. Let me give it back to Makiadi, probably.
Yeah, Makiadi, before you come in, I want to ask you a question. Makiadi, I have a question for you, so that you may answer together. You said that the lowest amount or the minimum that Kenyans will be paying is 1,700. Did I hear you clearly? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Where did you get that information from? Because currently, the Kenyans who are not in any formal employment pay 500 shillings monthly to access medical services. And the proposal that we have means that people who don't have formal employment will be paying 300. So where are you getting that information from?
Okay, so let me read you what is written in terms of people who do not have formal employment. So for the people who do not have formal employment, let me see, according to the Social Health Insurance General Regulation 2023 that were issued by the Health Cabinet Secretary Nakumicha, the amount payable each month shall not be less than 300 per month. However, for those who are not employed, the amount is paid annually. So, for this amount that is paid annually, a Kenyan who has no employment is supposed to pay the 3,600 at the beginning of the year. You understand me?
Mm-hmm.
So, the other 1,700
you said 3,600.
Yeah, 3,600 per year In fact, it says this means that an unemployed person has to pay at least 3,600 per year, putting a heavy burden on the many hustlers who have to live from hand to mouth. Now, with the 1,700, that is the minimum deductible amount for a person who has a payslip. Let me ask you something here, my brother Jeff. We are a constitutional nation. We are a nation that is governed by the rule of law. If the government wants to implement such a program and they feel that this program is beneficial and is going to revolutionize the health sector in our republic, why didn't they go for opinion from the person who is going to be deducted the money? Where was the public participation? That is one question we should be asking ourselves. If I, as the government, can wake up tomorrow and decide that you are going to pay 2.75% of what you earn, even without asking you, and you expect me, the person who is going to be deducted, not to complain when you illegally come into my payslip and deduct an amount that I did not give you consent to deduct. You expect Kenyans to sit back and say, hey, this is going to change the healthcare system, and so we should support the president. That is never going to happen. Never. And I want to refer you to Article 172 of the Kenyan Constitution. 172 1C. It says, the role of the JSC, this is with regards to the judges, the role of the JSC is appoint, receive complaints against, investigate, and remove from office or otherwise discipline registrars, magistrates, other judicial officials, and other staff of the judiciary in the manner prescribed by an act of parliament. As it stands right now, the JSC is the only body in the Republic of Kenya that is mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya to discipline, to remove, to investigate judges and all the other stuff of the judiciary. Why, as a government, isn't William Ruto's cabinet or supporters or MPs presenting the evidence to the JSC? I want to tell you here today, we cannot have a country that is ruled by mob justice. What you people are advocating for is what we call mob justice. That Mzalendo can stand up in the morning and point a finger at Mboro and say Mboro has done A, B, C, D. And all of us, because we support Mzalendo, Themba, me, and everybody else say, because Mzalendo has done that, then we should investigate Mboro. We cannot live like that as a country. If you have anything, any evidence, I like the way watu wanapendanga kutumia ile jina. I think Mzalendo umesikia watu wakisema kama uko na evidence enda Kiambu Road. Hiyo ni sentence kila mtu anajua. Hata utaambiwa ni kwa DCI ama wanakwambia kama uko na evidence about ABCD enda Kiambu Road. Kila mtu anajua Kiambu Road ni kwa DCI. So, kwa nini tukuwe na double standards? If we today decide to say that the executive is corrupt without any evidence, then you should be asking ourselves, you should be asking us who are saying that to present evidence. And that is what you've done, my brother Mburu. That is what you've done. We have said so-and-so is corrupt. The song that you guys have been singing to us every day is kama muko na evidence yoyote ya kusema huyu mtu ni corrupt, chukua hiyo evidence, enda kwa DCI. Chukua hiyo evidence, enda kotini. Enda shtaki huyo mtu, afunguliwe mashtaka. Akipatikana na koti ya kwamba yeye ni corrupt, then atafungwa ama whatever will happen to him will happen. Why are we having double standards when we come to the judiciary? I do not support the judiciary. In fact, I feel the judiciary needs a surgery, but I do not need somebody to tell me in the name of William Ruto that the judiciary is corrupt for me to believe. Let whoever has the evidence stop singing on mountains and buildings and car rooftops or whatever they call them, telling us that the judiciary is corrupt and it needs a surgery. Let them. They have the power. They are the executive. They have all the resources they need. If they have any evidence that implicates a person of Okia Omutata's stature for having bribed the judiciary to rule against them, let them go to the JESC. That is how the constitution works. Otherwise, we are creating a country whereby the president is the king. He's the judge. He's the juror. He's everything. Whatever he says is law. Let's get rid of the judiciary. Basi kama president ndiye atakuwa anasema judiciary is corrupt and everybody turns with stones and starts throwing at the judiciary. For me, I do not support Martha Koome. I think the judiciary is on a downward trend, but we have mechanisms that have been put in place to deal with the judiciary. Number two, I think, Jeff, you did not answer me when I asked you here. There are those projects that we are saying the government cannot implement by virtue of being in court right now, by virtue of having been stopped by the courts right now. I want to tell you or to ask you, who has stopped William Ruto from lowering the cost of food? Who has stopped William Ruto from building new schools? Who has stopped William Ruto from implementing from lowering the price of fuel in Kenya? Ni nani amezuia Ruto kufanya those things? These are also things that will affect the common mwananchi. Who has prevented Ruto from lowering the cost of food, sugar, stuff like that? Ni nani amemzuia kufanya vitu kama hizo? Why are we so obsessed with this housing thing that for UDA, it is either the housing thing or the highway? It's like the Kenyan economy right now is pegged on the housing project. That if the housing project does not take place, then it means that our economy is going to die. Let me tell you something. The reason why we had public participation in our republic, in our constitution, is because you had to go and seek the mandate of the people before you implemented a project that affects the common mwananchi in terms of them being deducted money from their payslips. So all these projects that the government is purporting to be implementing in the next, I don't know, financial year or whatever, all of these projects affect the payslip ya huyo mwananchi wa kawaida, na hakuna vile mwananchi wa kawaida atakata pesa. Hata the courts will tell you, and this is going to be, made, it's going to embarrass the government right now. If you do not seek the opinion of the person who is going to pay for that, then I believe it is the right of every common mwananchi or whoever it affects to go to the courts and to seek an injunction until the government tells you what it is going to do with your money. Then it should not be allowed to deduct the money from your payslip. As I finish, and I know Mzalendo has been here for a while, he needs also to chime in. We are living in a country where there's a lot of theatrics, political theatrics. If this government is serious about what it is doing, then let them stay in the office. Let's see people sitting. Let's see a situation where there's no politicking. A calm situation where people are seated in the offices and we can see something happening out there. That is how Kibaki ruled, during his term. Kibaki was not a person ungempata amesimama juu ya gari huko akipiga kelele ati kwamba koti imemzuia kufanya project. I want to see a government that settles down, cools down the political temperature that we're witnessing right now, and performs. Let us see a government that can do something that touches the lives of common mwananchi without a cameraman. We have a government right now that is running around with cameraman all over the place. PR. Kila kitu ambayo hii serikali inafanya saizi inahusu PR. You want to show us that you're doing something, yet as common mwananchi, we are not feeling what you're doing. So mwananchi says, tuko na shida ya school fees sahi. The KCSE exam iko na tashwishi mingi sana wananchi. The common things zenye zina affect mwananchi, nobody is addressing them. All we have is just a song about how houses have been stopped, how NHIF has been stopped. And as I finish, kabisa sasa, Mburu, tell me, the 67 billion shillings that has been lost from the NHIF, who should be held responsible for that loss? Is it the common mwananchi ambaye amekatwa, ambaye unataka kwenda kumuongezea pesa zenye atakatwa, ama ni serikali ambayo inataka kuongezea ada ya NHIF na ilhali imepoteza pesa zingine ambazo uliipatia ikuwekee, ndio wakati una issue ya kwenda hospitali itaweza kugharamia hiyo matibabu na wewe hautaweza kuchajiwa anything. You should be telling us ni nani anafaa kuwa held responsible because of the loss of 67 billion shillings before even you come to deduct some more money from my payslip. I yield. Zalendo.
Zalendo, can I say something? Or we can't hear you, Mzalendo.
I think, yeah, you need to go ahead. Just say whatever you want to say. I'm still catching.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Before you yield, my good brother, Richie, Mr. Makiandi, the reason why we come to the media is because we might be a little bit informed than many people. Or we come here because at least we believe we have some information that we may give to the people. And that information should be factual, should be informative and educative to the common mwananchi. You have said that you have read the new bill, SHIF, correctly. But the proposal is that the minimum that the common mwananchi can pay is 300. But the previous one, the minimum that you could pay was 500. What we should be telling Kenyans, is it a good thing or a bad thing? It doesn't matter whether you pay it monthly or you pay it annually. For me, that is a good progress. If you were paying 500 and now you are being told you have an attitude, you can decide to pay it in the middle of the month or the end of the year or anytime you get money. That is a good thing. Unless, Mr. Richie, you are not aware of how costly it is to be treated anywhere in the world. The cost of health services is very high. So Kenyans are being told to pay 10 shillings per day or 300 per month for their health in the event that they get sick. And also that those people who have been paying 500, yes, but yet they earn 1 million shillings should pay more to cater for others who are not able to pay more money. For me, I think we need to have a day, Mr. Mzalendo. I come here and Rich come here with the facts. We discuss this bill because I have tried to go through the bill. I haven't seen anything that should cause a public outcry that I am hearing today. When I read the bill, I see a government motivated by goodwill of having a healthy nation. But there are people who have decided whatever the government does, whether good or bad, it is bad, which is unfair. And also, Mr. Richie and Demba, I am pleased to say that we are saying the same things. You have said, Richie, you have said there are problems in the judiciary. Not problems. There is corruption. Call it as it is. And also, Demba said there are challenges. Not just call them as it is. There is corruption. And also does not mean because we have a mechanism that mechanism is free of the same monster of corruption, JSC. It is also another trouble. And I haven't heard the government or anybody saying that we should rule with an iron fist and suspend the Constitution. Nowhere has anybody said that. What I have heard the president say, we have been in this for a long time, that if you want to stop something, just go to the judiciary, get an order. If you want to steal, you can just go and get like Matiang'i said, get an order not to be arrested. I mean, that is what the president is saying. The time has come for us to think about what is going on. I would like you to mention just one instance before we say that William Ruto is ruling like a king. Tell us one instance where he has not acted constitutionally, because every time a bill or an action has been suspended by the judiciary, he obeys it and he waits to hear the ruling. But what he is saying, we are delaying. For instance, because we have to be fair, tell me, Richie, is there good reason under your even layman's thinking? Is there good reason as to why we were not supposed to be allowed to know the truth about Shakahola? Because the president and the parliament said we need to have a commission of the lawyers and judges to do the deep investigation and tell us what was going on in Shakahola. Somebody went to the judiciary and stopped the whole process. And we say there is no problem, even in such an instance. So I have mentioned all the cases where the judiciary, all the things that the judiciary have stopped from the government, and the government has obeyed. What the president and the Kenya Kwanza government has said is we are not able to operate because there is some kind of sabotage. And I agree, because I have looked at all those things. This bill you are talking about, it's a bill that is supposed to help Kenyans. But I also said here, I support those who are saying the judiciary also ought to be protected. I even support the lawyers, the LSK, who are going on the streets, because also the government, the executive need to be checked. So everybody should operate under the law. And I know even the proposals that the members of parliament and the executive are going to come up with, they will go through the process of law until we come out of the shenanigans of, funny cases going through the courts, others, in Kenya, we only jail the poor people. The rich people have the highway. They can do anything. They can do anything. At the end of the day, they will be free. And that is what we are saying. There is a problem, and all of us have agreed there is a problem. Then who should start now fixing the problem, if not the government? And that is why I'm saying that I am in support of the government. There is something you said. You asked me a million questions, that there are 67 billion shillings that were stolen from NHIF. And you're asking who should be held responsible for that. It is, yes, in the government, it is the work of the government to protect the taxpayers' money from being stolen. But in the event that money has been stolen in Kenya, because we have this monster of corruption, it is also the work of the government to follow up and to make sure the thieves or the people who stole this money are brought to book and you pay that money in whichever way. There is something else I had said. They outlined the government policy, which you asked. I said in the month of July, the government paid 78 billion shillings, and also the government has outlined the whole plan that they're gonna follow to pay 7 trillion shillings within the contract that they have for a whole 5 years. You may not just pick 78 billion and measure it against what the government has borrowed. What you are supposed to do is to get the projection of how much the government is planning to pay within its contract, and how much is the government planning how much is the government planning to borrow within its mandate for 5 years, and how much are they projecting to pay. That way you will see how they have tried to strike the balance. So that's the fair way of doing that analysis. So the government has already put down a strategy, and I had sent to Jakes on how they have said this is the much we will pay in our 5-year term in terms of debts. They have also come up with their projection, which I would need to check. I had checked before I forgot the figures of how much are they projecting to pay within the same period. That way you see what I was talking about.
Zalendo, allow me to just make chiming one comment before Makiadi or you come in.
Go ahead.
Jeff, I want to disagree with you on one aspect. The president has a right to express his feelings in disagreement with some of the pronouncements that the court has come to. But on his stature as the head of state, when he goes on top of his machines, and then he starts saying that some people are doing this, he's already imputing disrepute in one arm of the government. You have said who has influenced. That's already influencing the country against one arm of government that should be trusted in his stature as the head of state. So by saying that we are going to fix this, that's already, remember, the BBI was thrown out because in the first instance, it was initiated by the executive. So the head of state cannot come and pretend to be initiating the way of cleaning up the judiciary. That is not the way it works. In my view, well, it is his right to express his views, but it is wrong as head of state to start imputing disrepute on the judiciary. Now, you have talked about corruption. You and I know that part of the reasons we have reached where we are right now is because we kept on saying Ruto is corrupt, so and so is corrupt, but he said you cannot just wake up and say so and so is corrupt. It's important for you to say this is what happened, and the arms of government to take their whatever their play their part in terms of trying to either confirm. And you see, a court in this case pronounces itself based on the fact before it. It doesn't pronounce itself because I know Jeff or I know so and so. What has been produced against you? What is the threshold? The way they say that he who accuses has the burden of proof. You accusing them of a certain thing, give the burden of proof, give the proof that this is what has happened. So that has not happened so far. You cannot prosecute the judges on the court of public opinion out there. You start saying, oh, they're corrupt, but you're not giving evidence. That's already like you're influencing the judgment. Simply because they have given a judgment ruled against you. Most of the judgments have been ruled in the processes. Even the housing. No court has said that it's a bad thing. It is a process. And like they say, the road to hell is paved with good intention. You may have the best of intentions, but have you followed the process, constitutional process that is required? You are elaboratively saying of how the plans are good. But the court is looking at its constitutionality. Not everything that is right is constitutional. It could be a very good thing, but is it constitutional? That is the question. The question we are not saying, the other one about whether it's a good plan or not, that's an emotional issue. The court does not work with emotions. It works with, okay, you have come up with this very good plan, but is it within the constitution? Because that is what, at the end of the day, is a document that will go beyond you and I. You put it within the constitution. Is it wrong to change a system that could be for a better one? There's nothing wrong in that. We have moved from KCP. Came from 8463 something. We went to 844. We have moved now from 844. There's another one that is coming in that is now called the CBC. Things change with time. Do we need to stick only with NHIF? No. If something better comes in, that's okay. But it has to be constitutional. That's the question they're saying. You can have that NS something, say what people are paying and all that, but the court is asking the constitutionality of certain parts of it. If they align it with the constitution, nobody doesn't want a good cover that is cheaper. That's okay. But is it within the constitution? Those are the questions the court is asking. The court is not saying that it is bad to pay 300 instead of 500. That's not the question. Now, the idea of the Shakahola thing, constitution, go to court. I mean, it is those, you can have emotional issue. Why is it a bad thing? Is it a bad thing? Shakahola should have, it is a moral question. oh, they should have prosecuted the Shakahola, but the Constitution speaks about facts. Jeff, once we'll separate those two, idea of good and nice and feel good thing and constitutionality. Constitutionality works with rational facts. Take it before the judge. That's the question. We have come, we are questioning your thing. You know, a constitution document, they are words, they are letters, but they're given life when you now start going to test them before the court. A judge's work is to interpret for us. It's not for you to decide whether it's constitutional. If everything nice was to be allowed, then so many nice things are happening out here. But the Constitution is what now a document that unites us as a country. You know, that's something that the symbols of national unity, Constitution is one of them. So if it is just nice but not constitutional, it will be thrown away. So Jeff, we are not arguing the merit, the good thing about the new infrastructure. We are not arguing about the other things of projects. They can be grand and nice, but they have to be anchored within the Constitution, because the Constitution says it has to stick within the Constitution. If it goes against the Constitution, it is illegal. So if those people would just meet up together and say, okay, fine, how do we make it? Don't just rush up to implement a project. You start up and then you say, I have a good idea, let me do this. You stand up, let us take people to wherever. As long as that continues happening in Kenya, you'll keep having the court ruling against you. Go back to Uhuru time when he was doing things against the Constitution. The courts were all over stopping him. No, unconstitutional, unconstitutional. They were taking people, rushing them to court, unconstitutional. So we need to learn from that. And even Kenya Kwanza, if it would have learned from Uhuru's action, probably they wouldn't be making the messes they're making. Don't rush up things. Sit down, think them through. Align them with the Constitution, then go ahead and implement them. Even if someone goes to court, they would still be found that, okay, it was within the court, it was within the Constitution. The BBI fell because of certain questions that the court asked. So I think, Jeff, you could be addressing the emotions around the good project, the emotions around all creating of houses, but you're not addressing the fact that what did the court address? Have you read the judgment to understand what the court said about it? Maybe you need to go back, instead of just listening to this court has stopped this court has stopped it. Go to the judgment. Read the part that the court, what did the court say about it? That is the part you need to say. What did the court say about the housing? It said that the housing levy, it was only taxing one side of the population, while we are supposed to be fair, everybody should be taxed. So they were told to go back. That's why they were given a window, even a window of, it was given a stay order, at least I think by the end of this month, so that they can align it, So it was not aligned to the Constitution. What are they supposed to do? So look at the judgments. Don't just look at, oh, they have been stopped. Now, finally, Zalendo, if you're going to implement something grand like NHIF and SSF, I mean, give a pilot to it. Don't just decide, let me stop NHIF, I bring this other one. Give a pilot, implement it in phases, so that by the end of the day, you have seen, okay, this one has worked, this is going to work within these particular phases. Vision 2030 is working in several phases. It's okay to implement something. Even CBC was piloted. And then after that, it was given, it worked well, they corrected whatever they needed to correct, and now it was implemented. You don't just come, let's remove this, do this. Otherwise, you'll run into these legal hurdles that they are facing right now. I think that's it. Back to Zalendo.
Anyway, thank you, Themba, for that submission, Buru and Makredi. I mean, I haven't seen you for a long time. I was stepping in for Jex. I think he has lost power, wherever he is. And that's the problem with the Kenya Kwanza government. They can't give us enough power to sustain the population. So some of these things need to be changed. Yes, we are all in agreement, but I don't know how you are interpreting the Constitution, those who are supporting the Constitution. and who is supposed to execute whatever is in the constitution are the judges, who again are corrupt. And here is a president who promised so many things going to elections. These were pledges made by the President of the Republic of Kenya when he was campaigning. At what point do you say that housing is not important to the people of Kenya? These are issues that need to be looked into. These are issues that need to be addressed, and we see and have a permanent solution to them. The judges are corrupt. The judges can be used. At what point do you tell us, Makiadi, that this case presented forward is not to derail Ruto's projects? The Ruto has got a mandate for 5 years to implement his project. He doesn't have time for a judiciary that is corrupt and is rogue. That is what he's saying, and he has got a right to say that as the president, because these are some of his projects. Can the opposition derail the president's projects through the courts? Yes, they can do that. Yes, they can do that. I need you to go to a case against Madison versus, I've forgotten the other name. I think Madison versus Jefferson or something like that. Who is supposed to interpret the Constitution? And do you agree that the Supreme Court can misinterpret the Constitution? Do you agree that the judge can give an unfair judgment to in this case? And do we also agree that the judges in Kenya can be bribed to stop the president from implementing his mandate? Some of these things we need to look at them deeply, because the issue of housing, you've mentioned housing, you mentioned health. Health is something that is universal. What Ruto is saying and his government are saying is that he wants to bring the cost of health to be affordable and, if possible, free to those who cannot afford them. Is that a bad thing or a good thing? Is it something that you need to rush to the court and stop? Let us be honest, because sometimes when we are given an opportunity to inform Kenyans of the truth, then let us not be partisan to an extent that we are missing the point. The point is that Kenya needs housing. That is a priority. It was informed by data. It was Uhuru started it, but the Bomayangu project, Uhuru started it very, very successfully. And the people who are living in Park Road, for instance, I heard that some of them are security guards who work in Central Bank, others are Makangas who bought those houses, and you only needed to have raised 300,000 as a deposit and walk out with a house, a housing unit. But do they live there? No, they don't live there. They were low-cost housing, but they don't live there. What have they decided? They've decided to rent them at 45,000 while they pay 15,000 shillings. Like the issue of housing. The issue of the housing can be very beneficial to so many Kenyans, but politics has come into it such that we are missing the point. We are missing the point. Even the person who is supposed to get that house, we are looking at, what is this levy for? Where is it? The levy, the money that the government is collecting is being held in an account is managed by Britain. So there's this speculation and a mistrust that the government cannot do anything for the people. Yeah, so we need to at least give a percentage of hope and say, this bill, this universal healthcare bill, is important to us because 500 was very, very high. If you're saying 300, and if you don't have any income, you go to any hospital for free, then even a sane judge, you use your, now you you put the constitution aside and say, wait a minute, somebody is going to die in the rural area because they don't have 300 shillings, and somebody is putting a block on this case because that person should not get treatment until the law is followed. Which law? Which law? So some of those are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. Even if we say the constitution is supreme, the constitution is written by people. The constitution, we can look deeper into the constitution and say the constitution can also be misinterpreted by judges. And they have made very wrong decisions. How many people are in prison today because a judge made a mistake? Those things are there. Those things are there. But things that the government hold so dear and they campaigned about it, the opposition should not derail them by putting cases in court. That is my take on that particular issue. Mburu and Makiadi, you have anything to add that or to rebut?
Yeah. So let me say this. I find it amusing, Mzalendo, when you insinuate that we should put the constitution aside. I hope I heard you say that statement correctly. That we should put the constitution aside because somebody is going to die somewhere, for lack of a better word, because the court has stopped the implementation of the SHIF. Let me tell you, my brother, when we say that a person who is not employed is going to pay 300 shillings and is going to be treated for free, we look like we are not aware of what we're talking about. Because you are paying 300 for you to qualify to go to the hospital and be treated using the NHIF card as your security. And the reason why I'm saying this is this. The money that the government is demanding from a person who is unemployed is not 300 every month, like you guys purport it to sound. It is 3,600 shillings paid once upfront every year. So I want you to justify why the government should push somebody who is unemployed, somebody who has no means of getting money, somebody who is unemployed, somebody who has no payslip, to chuck out 3,600 while the same government is losing money. And I asked my brother Mburu here to tell me, if you are losing 67 billion of taxpayers' money, where do you get the moral authority to go back to those people and tell them, now I am pushing up your monthly contribution from 500 or from 1,000 to 1,700? And in real sense, you have already lost the 67 billion shillings that was supposed to cater for their medical cover, and nobody has been held accountable so far. Nobody. Even the Minister of Health is still in office. The people who are purported to have paid those monies to these hospitals for fake surgeries and fake admissions are still in office. Where is the accountability? Before you come and demand for more money, what have you done to ensure that the money that was lost previously has been recovered? So tell us, why shouldn't Kenya go to court to say, hey, look, these people are deducting money from my payslip without asking me? Number one, where is the public participation? Why don't you want to hear my opinion about how we can improve healthcare system in the Republic of Kenya? That is what the court is actually putting forward. Because if at all you want to change the system of healthcare in our country, then you should also have the input of the person who is going to contribute into that scheme. That is number one. Number two, Mzalendo, a few months ago, William Ruto and the CJ were literally walking hands together in every function that we saw. They were blossom buddies. Since William Ruto came into office, he actually appointed judges and said that these judges were being denied appointment into the higher offices because perhaps Uhuru Kenyatta had a hidden agenda or had a vendetta against the judiciary. William Ruto came into office, and I think the first thing he did was to appoint the 6 or I don't know 7 judges into office, and he actually said that the judiciary has been stiffened, has been grinded to a halt because of lack of funds. And so he gave them whatever he called the judiciary fund to quote unquote operationalize judiciary operations. So I ask myself here, since when did William Ruto discover that the judiciary is corrupt? Since when? You are the same people that are telling us here that the opposition is joining with the judiciary to scuttle the process and the projects of government. You are the same people that are telling us, I have heard even Malala saying that the opposition is joining hands with LSK to protest against the government. My friends, let me tell you, and I'll repeat again, the government of the Republic of Kenya should not be afraid of being criticized. If we want to have a democracy, then you should listen to both sides of the divide. You cannot be a government that only listens to yourself. William Ruto should be receptible. He should agree to be criticized. And also, he should agree to be told when he goes wrong. If at all we do not want, the judiciary, the judiciary and the LSK and the opposition to check this government, then we should declare, like I said here before, we should declare the judiciary defunct. We should declare there's no checks and balances that should be coming from parliament. We should declare the president a king and allow him to rule the way he wants. Muzalendo, I think it's unfair for you to purport that the government is coming is grinding to a halt in its projects, the so-called projects, the housing project, because the opposition is running to courts. I want you to go and look at the people who have presented cases in court against this government. Any case that is before the court right now, and tell me, where did we reach as a country that if a Kenyan, a sane thinking Kenyan, can go to court, that Kenyan must be associated with the opposition? You should be telling us here. Do we want a government that only sings one song and everybody follows, or we want a government that is corrected, the government that when it does something that is against common Mwananchi's desire, they can be able, the Mwananchi can be able to go to court and get some opinion, interpretation of the court about what is happening. That is what we call a democracy. So moving forward, if William Ruto feels like he does not want to be criticized, then he should do whatever he said he is going to do. Wacha achomoe hiyo panga yake, ili alisema atakatakata nayo watu si ya kukatakata mboga, then let him declare whatever martial law, whatever he can do, and rule the country the way he wants. But as far as I'm concerned, you will not tell me that the judiciary is corrupt because William Ruto has said so. And if William Ruto has any evidence, any iota of evidence, let him use the right means to deal with corruption in the judiciary. We all see money being lost from this government every day, money being lost. every form of corruption. Where do we go to report these people, if not the judiciary? They should calm down their high horses. Na wajua kwamba Wakenya hawatawakubalia pesa zao zikipotea, na tuwe tunawapigia makofi kwa sababu ni hao wako kwa uongozi. I yield.
Thank you, Makiadi. Mburu, are you still there? Mr. Mburu? I think Mburu is doing something, or maybe is listening on the background. And anyway, Makiadi, you are right to some extent. The only thing that we differ is that the 2022 election, half of the country voted for the opposition, the other country voted for William Ruto. Is the half of the country is not happy with what happened in the other election. Our constitution does not address what these leaders who lost election should do after losing election. So there's a lot of fighting. There's a lot of fighting going on, and we expect. I think the government of William Ruto also expects that they expected that this should happen. But my fear is that when you are campaigning, you campaigned on a platform that you provide A, B, C, D to the people. If you even go back to the issue of housing, the issue of housing has been going on so well until the levy was introduced. This is part of Uhuru's agenda, the issue of housing. It was part of Uhuru's agenda. Are people benefiting? Yes, there are people even benefiting. And the PS just the other day said that there is enough money. The only thing is that the demand and supply, the demand for houses is higher than the supply that the government is providing. But while on the other side of the opposition or other Kenyans who feel that this is not a priority, they're saying that there's no need for these houses. Well, there's a need. There's a need in Parliament, which is so incompetent. And I've always said that this is the worst Parliament, because if you elected a leader in Parliament, they should have come up with laws that can help our people and situations like this one. So you are left with the executive trying to really push their agenda so that they are in their 5-year term, they have done something for the people. But in any competition, if I'm competing with you, I look at how I can weaken you before 2027. So that is what is happening in politics. Some of it is just politics. Others, you'll argue that, we can follow the Constitution. What does the Constitution say? I say the Constitution was written by us, or was written for us. Has it been amended? The American Constitution has been amended 27 times. Why has it been amended? Because it is not working. It is not working. Yeah, have we reached a point of changing the Constitution? Yes, I think it is. We have a point. Can judges be used to sabotage government? Yes, they can be used to sabotage government. If you are in agreement that this can happen in any democracy, then Kenya is not an exemption that it can happen. We live here in the first world where Republicans want some of the laws, like they are anti-environmental laws. They want to continue with mining coal and things like that. Yeah, what do? They take their cases to courts that are controlled by Republicans. It is high time we look to the issue of judges. Judges are appointed by the President of the Republic of Kenya. Can judges derail the progress of a good government? Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Are rogue judges in Kenya? Are there rogue judges in the judiciary? Yes, there are rogue judges in the judiciary. If you all agree in that, then let us use common sense. Let us use common sense as citizens and see what the government is trying to do, whether it is good for us or bad for us. So some of these things we can't. What the president is saying, that we cannot leave it to corrupt judges who are bribed 100 billion, and you know it that they will be bribed. So why Makiadi put a case in front of a judge who probably that they will be bribed? Will we get justice? Will the president or the people who are agitating for this get justice? The answer is no. We are not very sure. When you're talking about corruption, it's just speculation. It's what we know is up there. Are judges corrupt? Yeah, it's being talked about. Everybody, the lawyers who walk in the corridors of justice said no, that this kind of German, Omutata himself said that some of the judges are corrupt, and he knows it. He knows it. Even when he places a case in court, he knows probably the outcome. Some of it is just to show people that, hey, we have done the right thing and this is what should be done. But he really knows the outcome of some of those cases. Yeah, this is a situation whereby we had somebody shoot somebody nearly to death, and when the judge came, said that there was no shot, there's no evidence. And we are in this country where Makiadi is saying, let us follow the law. Let us follow the law. Let us follow what the judge is telling us. Let us follow the constitution. Sometimes the constitution can be suspended for the benefit of the people. That's all I'm saying.
That's very extreme, Mr. Mzarendo. The final statement of suspending the constitution, I may not agree with it. What I can say is that if someone is seen to act against the stipulated rule of law and also common sense, like now that judge who told us that this person is not the one, there is no evidence that the bullet came from his gun. I think that was unfair to all Kenyans because this is something that happened in the full glare of cameras. So such kind of judges should be dealt with. Mr. Themba has come back, and I forgot to ask him something because Themba, you made a very dangerous statement that the government should not complain that there are people who are bribing judges because there is nobody who is as rich as the government. Should it be a competition of who is able to bribe the courts more than the other, so that their cases can be looked unfairly, or they can win cases? Because for me, I think that should not even be a subject of argument. Nobody should even think of who owns what so that they can get a fair hearing in the court. So then I would like you to clarify what you meant, that the government should not complain of anybody bribing judges because the government is richer than anybody else. If we are to go through that argument, then it would justify my argument that, yes, in Kenya, when you have a lot of money, you can do anything. And we know even the former president went home a very bitter man because he really wanted the downfall of his deputy. And even after leaving office, he declared war against the current regime. If you think of the money of the Uhuru Kenyatta family, combined with the wealth of Odingas, those are not people you can ignore when it comes to wealth and money. They have the power to influence the outcomes of cases. But I would like us to have a nation whereby money doesn't matter. Money doesn't count when it comes to fairness and justice. So we should not even think of who owns what so that they can get what in courts of law in Kenya. So maybe Themba, you can clarify what you meant, because I don't expect the government to be bribing the government to get a fair hearing.
Themba, are you available? There's a question posed to you. Anyway,
yeah.
Makiadi,
Mzalendo,
you
before
can come in.
Yes. I think as a country we are losing it. We are losing it as a country when UDA supporters and the UDA government feels like the biggest threat to their existence is the Kenyatta family, like my brother Jeff here is saying. I want to opine here. I want to declare here that the Kenyatta family does not care whether William Ruto succeeds or not. It does not care. The person who the government should be afraid of is the common mwananchi, because the UDA government did not make promises to the Kenyatta family. The UDA government did not campaign on, making Kenyatta's family rich, like the UDA supporters believe. UDA is a government that campaigned on its own policies to make the lives of the so-called hustler better. And so if they are unable to perform what they campaigned on, according to their manifesto, they should stop looking for scapegoats. And I repeat here again, Zalendo, whether the housing project materializes or not is subject to what comes out of the court. It is a court process. If it is something that is before the court and the government wants to prove a case, it should go to the court. Hii maneno ya kutupigianga kelele kila siku hapa ati judiciary ni corrupt, sijui judiciary ndio wamesema. No. Go argue before the judge. As a government, you have an attorney general. You can hire lawyers. Hata ninasikia siku hizi lawyer wa serikali ni sijui ni huyu anaitwa Kibe Muigai au sijui anaitwa nani. This is a very very tough lawyer, a very experienced lawyer. Sijui anaitwa nani. This guy who was a lawyer for Jubilee. I can't remember his name very well. But the government has its resources. They should present their case before the court of the Republic of Kenya.
Ngatia, you're talking about Fred
Yes,
Ngatia.
Fred Ngatia. Thank you, Mzalendo. So they have the best resources to hire best lawyers to go before the judges and present their court. If the judges feel that the government has a good case, then they will allow the housing project to proceed. They will allow the SHIF to proceed. They will allow any other project that the government purports to have been blocked by the courts because of political sabotage. We should move away from what we call propaganda. As a government, you cannot sell propaganda for the 5 years that you'll be in power, because it reflects upon you as a failed regime. You cannot be in power and yet you are crying more than the person who is not even in power. William Ruto and Gachagua are crying more than the opposition, yet they have the sword. They told us they have the sword ambayo si ya kukatakata mboga. Let them use their necessary means possible to fight the case before the court and implement the government agenda. Otherwise, my brother Jeff, we will be living in a country whereby we implement something called mob justice, where somebody comes out and points at a thief and says, huyu ni mwizi, huyu ako corrupt, and all the rest of the things zinasimama wafuate huyo mtu ambaye amesemekana ni mwizi. Mimi nitasema namna hii, and I stand here. I think the judiciary needs radical changes. But from where I sit, I don't think William Ruto is the right person to point at the judiciary. If corruption itself is being manifested in his government, he has not dealt with the corruption in his own government. His own ministers are losing money. We have an oil scam that took place in the Republic of Kenya, where Kenyans lost billions of shillings. We imported oil that is expired. Nobody has been able to account for the money that was lost. Nobody. We have lost money in NHIF scandals. We have lost money in bursaries allocations in our country. And the president has not said a word about what is happening in terms of corruption in his own administration. So why should he be the person that is so loud to point at the judiciary, yet his administration is full of corrupt individuals? Let him deal with what is affecting his own cabinet, his own ministers, his own PSS, his own officials before he points a finger. If by any chance he feels like he has evidence like he claims to be, I heard him say that he knows all those people that who are bribing the judges. He knows them by name. Let him take that evidence to the court, or let him take that evidence to the JSC and prove a point that these people are corrupt and they should not be serving in the judiciary of the Republic of Kenya. Otherwise, what we are doing here is hearsay and rumors. And I'll tell you, Jeff and Mzalendo, like you used to tell us about William Ruto when we said that William Ruto is corrupt. Chukua hiyo evidence, enda nayo DCI, upeleke huko. Enda useme judge ABCD ni corrupt, nilimhonga pesa fulani ndiye akakata hii kesi, iki ni favor. This is the evidence, just like Sonko did. Otherwise, hizi vitu zingine zote hapa mnafanya ni kitu inaitwa hearsay, ni kitu inaitwa rumors, innuendos, and it will take you nowhere. Thank you.
I think you agree. It's only that you're refusing to accept the reality that Kenyan judges are corrupt. We have seen the purge on the judiciary in Kibaki's regime. We have seen so many judges being sacked because of corruption. Whatever Sonko did, me and you cannot do that. Very few people. How many judges have you come even close to, just talking to them? These guys, you don't even see them in public places. Have you ever seen a judge anywhere? So where will you even gather evidence to meet even? Have you ever seen Martha Koome apart from on TV? These are people that I don't know where they live. I only see them on TV. So judges are very difficult people to get. The only people who can get them are the people who are equally corrupt, like some of them. They can find them and they know where to find when they want to buy justice, they know where to find them. I want to thank guys on the comment section. At least they've been keeping the conversation going. There is somebody called Yegon, Ramesu Yegon. Thank you. You've been part of this Afric family for quite some time. Thank you so much for supporting the panel. Geoffrey Ruto, I think it is high time you graduate and come to on the screen. Your points are very good. We need them here. We need to interrogate some of your opinion about the Kenya Kwanza government. You seem to support the Kenya Kwanza government, especially when Makiadi is cornering Geoffrey Mburu with facts. You need to come here and defend the position of government. Nyayo 40 unasema kizungu ndio mingi, lakini ground ni moto kama pasi. Hiyo nimeongezea tu, but kizungu ni mingi hapa. When you are in this panel, you are with Mburu, you are with my learned friend Themba, you are with the wisdom of Pen Nyagaka, and and Richie Makiadi. Here you learn a lot of things that you don't know. These guys will never disappoint you, especially in this forum. When you see these faces here, know that you have a good show and you learn a lot. We might be differing in opinion, but deep down in our heart, we love our country, Kenya, so much. Yes, and politicians will not divide us because of our stand. You have seen Raila greeting William Ruto, and calling him my brother William, my brother. Even when the daughter was going to Yala, it is UDA that voted for the daughter so that she gets that particular position. So politics should not divide us. Let us look into ourselves. I've always said that we are the problem. It is not the politician. We are the problem. We need to make right choices. We need to make the right decision. Ben Nyagaka, karibu sana mzee wa kikao. Can add your wisdom here. Yeah.
Asante Jaduong, Irar manade. Sijakuona kwa masiku, lakini ngoja niseme tu ati Mburu, ile discussion before kitambo nayo economics, it was interesting, but the GDP is very important to any society, to any country, especially those that follow the Western value systems. And that is exactly why some of us followed Kenyatta when he was in Azimio. He wrote an editorial one time in 2008 or 2007, where he said that so long as Kenya's GDP is growing at 80%, there is no reason why we should follow which tribe the leader is from. And some of us followed it very, very clearly. And kama mimi wengine walikuwa wananiita Mkuyu, na huwezi kuita Mkisii kabila ingine, but it is very important. So the GDP that nani walikuwa wanasema Jeff Mburu is measured in very different variables, and it matters very much what they are measuring, and it is very important to adhere to it, so that leo ngoja tuseme ya kwamba yale ambayo tunazungumza ni makubwa sana. I never agreed with Makiadi vile nimeagree naye leo, na Themba usipotee namna hiyo, lakini Kenya today we are going it is a amount of the like 7 years, but I mean 5 years, but we have already 3 and something left. So that if we don't pull our socks up, those of us who are like UDA, we see we're losing, because the life, the economy is doing very, very bad on every person that is in Kenya today. Na hiyo tunaambiwa ukiwa UDA ukiwa wapi, na ni kweli. But let us see what kind of foundation these guys are laying, because any society, when it changes leadership, the first time it's very, very difficult. Na hiyo ndio mimi namwambia mzalendo, kwa sababu when you went to go up America, when Obama took over, or when Clinton took over, none of the Republicans followed him or voted for his economic theory. But the only difference is there was no Maandamano, but they just gave it to him. And when Obama was leaving power, or Clinton was leaving power, the money was so much that they were not even paying the. They had slashed all the interest down to zero. No, so that is very important. So that if this guy is going to do what he says he's going to do, let us see. Let us watch and see. But as of right now, I could agree with Zalendo. The life a common mwananchi of Kenya is very difficult. He has explained in so many ways how this housing is going to be bought. And we hope that he's right this time, because when he said that he needed Mitungi a gas, that was me speaking that he could have ever done. And he came back later and said, no, he was not talking about the gas, he was talking about the Mitungi. So we have found out that at the Mitungi, at the gas, there's no that kind of money. So that the housing that is building on the public land, let us hope that it functions like he says. What he was saying yesterday was, you pay either 1,800 a day, 1,800 a day, or some kind of way, but it's very cheap for the amount of housing that you get. Let us hope that he's telling us the truth, or he has done the withdraw to know that their system that he's talking about will work. hiyo tu ndio mimi nitasema, lakini yangu ni kusema ya kwamba let us really debate, let us talk like we are talking here, and that is how any society is found. That's how any society that is democratic is nailed down. Vile mlikuwa mnasema the interest rates in America, Temba walikuwa wanasema, all those are things that have been discussed over. Ile pesa mnapata ya welfare, those are the things that have been talked over. You cannot, like right now what my president is doing, standing in the back of a car and dictate that this will happen, this will happen. It can't happen like that. We'll have to talk it over for every one of us to realize what kind of lifestyle that we need when he leaves in the 27 or 2032. Thank you very much, Mzalendo.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Nyagaka, Pen Nyagaka. We have Mr. Wachira with us here. Wachira, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Good, good. You are most welcome. You can say something. You can give us your opening remarks if you have something to contribute. With us, we have Mzalendo. I am Mzalendo, and we have Themba. After you, we can have Themba, then Richie again.
Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm honored to be part of this conversation. Yeah, my opening remarks would be: we are lying to ourselves if we think. I call him the smiling assassin, and anybody can question why I call him that, because he's a liar, and then you can't continue. We just had demonstrations on lawyers saying, this is a guy who has said that he will disregard the law. The judiciary is corrupt. The same judiciary that helped him to get into power illegally. And now he's castigating the same judiciary and saying they are corrupt. So I wonder which is which. You can't have your cake and eat it at the same time. So for me, I do not know who we are dealing with here, but we are dealing with I know what we are dealing with. I know we are dealing with an autocrat. And an autocrat that is building a very dangerous ground in Kenya that has even Moi did not do. So, it's going to take the civil rights and the First Amendment to just figure out how we're going to get this guy out. I'm an Azimio member, so forgive me. Yeah, so it's going to take the First Amendment or the past rule of our constitution to just figure out how we get the guy out of this seat. Because like I said, my opening statement is we have a smiling assassin. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your sentiments and your observation. Mr. Themba, are you there? And Themba, I had asked a question basing on your argument that the government has a lot of money, and therefore the government should not cry and say that there are people trying to bribe the judiciary because they can do it better. Was that your statement? And should we be having a competition of who has more money to buy justice in our courts?
Mburu, thank you for the question. You didn't get my point. My point was that government has the machinery. It has the investigative arm. It has the money. It controls the national treasury. It gives the judges the money. If it is about corruption and it thinks that there's any corrupt individuals, it's a government that investigates. It has the DCI. It has every necessary infrastructure it has, such that to see the person who has actually controls, he appoints the DCI, he appoints Kinoti, the IG, coming to say that the judges have been bribed. In my view, that's a reverse psychology. All right.
No,
that
I understand you. I understand you. I thought
that
you were talking.
you're crying for, yet you do have the necessary mechanism necessary. If it is about bribing, who can bribe anyone more than the government? To suggest that Okia Omtata can bribe a judge without evidence, it's like you accusing your child of bribing someone in your house, and you are the one who is in control. That in my view is a hogwash, to say the least. It's trying to cut, or in my view, play with our mind as Kenyans, or excuse their ineffectiveness. If you perform your work, it should be above board. The government has the best lawyers, the best legal team that should be advising them on the policy issue. They put them together and they say, okay, fine. Does this reflect the constitutional threshold? Can someone, you think ahead, you don't go, then you're stopped, then you start crying. Think ahead, make it align with the constitution just before you take it ahead. So that was my submission, Jeff. Back to you.
Thank you so much. I hear you, but still, towards the end of your submission, you still made that statement: "Who can bribe anyone better than the government?" That's the only part which I feel is not very appropriate, because we should not even be thinking of the government corrupting the government for anything. So when you compare the government and Okia Omutata, my point is you should not even say who should bribe anyone better than the government, because the government or anybody should not corrupt anybody or bribe anybody to either receive a favor from the court of a fair judgment. Do you think that statement is appropriate?
In my view, Jeff, I don't know if you are getting me. If you've heard a story about a person who was crying that they are being beaten, but they are the ones beating the other one. Yeah, this is a case of someone who is actually anakunyanyasa na yeye ndiye analia ni kama ananyanyaswa. Can you imagine? What I'm trying to say is, if it was about bribing, who would do it better between Okia Omtata and the government? That's what, I don't know if you're getting that point. There's a point you're not getting there.
Let's hear Wachira. Wachira, what do you have to say about that statement?
It's quite ridiculous for me, and thank you for asking. Because I'm looking at already we have a government that we have a state. Actually, it's not a government anymore. It's supposed to be a state, but now we have the state capture of. They're the same guys who were talking about state capture. Now we have a legislature that is part of the executive. So, and then now the only barricade we have, or guardrail we have, is the judiciary. And now we are, like my friend here is speaking about, now you are castigating the judiciary so that you can capture everything here. So to my friend's point, there's no way this is gonna work, and there's no way, something has to give here. Thank you.
I think Richie is not with us. Mr. Pen Nyagaka, you have heard the argument we are having here with Mr. Themba. Themba made a very good clarification that the government has the mechanism, the government has the investigative bodies, so the government should not come to tell us who is very corrupt. They should go ahead and do what they're supposed to do as the government. And to that extent, I agree with Themba. But the only part I was disagreeing is the part where he's saying who would do it better than the government. Anyway, I want to hear your sentiment, Mr. Nyagaka.
Yeah, personally, I should really go on a different trajectory on that. I personally grew up in a court system, from Kosere to Mabay to Rongo to anywhere in Kisi. So the court itself cannot follow one direction. And that is, if anybody has any brains, should understand that. Vile ule Justice Odinga alikuwa anafanya wakati wa Jubilee, I agreed with him. I wasn't Jubilee, but I agreed. It is the, I think it was Temba who said it. It is the judgment. How is the judgment written? What clauses in the Constitution is he following? Hiyo ndio utaona. Now, to come here in America, where some of us stay, if it wasn't the Chief Justice of the United States, a lot of cases against Obama, they rule against. But if it wasn't him, they could have not had the insurance thing they call Obamacare. He's the only one who gave them that. So that I'm answering your question, yeah, Yakwamba, you can, even if you bribe them, let's say, for example, who has more power to bribe than the other, even if you bribe them, that's completely useless if they're independent. Because you can bribe them to rule for you today, but tomorrow you cannot. It would have come from somewhere to go somewhere. So the courts is all over the map. It cuts both ways. You know, you can see the best example when they ruled for Ruto, and now it is Ruto who is saying that they are, you know, frustrating him. So it is very clear. It is whatever it is the case in front of them at that particular time that matters most. Not necessarily you want them to rule, they will rule for you. That doesn't work in the courts of freedom of today. They used the same Kitambo before you came, Jeff. The courts in Pakistan, exactly what happened today in Kenya. The judges and the local judges and the local lawyers were kicked out by King Arbuto, and he hired Wazungus and so many other people from elsewhere to come and rule there. His end was very tragic, and that's why Pakistan is behind India in as far as development is concerned. So that the courts can go either way. Thank you.
Buru, you're on mute. Buru, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Richie said that Uhuru Kenyatta family doesn't care whether Ruto succeeds or not. That the government of Kenya Kwanza should worry much about what Kenyans are saying and how they feel about his government. And I partially agree with the statement of Kenyans because it is the work of the government also to see and to feel how the Kenyans feel about their governance and the situation that they are in, and think on how they can try to lower the cost of living. However, on the part of Uhuru Kenyatta, and this is my view, they care much about the success and the failure of the current regime because if, especially in Mount Kenya, anybody stamps his authorities and is embraced like the way Uhuru was embraced during the time that he was campaigning to become the president, it means that it will be very hard for them to come back into power. And Kenyans did a big mistake for telling Uhuru Kenyatta that he is very young, and he believed that he's very young to retire. And that sank in his mind. So he became preoccupied with how can he continue to be in authority, because being in authority or in leadership, I think is very sweet. There was a time he was not very much interested about leadership, but after he tasted, he felt how good it was. And that is how, and that's why I think the whole drama about BBI was about him looking for a way in which he can come back as a prime minister. And even now he feels that this is just my views, that there is a way he can try to sabotage and make sure like somebody like Gachagua does not become popular. And that's why we have Maina Jenga rallies almost all the time in central Kenya, trying to disorganize Mr. Gachagua so that he does not stamp his authority in that region. Maina Jenga by himself does not have the financial muscle to do and to mobilize the way he is mobilizing. There must be somebody, there must be a mighty hand behind him. And that is why he is coming out very strong and his support is growing day and night. So that's just what I feel, that Uhuru Kenyatta politically is still very active, and also he cares so much that nobody stamps his authority in that region of Mount Kenya. Mr. Washira, I think, comes from that region, maybe has a different view or something like that. Maybe you can discuss that, because Rich had mentioned about that.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. I mean, let's look at this from two sides. Number one, we have somebody who is trying to proclaim he's a kingpin, which is Gachagua, a guy who is a crook. And Gachagua, it's feeling besmirched, if I can use that word, by Maina Jenga. Why would you keep on attacking this guy and taking him to court over frivolous charges? It's because you're feeling, you're like this wife that has been an ex-wife. So an ex-wife that has been, okay, let me use another analogy. I mean, Gachagua, I don't know why he feels so much that you have to keep on going after Jenga, Maina Jenga, because it attracts crowd. This is a guy who has attracted crowds in Roiro, in Keno, and he doesn't even need to do anything. What did he even have to do in this 31st of December, where it was just a goat eating session? And then you go and nitasemaje kwa Kiswahili, yani unavurugu nini mkutano mzima na unaanza kushika watu. There are 250 people who in prison for nothing. That's because Gachagua wasn't comfortable with that meeting, and it was just a goat eating session. So to your point, Jeff, I mean, two things here, like you said. Yes, Uhuru is still involved in politics today, because who is the kingpin of Mount Kenya? We like it or not, it's Uhuru. And that's my opinion. Let me just say that. It's my opinion. Gachagua will kill to get it, but he will not get it. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Demba. You have heard that argument there. Maybe you have something to say towards that.
I tend to agree with this is politics, Mr. Mburu.
Yes.
And I agree with you that in your hypothesis. However, I have a different hypothesis.
Yes.
It's possible that Maina Jenga is also used by William Ruto to destabilize Gachagua. Basically to plan the Mount Kenya politics. You see, who stands to gain from the division in Mount Kenya? That's a question you need to ask. Not Uhuru. The division in Mount Kenya, the person who stands to gain the most is William Ruto. And the other reason is this. Do you know UDA people in Mount Kenya are in UDA not because of Gachagua? And that was evidenced by the purported voting that they had at the former residents. You remember, Bomas, when they were trying to get They were trying to get the deputy president. And most of the Mount Kenya people voted for Kindiki. And then, of course, things happened the way they happened. And Gachagua, of course, was named. So it is said that Gachagua was not even Ruto's favorite for the second position. So right now, if you look at it clearly, Gachagua has been trying to consolidate his the so-called spokesmanship in central Kenya. And right now, if you have been following news lately, the younger Akina Ndindi Nyoro, who are actually directly interacting with you, and as I've told you, the Mount Kenya UDA people largely were in UDA because of Ruto, not because of Gachagua. So Gachagua has been painted lately. It was just painted after the election that now we need to have someone who is going to speak for us. And so the narrative has been pushed. But in my view, I want to imagine that Uhuru, I mean, the things being said about Uhuru wanting to protect Uhuru, in my view, has never been that aggressive a politician. There would not be any reason for Uhuru to want to remain in which power. This is someone who was even reluctant to come in for the second time. It was not even his wish. He was like, I mean, you don't have to die because of this. I can go home, you know? So he's not one person who has been so hungry for power like the Ruto, you know? So there's no power play that would play in terms of Uhuru wanting to remain in power, in my view. So I would still submit that Maina Njenga is a pawn in the game. It is who is using him that we need to be asking. I don't think even Raila is using him. And, he is being used to destabilize Mount Kenya, but who is using him? You know, that would be my submission.
Yeah, that's a good observation, because in politics everything is possible, and also it's a submission that is subject to a lot of scrutiny and can open a very wide discussion. Because I don't see the reason as to why the president would like to divide Mount Kenya, yet he needs the same support of the people who supported him when he'll be seeking for the second time. The destabilization may come in the last term, because he might feel, after all, I don't need these people anymore in politics, because maybe he'll be retiring from active politics. But as for now, he needs the Central Kenya people united and united behind him. I may say that Gachagua may not be a very popular politician, but he is an amazing guy. This is somebody 4 years ago, he was only known in Nyeri, where I come from. I think Madeira, because even I myself, and the way I follow politics, I never knew Gachagua. The first time I saw him was around 2021 in a Citizen. I think it was Nation TV. And when I listened to his debate, I saw a very courageous guy and very eloquent. And I asked myself, who is this guy? I have never heard him before. And it's amazing that he only ran for office for one term as a member of parliament. And today he's the deputy president of Kenya. That is not just a kawaida person. That should tell you that there is something behind this guy. He is not just what we see or hear and how we ignore him, ama kudharau. He must be somehow smarter than many politicians, because we had politicians that we would have thought they would play their cards very well. We have people like Kabogo. We had people like Moses Kuria. We had people like Kidiki. We had people like so many of them, people that would think they are smarter than Gachagua. And you have also said he was not even a darling of the president, or he was not the favorite of the president to become the second person. But he is today. Ask yourself, how did it happen? How did he reach there? So that tells me this is not the kind of a person to just dismiss or ignore. That is how I think about Gachagua. However, anyway, before I don't want to debate because I am now moderating. Mr. Washira, then we go to Nyagaka.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So you made very articulate arguments about Gachagua. But do we remember that Gachagua had a case in court that was dismissed when, and the reason, and that's definite. It's not. It's not my personal opinion. That's a fact. That the guy was when the court case was dismissed, and then he poured a lot of money in the Ruto campaign, and that's why Kindiki, who was the favorite to be the deputy president, lost it because he did not have the muscle power like Gachagua. So Gachagua, to me, number one, I'll articulate this in two ways. Number one, we know his history. Number one, we're even questioning whether he's even a Kikuyu, and that's debatable. Number two, this is a guy who has been corrupt all the way. And being a Madeira MP, I come from Karatina myself, Jeff. So I also know a little bit of history about, the Mount Kenya politics. And so there's nothing articulate about Gachagua. He got into possession through his dad. Because, he just inherited, just like Mudavadi inherited his position from his dad. That's what Gachagua did. So, there's nothing articulate about Gachagua that I can point to in terms of, policy. You can call him articulate in terms of speaking Kikuyu and telling people all manner of stuff. This is the guy who has been unable to. The last time he was telling us that he was going to manage issues of coffee, tea, and milk, which is our mainstay in Central or Mount Kenya, if you will. But then now he's telling us that he cannot even be able to handle that. So to me, he's a sham. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that observation. Mr. Nyagaka, before you come, I just want to add something. You're going to talk about what you think about Mr. Gachagua in Mount Kenya politics and also Maina Jenga. And I want to add this, that this is my opinion also. Even if we don't have any other leader in Mount Kenya, it would be a great mistake for us to embrace Maina Jenga, basing on his very dirty past. We have lost so many young men and girls under the hands of one Maina Jenga. Anybody who would like to use Maina Jenga for whatever reason, for me, I can say is very wrong, because this is somebody who is courageous beyond measure and somebody who can turn to be anything. For me, I see him as a dangerous weapon for our region, because if he was in a position to form that outrageous, very outrageous organization that caused serious mayhem to our people, we were paying taxes that we are not supposed to pay. You would not build any building in central Kenya minus paying taxes to Maina Jenga. You would not buy a car without paying some money to Maina Jenga. He had a parallel kind of a government. Now, it should tell you what kind of a person is this. He can turn out to be anything. If we reformed, the best place for him would have been, I have changed, many people have died because of me. Let me just remain as a good church member, as a bishop that he is. But as for me, I fear so much when I see Maina Jenga stamping his authority in our region. We have a very, very painful past of what happened in our region. Somehow, we we were pulled behind economically because of some of the things that were going on. And Maina Jenga and the team were being used by politicians. And our region became a very serious playground for bloodshed and so many other dirty things. So for me, I would say, even if we don't have any other leader, let us think, even if you don't want Gachagua, let us think of another person that cannot turn to become an animal that will eat its own babies. Because most of the people who suffered under the leadership of Maina Jenga and Mungeki are Kikuyus. It is us, people from that region. Many people who were paying those taxes against their will, forcibly imposed taxes. Many people who were hacked to death are our own people. And the person who was overseeing those things is the same person being used by the politicians to further his agenda. And that is why, to some extent, I say, and this is my opinion, I support the government when they say we don't want to see that in our region again. We want to see our people working very hard, earning their own money, and not to expect that somehow one day we will start collecting taxes like we used to do. There was a time my brother bought a truck. The same day he received a text, you have bought a lorry, number plate, blah, 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 blah. Send this money to this number, failure to which we are coming for you. You built a house, you have built a house. Lipa pesa ya wazee. You have bought a car. Those are the things that were happening. And if you don't cooperate to them, they used what we call the reign of terror. Sometimes they would hack you and carry your head and post it somewhere as an indicator to people. If you don't comply with our demands, this is your fate. So it was fearful even to our women who were forcibly circumcised. We don't want to, for me, I don't want he should die. I don't want to say he should die, but I am saying, can he just be a good Kenyan somewhere serving the Lord other than trying to come out now as a leader of our people? That is what I think. But that was just a by the way statement. Mr. Nyagaka, where are you? Oh, you are there. So there is somebody who said that the judiciary did favor or imposed or helped William Ruto to become the president. And I want to say, and this is not an opinion, it's a statement of facts, that the judiciary did not help William Ruto to become the president because the body, which is constitutionally mandated to declare who is the president, declared William Ruto as the president. And William Ruto never went to the court to ask for any judgment. It was Azimio who took the case, and the judiciary agreed with the IEBC. Then how did the judiciary favor or help William Ruto to become the president? The judiciary just did its work as constitutionally demanded of them. Mr. Nyagaka.
Yes, Jeff, we agree on that one, but the propaganda out there all the time is that the judiciary helped the president, and it's not usual that you get people that look at the background of all that like you just did, but that's exactly what happened. But going back to the people of the mountain, where you two guys were debating, the police are surely, I mean, Jeff, what you are wondering about a warrant is what I think most of the people in the mountain are worried about. So there is no way huyu nani atarudi vile alikuwa na nguvu hizo zote ya hata kutumia your brother letter ya kwamba ampatie kitu kwa sababu alinunua gari. I think all those are part of the history of the mountain. Lakini yangu ni kuuliza wewe na huyu mheshimiwa ambaye ulikuwa unamuuliza, what can the Kenyans do, or when can Kenyans expect the mountain to be divided? Because that is the only part of the country, nearly the number one. If maybe in the Luo Nyasa, Kinatemba, they have number two. But the most united from the time we had independence to today, 60 years later, is a mountain. They are united, and therefore they decide who the president is. They have the extraordinary power. I mean, if the mountain is united the way it is, it also already, as you go to the election, they have already 35 to 40% of the electorate, and that whoever wins needs a very little to win. So when the Raila said that we are Metosha, he knew that if you don't join these people from the mountain, then you have lost the battle. So let me ask you a question, and you listen, you welcome me in. When and how can the mountain be divided? That way Kenya can be really independent, that you cannot expect the mountain to be selecting who rules Kenya all the time.
Yeah, before I answer that question, thank you, Mr. Nyagaka. Let me acknowledge the presence of our good brother here, Mr. Eri. Eri, can you say something and maybe make you a contribution? Because we have talked and talked. Let's hear somebody different. And I wish you can give me. I wish you can give me another name without so many L's. I'm from mountain where L is a problem to us. So I don't know how to say your name. Eri.
No,
It's a
that's
hard
okay.
one for me.
I prefer to listen to our original accents. When I hear someone like Peter Munya talking, I am very happy. Because I know he's not mispronouncing; he's using his actual mother tongue. So
yes.
So don't be scared about L's and all that.
They scare me a lot.
We Luos, we have a problem with the sh and s and all that, and we're happy with that. But
you're welcome.
I was a bit surprised, Buru, that you were comparing what is the net worth of Uhuru Kenyatta's family and William Ruto and the rest of the gang of whichever side of politics, because I think that's quite unnecessary, because we know it's that theory about dynasty against the hustlers. It never worked. You saw the wheelbarrows, people were given a few loaves of bread, as it does happen in all the Kenyan election campaigns, and they went home. The wheelbarrows were used to mobilize people to say that they were hustlers. And the idea that this man was a chicken seller is what makes you dictate to us here that in comparison to the Kenyatta family, he was just a peasant. A lot of internet searches, you find that not even Forbes, but just the reliable internet sources puts William Ruto at number 7 in the wealth data in Kenya. He is a man who has at least $500 million to something like $1.5 billion. That's William Ruto. That's what you get on the internet, okay? And it means that he's in the top 10 list, and he's actually negotiating his position with people who have actually worked very hard to get the wealth that they have. Like, for example, the Indian man who owns don't know what's the name of that company.
Can you repeat the figures you said? The net worth?
It's anything between 500. It starts from about $500 million up to anything up to 1.5 billion. That is the net worth of William Ruto that is purported to be a peasant. And I wanted to just say that there's been arguments in the past about the source of his wealth compared to this rich list, in which he's been counted amongst these other people like Chris Kirubi, the late Chris Kirubi, James Mwangi, Peter Munga. I'm just reading the list here. Manu Chandaria is number 6. So William Ruto is following Chandaria. These are all industrialists. And you know what I would ask about Ruto, apart from the fact that it's just recently that he has been involved in the hospitality industry, but most of his wealth is land, and more land. He's one of the biggest landowners in this region of Eastern Central Africa. And of course, he's an insurance magnate, and he has media interests as well. So the man is super wealthy. I don't know how old you are, but I was around the time when YK92 literally put the Kenyan economy into a big mess with a 500 shillings note that was known as Jirongo. These people have never been taken to court to answer questions about what they did to the economy in order to purchase votes for KANU. In essence, what I'm trying to say, it's just a useless effort to try and say that the Kenyatta family was out there trying to, to attack democracy in 2022 using their wealth against William Ruto. There are many reasons why, for example, the central bank decided to recall or remove a certain currency note from circulation between 2018 thereabouts to 2020, and that particular note is not in circulation anymore because it was apparent that William Ruto and his brigade had stashed a huge amount of money that they could not do anything about except money laundering it, including giving charitable donations to churches and places like that. So we're talking about a person who destroyed the economy in many different ways. He laughs about it when he's attacked about it. He says he expects people to say things like that about him. But I am not disgusted in your statement there as a person, but I was quite shocked that you think it's okay to say that somehow William Ruto is not a wealthy man because he stands amongst the 10 wealthiest people in Kenya, in the Republic of Kenya. We have not even talked about the source of his wealth because we could sit here the whole day. Because I would say this, you would say that, and then we'll go around in circles. Okay? But there is a common consensus about a man who did not work as hard as, for example, Manu Chandaria and all these industrialists that I've mentioned, which basically doesn't mean that I'm saying that this Kenyan industrial elite are with no, like they're perfect. I'm not saying that. Because a lot of people have suffered because of such merchants out there because they're paying their workers peanuts. But what I'm saying in terms of the political platform that we're in today, or this economic, or whichever way you'd like to describe this discussion, I think you should be fair to your listeners by telling them the truth. If you haven't researched what you're saying, it's okay not to say it. It's really, really ridiculous to claim that because the Kenyatta family are so wealthy, Ruto is just this peasant boy who was being strangulated by the Kenyatta family, including financially. And then you mentioned Maina Njenga. Then I thought, okay, this is just what we expected. Because in a way, people from Mount Kenya, not all, but many, seem to have this entitlement syndrome since independence. And I can understand it perfectly because their ancestors suffered a lot during the struggle for independence. But of course, Kenyans suffered in general, right? But then to carry on this entitlement syndrome in a way that expects you to believe that no matter what, every election year, every 5 years, you must push the agenda of Kikuyu supremacy amongst the rest of Kenyans. Even in this intellectual discussion, it happens. And this is not a personal attack. This is reality, which Kenyans are used to, you know. And sometimes you see people just quiet because they just let you talk, people from Mount Kenya to, to tell us about, you're running around against this Maina Njenga, this other one did this, if we can all speak about political leadership in our counties, okay? And we can say everything we want to say about the leaders in our counties. But the people of Mount Kenya, they should give us a break. We don't want to hear that Maina Njenga and, the Mungiki only punished, if you like, the people of Central. Because that really hurts us. Because if you remember very well, in 2007, most of the victims of Mungiki were in Luo Nyanza, okay? And not only that, sorry, they were from Luo Nyanza, but they were attacked in places like Naivasha, Nakuru, Nairobi, and so on and so forth, okay? So I was actually surprised when you said that Mungiki maimed, Kikuyu families without you mentioning the truth of what happened in 2007. There's a track record of this oath taking, which many people in the Mount Kenya region have been denying for a long time. There should be people like you who I would assume is intellectual enough from that region to start speaking the truth about how the history of Mungiki came about, where it's going, without now trying to say that this thing is just about this one person. Okay? There is a lot. Even Uhuru Kenyatta was involved. According to the ICC documents in 2007, people like John Michuki were involved. Okay? So there are people even now who are on the Kenya Kwanza side who were involved. Rigathi Gachagua has consistently told Kenyans how he was a personal assistant of Uhuru Kenyatta. He was involved. Okay? So these other theatrics that him and Maina Njenga, those are theatrics. Okay? But we need to set the history straight. The fact that a person comes from Mount Kenya or from Coast Province, Nyanza, Eastern, whatever, doesn't mean that they are the only people who can have the eloquence of talking about those regions. We read about these things, we know these things, but we keep quiet because we know that the people of Mount Kenya, majority of them, suffer this entitlement syndrome. And it's not going to go away because it has been fed to the community. And it's so unfair because it makes the community imprisoned. So when Penny Nyagaka said that the Kikuyu population, or Mount Kenya, if you like, are so united that every 5 years they are the most united community, Penny Nyagaka fails to see why that is the case. I don't think that the people of that region are liberal enough amongst themselves to decide what they want, because they have been imprisoned into thinking that their entitlement is the foremost thing and they can go nowhere else. I mean, Matiba tried it, and you see what happened to him amongst the Kikuyu population. He was the most, if you asked me, Kenneth Matiba was the most credible Kikuyu leader that would unite the nation in many, many years, in a generation, right? And see how he suffered because he did not play to the gallery at the time. But these are the people that are pushed around us every 5 years, and it must be, I would like to see someone from a very small tribe taking over leadership of Kenya. Really, it will make a huge difference. This prospect
Thank
of,
you.
say,
Thank you, sir.
no, just
Yeah.
the last line. The last line. I'm just trying to say
Yes.
something about, democracy where not the majority but the minority communities become, the leaders of a country. So for example, someone like Okia Mtata, if he's bold enough and he gets a deputy leader, woman or man, who's equally bold, these are transformative people like him, then I think it would be a country that can go to the right direction. But at the moment, I can't see any person who can challenge the mediocrity that we have here in this, we have in Kenya. So I can talk of so many things from this discussion that you had tonight. The one that I don't want to touch is about the judiciary or the judges, because we're still struggling with the transition from colonial heritage, these three arms of government. It's a serious thing that we're still suffering to see where we're at as African people. Because if someone tells you a judge is corrupt, that's just
Is it
the way it is.
possible,
There's no
Mr. Eri, is it possible you hold there, then we go for another round, we come back to you, just take a glass of water, relax a little bit, then we have
no. Listen, Buru,
then we are coming
don't
back.
cancel me. Buru, don't cancel me. You've been talking there for ages.
No, you see
And
why
I've
I'm
been
doing that is because of the
Yeah.
other panelists. They also want to say something. We are coming back to you again.
I just said,
Yes.
I want to say the last thing. I might not be sitting around here
Proceed.
for the longest
Just try to make a
later
summary.
tonight. Yes, I will just say one more thing. This judiciary that we are spending a lot of time talking about, okay? We know the facts coming from either side, whether it's coming from the executive, from the judiciary itself. The judiciary, since Mwai Kibaki's radical surgery of 2003, is something that has to be continuous radical surgery, not something one-off because Mr. Ruto spoke or Madam Koome spoke and all this. This is something that should be consistent. There's this thing called Judiciary Service Commission. I don't even want to talk about it because we know those are fake organizations. But thanks very much for listening.
Thank you so much. You have, that's a good discussion, Mr. Eri. Now, I don't want to engage in a very active discussion because I'm holding now the position of a moderator. But when Mzalendo will be back, I'll be in a position to come back and at least make a comment on the entitlement of the Central Kenya people. You have said they have the entitlement syndrome. I would like to respond to that. But before, let me hear what the other panelists have to say. We were discussing about the judiciary and the outcry from the government, where the government is saying the judiciary has been compromised, and that is why the judiciary is delaying all its projects. And you have also heard Mr. Domi You have also heard what Erai, the last speaker, has said. Maybe you can say something towards that, introduce yourself, and go ahead to make your submission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I cannot see the names.
I'm Jeff.
Okay, Jeff.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Jeff, Akira, Eli, Penny Nyagaka. This other one, I can't see the name well. I don't have my glasses now. Okay.
Yeah, we have Nick.
Nick, okay.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm happy to hear Kenyans discussing. And somebody say that if we stop talking, we will fight. It's good people to talk and discuss and air out their views, and so that we can, at least with talking, people can probably gather information and can elevate their heads to see what is around. I'll start off by what Penny Nyagaka touched on, and by saying people from Central are so united. I saw them divided when we were fighting for multi-party. At one point, they were pulling different sides. That is a group for Mwai Kibaki and a group for Kenneth Matiba. In fact, that was a very big hindrance to getting out Moi. So it's not accurate to say that they have always been united. That's not accurate. I mean, they have always been united. Okay, that's not accurate. Okay, let me touch something about. Let me talk about this judiciary war. I think I'll come again to say the judiciary war with the war between the judiciary and the executive did not start today. I think it has been for a while, and it started after Mwai Kibaki's first surgery, and ultimately after the judiciary, the new constitution. Because before, let me say, there was no judiciary and executive. Executive was the judiciary. By that time, Moi could decide anything and it will go through the court. That was the time when Nicholas Biholt would take a case to the court and, talk of and be awarded 30 million instead of 1 million as the maximum. It was supposed to be 1 million as the maximum award on that case, and he was awarded 30 million because he was Nicholas Biholt. Now, at this point, that is where we have gotten to. Right now, we are at this point. To me, I don't see much of what we are calling as the war, because if anything, judiciary has turned to be is just almost the executive, and the executive the judiciary, because the judiciary ultimately whatever the executive say, the lower courts may challenge. But I can remember a few days ago, the person who challenged I think the person who challenged the first time this the bill, the law that was passed, the budget, he was transferred. That person was being punished. And you know, the person who is transferring that person is the Koome herself. Because you cannot, let me say this, that the judge will not be transferred without the knowledge of Koome, Martha Koome. So coming to cry here, I think Martha Koome is just making noise to me. According to me, he's just making noise. It's total noise. Because now I'll come squarely on what Jeff was talking about. I think he was trying to defend the Koome's judgment on election. Let me put this. I'm going to put this very firm correction. First of all, the reason as to why people did not create chaos after the announcement of Ruto as president was because people trusted that the judiciary is going to be fair. Now, I want to take time to explain to you how judiciary was giving a wrong and an injustice to Kenyans. By the way, it's wrong to narrow it, and I know people have always been saying it is Raila complaining. Let me say this: the election was not Raila. It was we that voted for that for Raila. Raila is just one person. We that voted for Raila felt the injustice. If something has been explained and shown, this lady explained properly and explained it well. How two papers having the same IP address, one from Bungoma and another one from Nyeri, having the same IP address, yeah, which means they were sent by one gadget. They cannot be two. Everybody in IT will tell you there is no way you can have two gadgets having the same IP address. It's not there. She explained well, and it was shown on public. We saw it. Martha Koome saw it with her eyes and saw that this one and this one are both having the same IP address, which means they were sent by one gadget. They were not two. The Kim's kit was supposed to send its results in JPEG, in iPeg. Yeah, that is in picture form. The results that were on the portal were not picture form. They were converted from picture into PDF, which means they passed through somewhere else before they came to the portal. They were changed. They were not the original. The person who passed that it was supposed to be it was supposed to be in picture form. They knew everything about what happens. A picture can be traced up to the original person that sent it. So they would trace every result that is on the portal up to the Kim's kit that sent it, up to the gadget that sent it. You could not trace what was on the portal back to where it originated. Yeah, and that is a fact. We know IT, we understand it, we know how it's done. So all of a sudden, Martha Koome saying that it's hot air. My friend, we are not fools. That judgment was an injustice.
Yes.
And he brought it, Martha Koome brought it to us. And he is the one who failed to do what he was supposed to do. Now, let me remind you, this was part of the judgment that was there in 2017. And it was this guy, it was this guy called Wanjala, Smoking Wanjala. Smoking Wanjala said, ask this question. And this is a question he asked before. You have 6 forms, electoral forms. Yeah. If you go to vote, you are supposed to cut 6 votes from governor, from MCA, governor, MP, and all that up to the president. And he asked, how does the president's total votes in a constituency be more than any other votes? It was asked. And that is one of those things, those reasons as to why 2017 was dismissed. Because it cannot be, they cannot be different. If it was cast wrong, it will be a rejected votes. They will be all rejected votes. Yeah, they will be. But they are not rejected. They just did not exist. And it's about 800,000 of a difference. My friend, we are not fools. That is part of those things that made the 2017 election be dismissed. This is a fact. And now you are telling us that she was doing her job. No, she failed. So she's getting a bitter pill of what is her failure. Probably she thought that Ruto is an angel. Ruto is not an angel. I'm saying again, she gave us an injustice, and we know that election was flawed. Hata wewe unajua, it is a fact. So Martha Koome failed. So she's eating a result of what she did. Sasa hiyo yote according to me, it's total noise. So telling us that she was doing her job, she did her job, yes, but she did it very wrong, and we are in shit because of that. Okay, I'll stop there. Okay, I invite any question.
You have many questions, Dom, but I'm glad you came to the right forum where you'll get answers to what you're saying. You came to a forum where we are objective, and we will teach you some of these things.
Hello, jambo. Not seen you for some time.
The wisdom, wisdom yote, and now we are suffering here. But you have said things which have left me wondering which world you come from. And we have an IT expert here who will tell you that in IT, and you can send messages to different destinations using the same IP address. And that is how ignorant your lawyers were. An IT expert will tell you that...
Wait, Mzalendo, goja. You are saying you can send different messages with one IP address. Yes.
Yes.
If I send with my phone to you,
I can send it to Jeff. I can send it to Eli with one gadget. It is true.
Yeah,
what I'm talking
true.
about is not that. I want to correct you. Listen, go to Google and check. You cannot send two gadgets sending with the same IP address. Go to Google. Go to any class. We have gone to that class. I'm an expert. I know you cannot.
Okay.
That is a fact, Muzalendo. Don't try. In fact, don't go there because you are lying.
Yes, Mr. Boni.
That one. No, listen. That one does not need. That one does not even. That one does not. I'll post it. I'll send you a nini. I'll send you a picture.
Okay, you are right.
A picture.
I want to leave it
I'll send you a picture. I'll send you a picture.
Right.
No, I will send you a picture of that explanation in Google. Yeah.
That's between you and
Just give me your address. I'll send it to you. You cannot have two gadgets. Cannot.
Okay, Ben.
It's a fact. Two gadgets cannot.
Okay,
one gadget.
Sir, you need to listen to some of us now. Sasa, Vira, you just said, the gentleman who just left the floor, Vira, you said in 1992, the Dictatorial teacher Moi, yes, divided the mountain into two, where he paid through friends, Kibaki and Ken Matiba. And then he won the elections with only 34% of the Kenyan population voting. That is true, but this is very different. This is a constitution of 2010, and you have to win 50 plus one or something like that to win the election of Kenya. So let's move forward and come here instead of looking back where that happened. Yeah, it did happen. I agree with you. But to what you are talking about right now, my friend, some of us saw very, very clearly how we took to court, Asimio took Uda to court, and they say, I mean, they are asking for servers to be opened, and they said that the elections coming from this, I mean, the votes coming from this end to the to the IBC center were wrong, and they gave them a limited, of course, they negotiated. Whoever was in charge of Azimio was an East African IT guru, some guy named Njoroge. And every one of those virtuos that ODM or Azimio said that they were wrong, or the votes that came from there was wrong, was 100% right. Did you see that? Because all these addresses you are talking about, and the virtuos that was like 20 something, and they were all of them were 100% right. Look at that too. Just don't look at the address of
Penny. Let me ask you, were we seeing the same thing? There was okay, limited, and let me remind you. The people who are holding the server said we cannot give access.
Exactly. That's why I think they gave a limited.
So telling us that they thought they were given access, that is wrong. That's a lie.
You accepted. Assume accepted.
Penny, you are lying. You are lying. You know that you are lying.
Let me address you. Let me address the lie. It was unlimited. Let me address the lie then. You keep repeating I'm lying. How can we communicate? And what were Jeff, Zalendo, I think Zalendo, you looked at that last time what I told you. It is very clear. It was a limit. It was negotiated between UDA and ASMIO as to what the extent of opening that service was. And it was opened. And we saw that every one of those, it was ASMIO that gave those tools that were messed up. Every one of them were 100% right. I don't know what I'm right.
Penny. If that was the case, why did why did the owner of the server say they cannot open this? They cannot give access? Why?
That's what
That's a question. That was Nani.
Let me answer that. I hear what you're saying. Let me answer that.
Yes. How did they come there? Because apparently you are joking with my head. You are lying to us.
No. Let me say something.
How did they come to that? How?
Let me say something. It was negotiated and both parties accepted. Uda accepted, Asimio accepted. If you don't agree with that, then we have, I'm through. Because they both accepted
Penny, you are lying. Look here, Nani, Penny. How did they come to say they are not going to give the access? They say that they don't. Now they say they don't.
I
agree
with
you.
Dom, you are right that Smartmatic did not give Azimio access to the technology.
Yes, that is a fact.
Listen, just listen. They didn't give access to the technology. They only gave an access to the extent that IBC and Azimio can go. That is the only extent that the Azimio IT guy was able to access. Now, back to your point. As Smartmatic have been, the Republican Party under Trump have been having the same issue you're talking about today. Everything that you are saying is happening in the US here. That's that Trump supporters accuse Biden of stealing the election using the same Smartmatic technology. You know what has happened? Trump gave $5 billion for you to prove that these guys used that technology. $5 billion to prove that they used that technology to manipulate the election.
Muzalendo, Fox News
an answer.
Muzalendo, Fox News has been punished for that.
Was it the Venezuelans who took the election to America?
Smartmatic is the same company. Smartmatic is the same company. It's the same. I am telling you, it is the same. And let me tell you, they have lost each and every suit. They have lost each and every suit. Some lawyers who have been peddling that lies. I've even been struck out of the bar. It is that serious.
Right now,
that is why
Muzalendo, right now,
that direction.
Muzalendo, as we speak,
go that direction to sue Smartmatics. They had the capacity to sue Smartmatic technology. That they brought an bogus technology that bungled the election. They had that, but they could not go that direction because they didn't have the facts. What you're saying are not facts. Those are hearsays.
Muzalendo. If you cannot give me access to see the logs, that's not access.
No, technology.
Nani, Muzalendo, wait and listen.
That is what.
Nani, Muzalendo.
The technology.
Muzalendo. Listen, yes. The problem with you is that you are fixed-minded.
No, it's you. Okay, all right.
No, now let me explain this. This one does not need a guru. Does not need a guru. And I want to put this example. If your house has a padlock, yeah, you put a padlock on, you lock, and go, yeah. Then another person comes and removes the padlock, yeah. Then I come and say something is lost. What's the first thing you do?
If my house has a padlock and something is lost in my house, who put the padlock first off in my house?
It is you who put the padlock.
Who?
You close the house with a padlock. Then you find. Okay, let me say I come and open the padlock. Yeah.
Yes.
Then you get in, something is lost.
Yes.
Yeah. What will be the first question?
Who opened my padlock?
Good. Good. So the problem is the person that opened the padlock.
True.
Now listen. If we agreed here, we can agree, wewe na mimi tunakubaliana. Hizo kimskiti zinapiganga picha as a picture. Yeah. Then what is on the portal is PDF. Okay. Can you explain how it changed?
Okay, so
without an influence.
Allow, and I want you to listen and listen very, very carefully, because
Good.
this is something, and please, Leon, I want to educate you. I want to take my time.
No,
because
explain, because I know, because what you're going to say, I know.
Listen, you can accept it or not. When you save a document, for example, I am in the design field. I do a lot of graphic design. Sometimes a client might require me to save his document in PDF. Yeah, PDF is a file that you can open using a software that tabulates each and every page of that document, of how you made it. Just wait.
Very right.
Now, a JPEG is a document that flattens the same file that is PDF into one document that cannot be edited.
Good.
Wait. You can only edit it using a software. And there are specific softwares that you can edit PDF. Not every software can edit PDF. One cannot edit PDF. That one you have to know. Now,
I know.
if I send a document to a system that can convert, for example, there is a file called TIFF. If I send image file, if I send an image file to let's say this platform, it's an image file. That image file converts automatically into a JPEG. Automatically into a JPEG. That is a technology that is inbuilt. That does not change the image that I initially had sent. But this is your argument. And this is why Maraga nullified the elections. And this is why the civil society won the election and not ODM. Won for the petition and not ODM. In Mainakia's ruling, it is very, very simple. Election is a process. You go to the ballot. It is a physical document. It is counted physically at that particular ballot polling station. It is counted and it is won there. Beyond there is nothing.
Now, Mzalendo, you are besides the point. You are besides the point.
No. Whatever we
were talking about JPEG.
I've explained to you that JPEG images that you are claiming that have been manipulated and changed can never be changed unless you have a software called Photoshop or you have a software called Acrobat or something. And listen, how many documents
Now listen. This is where you are getting it wrong.
Do you know how many millions?
This is where you are getting it very wrong. This is where you are getting wrong.
Yes.
Listen, because apparently you are getting it very wrong.
No. Just tell me where I'm getting it wrong.
Look,
and explain.
They have sent an image. You see, the person who decided, the person who decided that it be sent as an image was not stupid.
Okay, it has been sent as an image. So
it was supposed to appear as an image.
Gosh.
Why convert it? Now, let me come to you. Let me come to your argument. Let me come back to you, to your explanation. Yes. You said it is converted to PDF so that it can be anything converted into PDF. It can be edited, right? Are you not the one who said that?
It can be edited, but not a piece of paper. You saw Nana Gazzetti. You cannot edit.
Now listen. Now let me drive this point home. Let me drive this point home. It was changed into PDF.
How can I edit your signature? Give me an example.
Now listen.
Edit your signature.
Sasa sikiza vizuri. Nisikize vizuri.
Signature yako nda edit namna gani?
Now listen. Yeah. Because their signature, I can tell you their signatures which were not, they were different signatures. They were different. Listen to me vizuri. When you umesema, it's changed into when you change it into PDF, it can be edited. Now let me tell you this. Out of your own statement, I can say this. The election results were brought in by as picture. Yeah, they were converted into PDF, edited. Then why should you change why should you remove the padlock? You remove the padlock.
That's layman. That's a layman point of
now. Listen, whether layman or not, it is layman. Listen. I'm just bringing it. I'm bringing it to the simplest way any of our listeners will understand.
I wanted you to understand
PDF. It was changed into PDF so that it be converted.
PDF.
Yeah. It was edited. You have proved very well that it was edited. Now, a whole.
Okay. Are you done?
Mr. Let me say something.
Huh?
You are taking forever with Domi. Let some of us explain something. Mzalendo.
Okay,
this is for your.
I mean,
this is your benefit, Mzalendo.
I wanted this guy to benefit from some knowledge, but you see, he's not ready to listen. And I'm glad he's back because I really wanted to hear him about.
He has his mind. Domi has his mind blocked.
Mr. Nyagaka.
I wanted to teach Modom about PDF, and I wanted you to allow me, because this is something that our listeners out there need to understand. And you can only understand it when you have worked with PDF, JPEG, and all those programs that are used to save images. This guy believes that a PDF, a piece of paper that was scanned by the Kim's kit, can be edited using PDF. That's absolutely rubbish. Now, the kind of document that you can edit using PDF, and I gave you example. There was no inbuilt Photoshop that would convert these images into PDF, and you edit real time the results that were coming in from how many 6,000 polling stations plus I don't know how many millions of papers you are talking about that you can edit. And again, there is no way. You'll have to take them physically, rescan them. Listen, you have to take them physically, use another software to rescan them, and then now start doing it manually. Like in a computer, hey, I put a figure. But remember, these figures were being entered manually na mkono. Zilikuwa zinaandikwa na mkono. And who is this so stupid that would leave for you those fingerprints that now, since these documents were PDF and the JPEG, what we are going to relay are not the same documents as the ones which were initially at the polling station. And that is absolutely
Mzalendo, I asked you a simple question. Why did they change to PDF?
Domi, let us talk a little bit. Mzalendo, Tucker Carlson of Fox News was fired because of what the Domi is talking about. And they have been fined. The Republican Party has been fined, but it was Fox News that was talking to the computer company, like Domi is telling us right now. Biden was stolen for by this company and this and that. And Fox News is going to be fined again. It has already been fined. That's why Tucker Carlson was fired. So you cannot substantiate. Some of us don't know the technical knowledge of what the Domi is saying. That's why we have people like Mzarendo. Like kidding. The basic knowledge some of us have is kuangalia ile kesi ya kotini in Kenya. The people, Domi, people in Azimio and people in UDA accepted, agreed on the basic rules. They opened it, of course, limited, but they asked those who took those guys to court, Azimio, as to what vituals are you really concerned with? And all of them, 100%, Domi, they came out clean.
Can I say something, Mr. Mzarendo? Maybe to form the basis of our discussion. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you so much. Thank you so much, Domi, even for bringing up this issue. I thought Kenyans now, after having lengthy discussions around the general election of 2022, are now satisfied, and I thought we have moved on. But one, I know how emotional it can become, especially when such process happens. But I want to say this, Mr. Domi and others who feel they are still not satisfied with the work of what the judiciary did. Before you can just point something, one single document that maybe you felt it was not well checked or the judiciary ignored the evidence, it's good to state that we say he who alleges should be in a position to substantiate or to prove beyond reasonable doubt. And the reason why the Azimio case was dismissed by the judiciary quoted lack of sufficient. Yes, they had some sufficient, but did the evidence they had met what we call the ground for nullification, or was it meeting the threshold for the general election to be cancelled? So the judiciary, through its wisdom, the judiciary listens to all the arguments that the presenter of the case had, and they came up with several questions, which I would like just to highlight in summary so that you may know what was the basis of the ruling that was given. The question number one that they came up with, or what they were trying to answer, was whether the technology deployed by IEBC for the conduct of the election met the standard of integrity, viability, security, and transparency to guarantee accurate and verifiable results. And there they said, all of them, the 7 judges, all of them agreed, yes, the technology was okay. The other question they were answering was whether there was interference with the uploading and transmission of Form 34A. And this is where my brother Domi is actually very critical about, and we're going to see what they said about this. We will check that. So they said whether there was interference with the uploading and transmission of Form 34A from the polling station to IEBC public portal. The third question, in summary, was whether there was a difference between Form 34A uploaded on IEBC public portal and Form 34A received at the National Tallying Center. Question number 4 that they were answering was whether the postponement of gubernatorial elections in those places that were postponed whether they affected the outcome of the general election or played at a disadvantage of Azimio or any other party. Question number 5 they were answering was whether there were unexplained discrepancies between the votes cast for presidential candidates and other elective positions. Whether the IEBC carried out the verification, tallying, and declaration of results in accordance with Article 138(3)(c) and 138(10) of the Constitution. The question number 7 they were asking is whether the declared presidential attained 50+1 of the votes cast in accordance to the Constitution. And 8 is whether there were irregularities and illegalities of such magnitude as to affect the final result of presidential election. And finally, the question they were answering was, what reliefs and orders can the court grant or issue, or what is the best ruling? And in question number 1, this is what they said. The court was not persuaded that the technology deployed by IEBC failed the standard of Article 86A of the Constitution. And B, on the same, they said that IEBC complied with the Constitution. They also said, whereas there were failure of Kim's kit in 235 polling stations, the affected voters were granted the right to vote manually. And C, they said the services Smartmatic International holding BV was through a competitive process, or the procedure of procurement was done according to the law. So in the question number 2, they said, the court held that the petitioners failed to establish to the required standard that there was interference with the uploading and transmission of 34A from the polling station to IEBC public portal. And they say,
okay,
no
Jeff,
credible.
Jeff, wait a bit. Just wait a bit.
Yes.
You see, what you are reading,
yes,
I know.
Is
I've read it. I read it. So there's no need of reading the whole thing. Now listen to me. On this, let me help you. Yeah, and I will help you by this. Do you remember the LGBTQ case? Do you remember?
The
LGBTQ case was judged by the same Supreme Court. Yeah. What did the Kenyans say? Let me help you guys. When somebody is decided to give you an injustice, he will dismiss even the clearest evidence. He will just still dismiss because he's sitting on the throne of decision. Let me give you an example. Another example. When what recently happened about this how do you call it, this housing levy? The judge says he feels that okay, they felt that whatever was asked for, they said okay, whatever was asked for had enough reason to proceed for a judge for the case. Okay, they have a case, but still said continue deducting the housing levy. Yeah. So you believe that it's unconstitutional, at the same time you are allowing it to go on. What are you saying?
Can we focus on the general election? Can we focus on the general election?
What I'm giving you this example to help you understand that not all judgments,
and that's why
Maraga's judgment. When Maraga was giving his judgment, yes, every judge wrote his opinion. Every judge wrote his opinion.
Yes.
And it was clear. Every judge gave the opinion and it was very clear. Mzalendo, you are very wrong to think that the process was the only thing that threw out that election.
You see,
the fact
my
that
brother,
it does not mean that that's the thing.
If you allow me just to say something, you came out strongly about Form 34A, and this is what I wanted us to check and also Kenyans to judge, basing on what the judges said. I'll just read this because you said there were discrepancies. And the judges, after looking at the forms, this is what they said. They said there was no credible evidence was presented to prove that anyone had accessed IEBC's results, transmission system, or that it was possible from the design of system to intercept, detain, and interfere with Form 34A temporarily before uploading them back into the public portal. They said that one, after they did the scrutiny, it was not possible. And finally, this is what I want you to hear about the Form 34A that you talked about passionately. The registrar's report revealed that the original Form 34A from the contested polling stations, which were alleged to have been intercepted and interfered with, were exactly the same as those on the IEBC public portal and the certified copies presented to Supreme Court by the IEBC under Section 12 of the Supreme Court. Now, these forms that we are saying they were interfered with, they were not only relying on the forms that were physical, they had the soft copy, and they also had a form that was with the agents and the form that was retained by the IEBC. And after doing the scrutiny, they said that all these forms, they tally, they are the same. And this is a question that Justice Smoking Wajara asked my brother. He said, okay, people may tamper with like they were saying, they were capturing the forms on the air and interfering with them. And he posed a question. They may have tampered with that one. What about the form that were signed by the agents at the polling station and they traveled by road? You see, they were not able to answer that question. Not only that, Azimio made an allegation. Just to finish this, just one point. They say, yeah, this mic is having a echo. Please, can you mute? Can you mute that?
Amburu, we can't hear you. I don't know what has happened. Boro, log in and you made Dom take off. I really wanted them to be around so that I don't want him to take off. This is very important because this is something that has been peddling around for a very long time. But today he has got the opportunity to learn.
Mzalendo, you are not teaching me anything.
We all can learn every day of your life.
Opportunity to learn, unless you just want to block your head, just block your brains, but we'll give you the knowledge. So you can pick whatever you want. You've been told, this is the ruling. I am telling you, Azimio had the most bogus lawyers, the most bogus, the picky lawyers. They did nothing, they did zero for that old man, Raila. They didn't help him at all. And
Mzalendo, I wanted to make one final statement. Azimio came up with a case whereby they told the court, we have information that in 2 polling stations, there were irregularities in how the election was conducted. They were told, okay, which stations? They cited one.
It was like 20-something.
Sorry?
It was about 20-something stations.
So, yeah, they were told, well, this is what we're going to do. We are going to check the portal and we are going to count, to do a physical count. And that was that was a real trap for Azimio, because they were told, give us the people, observers, who are going to observe as we count ballots one by one and check the discrepancies, irregularities, and also compare what is in the physical forms to what is in the server. They were given what we call the partial access, the read only. They did that for the whole day, the whole night, with international observers. The judiciary had observers, Azimio had observers, and other interested parties. There were no discrepancies. There were no irregularities. Even if, Mr. Domi, you were the judge, how would you have ruled such a case? Not only that, your people, your lawyers, tried to force in documents that were forgery to the court. It is there in the ruling. If it were in other democracies like America, some of them would have lost their practitioner.
Most of those Azimio lawyers would be in jail by now if they were here.
I'm telling you the truth. They did a very bad job for Baba.
Nani, let me ask you. There are some things, let me tell you something, Nani Jeff. Apparently, you guys, there is something you have blocked your head for too. You blocked your head to reality. Listen, there is nothing that was not on camera. We saw everything.
Yeah.
If you are talking of the forms, Gladys Sholei was changing the forms at IBC. I saw with my eyes on camera. Everybody saw it. So what are you talking about? I saw them done on camera. They were done on camera, and we saw. And that is why Nani was thrown out. We saw it with eyes.
But remember, Domi, we also have eyes, and we saw. We followed the ruling. And we also saw the conduct of your lawyers. And how much...
No, listen, leave alone. Now, before we come to the lawyers,
did your lawyers have forged documents? Let's start from there.
Imagine.
Did they have forged documents? Let me ask you. Let me ask you, Nani. We saw Gladys Sholei. Those forms you are saying that they were verified and they were the same. In the sight of everybody, it was shown on Mbakata. I wish I had your number. Ningekutumia hiyo picha. They were changing it. Mpaka unaona huyu anakuja na form, anapatiana hapo nani clerk anabadilisha. We saw it. Sasa sijui unaongea nini. We saw they were changed. So when our lawyer come with the form,
okay,
wakati wanakuja na
Gladys Sholei was an agent for Kenya Kwanza. Who was your agent at Bomas?
They were sent out. Yes. Nini kwani haukuona nani akitupwa nje? Nani na Olekina? Nani lawyer nani walifungiwa?
Olekina was not your chief agent at Bomas. Who was your chief agent at Bomas?
Nani bwana? We saw the scaffold. The scaffold.
Nani? Simple question. Answer the simple question, because if you don't have the answer, I'll give you the answer. Do you know who was your chief agent in Bomas?
Now, okay. Put aside.
Come on TV so many times in an interview. Many times.
Now listen. Nani Mzalendo. It does not matter who, but what I'm saying is what we saw.
Was not an agent.
He was not an agent, but he was supposed to be there. They were sent out.
What business?
They were supposed to be. They were supposed to be witnesses, but they were sent out. Kina Orengo walitupwa nje.
Yeah, because they were unruly. Unajua walitupwa kwa sababu walikuwa unruly.
Now let me ask you Nani Mzalendo. Wakati Gladys Sholei anabadilisha makaratasi hapo, you don't want him to be questioned? Because that is what they were questioning. They were questioning that. They were questioning that ndio wakatupwa nje, so that to give nani Gladys Sholei to change the purpose as he wanted. Na zilikuwa zinabadilishwa bwana, tuliona. They were there, we saw. Yeah. So now let me ask you nani mzalendo, wakati makaratasi zimebadilishwa, mimi nikikuja na the true one, they will say it's fake. Kwa sababu gani? Huyu amebadilisha. So what happened nani?
Jeff, ya Mungu sijui ndakuambia. Uelewi, Mburu amekuambia hii kitu. There are 3 phases of that verification. Kuna hiyo physical unaleta hapo Bomas, kuna ile ya portal iko hapo ndani kwa portal ile unaangalia, na hiyo sasa hiyo imebadilishwa physically na mkono na Gladys, ile iko kwa portal. They should have a difference, they should have discrepancy, which the court said.
Now what was on the portal? Gladys Sholei was taking what was on the portal to put on these papers, so that ionekane kwa ni sawa. So unaongea nini bwana? Tuliona, we saw it. The problem with you mzalendo is nini?
Mr.
The problem with you guys.
Domi, just a minute. In this Africa 24, we have very high technology. Can you send the evidence that you are saying you have to Mzalendo, and then he's gonna show to the people? They will do it right now. Just send it. Let us see.
Please send it to me. Send the evidence to me on my.
Yeah, send it
I can give you my number on there even.
Then we're gonna be able to rest that case.
Check on the private message. I'm giving you my number right now.
And there is also another thing, Nani Mzalendo. I want also to put it clear to you. The problem with you is you think that you are the only guru in IT. My friend, you are not the only one. I'm dismissing what you are saying because I know, not because I don't know. I'm dismissing it because I know what you are saying. I know.
Dom, I've interacted with the documents and I do it every day. That is what for the last 30 years. So mambo ya JPEG nini hizo vitu ndakuambia najua.
The fact that you have interacted, there is one truth that umejifix mwenyewe. Yina umejifix mwenyewe. You fixed yourself. You fixed yourself.
Expert. Angekupatia a lot of information.
On this nani mzalendo, it does not need an expert. You fixed yourself by your own mouth. Mpaka unaniambia ati ilibadilishwa hii PDF kwa sababu inakuwa it can easily be
ile kitu hujajua na jaribu kuelezea na hutaki kusikia kabisa. Unajua nikikupiga picha, if I take your photo like this, I want to now wacha sasa nikuelezee na Kiswahili. Nimepiga picha yako, wewe huyo ndio Dominic huyu. Nimeweka document ikascan hiyo picha yako. Hiyo ni image yako on either JPEG or PDF. PDF comes in when I now want you to put you into layers. How I made this Dominic be what he is. Kala gani niliweka shati yake kala ya red. Niliweka nywele yake kala gani, niliweka nywele yake kala ya black. Now it gives you those layers. Those layers, layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, layer 4, layer 5, layer 6, up to layer 10. In that document, there would have been layers like that. Layer of even up to the signature. Even the writings, layers like that in Akupatia. Now, you have to convert these writings. Convert these writings. Kama ziliandikwa physically, there is no way you can convert them. You can only rub and put your signature. But you cannot convert it into anything. Because imeandikwa na kalamu namna hii. Hakuna technology ya kuconvert kalamu namna hii kwa kusahihi nao hakuna. Haya, hizo forms zilikuwa zimeandikwa na Bairo. Ziliandikwa na Bairo. Either unasema hivi, nienda kwa portal kama ziko blank zikajazwa. That would have made sense. If they argued like that would have made sense. But a physical form written, manipulated, millions of copies of forms within hours can never happen. Changing a PDF DDS.
Let me ask you, Nani. Was it hours or days?
Huh?
Was it hours or days?
Which was it hours or?
Was it hours or days?
At the hours or days? What do you mean hours? Oh, the election process. The elections in Aisha Gioni, and you already know the results who was won in each and every police station. If you didn't know
Now,
that, that's
now,
why
now, Nani, Mzalendo. You are talking of it cannot be done in hours. Listen,
it cannot even
in
be done.
hours. They had how many days? They had 6 days.
No, whatever you're saying is impossible.
Nani, Mzalendo, you know, let me tell you something. To you, it's impossible, but padlock ilitolewa kwa nini? That's the question I'm asking. To you, it's impossible, but you have given somebody 7 days. Alafu in the end, inakuja kwa PDF. My friend, why? What are you talking about? Then, now, you know, Mzalendo, let me tell you something. What I'm bringing it to the easiest form that anybody can understand. You are trying to complicate things to make people not see. But let me tell you, I'm trying to bring it to the simplest way so that people can understand. You take a photo, then
send me a photo sahi nikubadilishie PDF and tell me to change anything in it, and you look at how long it will take me to change, because I've got the software here that can change very, very fast. Photoshop niko nayo hapo, Acrobat niko nayo, everything. Nitumie tu moja nikuonyeshe how impossible it is to do that, especially in an election. That can be done in documents like a Word document, even a document like you know, there's a kuna picha ile nimemanipulate nikaweka layers, so I want to manipulate it very fast. I can do that, but on a physical paper written by hand, there's no technology that can change handwriting into something else. Hakuna haijafika usiagi hiyo kitu mali ingine.
Sikiza Mzalendo. You can listen. Hiyo kitu unasema ni hivi. It is simple, and I will show you how simple it is.
Niambie.
What is written there? What we need to change there is figures. Kwani piga ngapi hapo? It's just to blow
inaandikwa na mkono. Sikiza, inaandikwa na mkono.
Yes, iliandikwa na mkono. I have not disputed. Inabadilishwa na mkono. It's just whereas kuifunika hivi. It's just to cover it with white. It is simple.
Ukitoa na PDF, wacha nikueleza. Ukitoa hiyo karatasi na PDF, na uerase, itawacha mark, because you will not get the color of that paper accurately. You will never get that. It will leave a mark. After uerase na gani, it will leave a mark. It will leave. And that is something impossible.
It is possible. It was done. You are refusing to accept the truth. And that is why Mzalendo, that is who you are. You never accept the truth. You have always been hell-bent to defend Ruto, and that is who you are. You are just being who you are, Mzalendo. I know.
Mzalendo.
You insist on a lie, and you are sticking on it, my friend. It happened.
You've been peddling lies all along. Now I'm educating you. You have refused.
You don't. There is nothing you are educating me, Buana. I know. I have done it. What I'm telling you, I do.
Let me ask Domi a good question.
You are not the only professional, bwana. That is what you need to understand. You are not the only professional. I know.
Unaandika na mkono, uwezi badilisha na technology, utasikia na wapi?
Utabadilisha. You just print it. You just print it and take it again. You just print it. Then unafuta unaandika na mkono. Unaandika na mkono.
For your composition, wewe unibadilishie hiyo composition yangu. Wewe una writing niletee.
What I will tell you is this. Hiyo composition, I'll print it. Erase chenye nataka na niweke chenye nataka na mkono. It is simple that. Then I scan. I scan it and send. Is that any big deal? What you are saying we do.
Domi. Yeah, Domi, excuse me. Let me ask you a question. This is the question directed to Domi. Your chief agent, Ole Kanchole, has accepted the defeat and he wrote a book. Have you read the book?
Now listen to me. Ruto has bribed so many people to do anything he wants. Yes. He has bribed anybody to do whatever he wants. That has been, bwana.
You lost selection.
Nani, skiza bwana. Skiza. Nani ajui Ruto bwana? You are talking as though you don't know Ruto.
Hey,
he grants everybody.
Muzalendo, these gentlemen like Domi are the perfect people that we need. Let them keep talking the way they are talking.
Let me remind you. Let me state it again. Your story unasema, you just convert. It's just as simple as this. Convert everything na PDF. Print. Footer, jaza, and scan it. Is that a miracle? My friend, wewe kama huwezi fanya, mtu mwingine anaweza fanya. And another thing, nitarudia nikukuambia, it is just as simple as that.
Hiyo yote umesema ni ukweli. You see the way you on a piece of paper when we were kids, hata kwa exam, umeandika the wrong answer, then unarab inawacha mark. Or when you have a bad rubber, unaweka mate namna hii, afu unarab. In design, because this is the design we are talking about. In design, when you use the eraser, you have to be so accurate that it has to match the paper, and you have to use a tool. So this thing cannot be done by any layman. You cannot do it. I can tell you, the people in this panel, unless they have done design, they cannot do, even if I give them, kwa hii panel nikipatia watu 10, hebu nibadilishie hii kitu without any trace, they will not be able to do it. 100% they will not be able to do it. And even if I ask you, which software will you use to do that? You will not even be able to answer that. You will not even be able to answer that. Because Palis technology iko sahi, especially in mambo ya design, what they are coming up, Adobe and all that, what they are coming up with is that unaona signature, ndio maana unaona DocuSign unaenda pale una sign document pale, inaenda hiyo same document ukisign inakuja kama, it can come either as a PDF. As a PDF does not mean it will come with layers. It can come as a flat document PDF. It does not mean that it will come with layers. When it comes as a flat document, you will now need a software that will separate that into PDF. We'll convert it into PDF, meaning
Mr. Mzalendo.
Layers.
Okay. Mzalendo.
I want to make a request.
What you are explaining is just unnecessarily complicated. Listen to me. Na unisikize vizuri. This is something that can be done by a layman. Yeah? Listen. Chukua your paper, you just convert it into PDF. Sawa?
Mr. Mzalendo.
After converting, print.
Print. Niko na signature, nimeprint.
Footer. Futa values because what we needed there, what we need,
niambie navuta na nini? A whitewash.
Even
navuta na nini?
Wacha nikwambie, on a white paper utachukua karatasi, leave alone a whitewash. Nani, sikiza kwanza, listen. That is something very simple. Unachukua tu karatasi, unaweka juu.
Niko nayo hapa. Hii karatasi niko nayo hapa, ndio hii hapa, ndiko na karatasi hapa. Ndio hii. Hii ndio karatasi, ndio nimeandika.
If inaonekana kama unachukua tu karatasi, a very small paper, cover it. Print it nini? Photo nini itoe tena. Andika kwa hii karatasi. Bandika. Print it, scan it.
Okay, it's already scanned.
Who will know? Nani atajua value gani zilikuwa hapo?
Very unnecessary process. Very unnecessary things here.
Now, unfortunately, that unnecessary process gave Ruto unfair win.
Remember the same paper, kuna agent wenyu ameibeba ile ya ukweli. Wacha hii ya uongo. Kuna ule ameibeba anaenda nayo Bomas. Ule agent wenyu ameibeba.
Na kunayo
kwa saba, kuna ule ameibeba the real document. Wacha hii Ruto anaiba. Kuna ule ya ukweli sasa agent wetu wenyu Dominic anaenda nayo.
Nani?
So, Mr. Mzalendo, before you proceed, Mr. Domi, I wanted just to change a topic just for 1 minute. I have sent, Ms. Mzalendo, I have sent you a document of what the chief registrar, the chief justice said about the forgery documents that were presented in court. You check that, then you're going to put it for us there. But I wanted, Mr. Eri, if you are there, if you can hear me, I wanted you to come back because you made a statement and we listened to you for quite some time. And you reprimanded the Central Kenya people about the entitlement syndrome. And I wanted to say something about that because this is, to me, this is a mindset and kind of a stereotype whereby you take people and decide to see them in a certain way, and then you sell that as the truth. I want Kenyans to know that there is no suffering for the mountain people and the suffering of the Nyanza people. Our suffering is the same suffering, regardless of who is in leadership. So, and the other thing, on the entitlement syndrome, I don't know where it is coming from. Because if it is the Kikuyu people, we are born all over the country, everywhere, so we cannot behave the same. I don't think so. And I would not like someone to classify me that these are Kikuyus and they are suffering from this syndrome because they are Kikuyus. To me, I feel like that wasn't a very unfair, that wasn't a very fair observation. But I want to say this. Yes, in Kenya, that is where we are. People vote basing on the region they come from. People vote basing on the parties that they support. Is there anything wrong with that? No, because constitutionally, we look at the rule of the majority. And the majority at the end of the day carries the day. Is there any offense people commit when the rules decide to follow Raila Odinga and vote for him 100 and sometimes even above 100%? There is nothing wrong with that. That is where we are as a country, that we support people basing on where they come from. We also support them basing on the regions. And I don't think by the fact that the people from the mountains are the majority, I don't think they have any problem. Because when Ruto came and presented himself differently from the fear they have been having previously, they voted for him. So it's all about the candidate and how you package yourself and how you show people that you're going to represent their interest. So there is nothing like a syndrome or people feeling like entitled. I don't feel it myself. I don't feel entitled because it doesn't make any...
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Yes, Jeff. some of us have not been to the mountains. Mimi natoka huko Kisii, and I know a lot about the Roland. Hata nitasumusa kama huyo wadu nani. Anyway, but what I'm asking you a question is, how is Ruto's popularity as of today? According to your friends, you know, your neighbors, anybody, how is the Ruto's popularity in the mountain today?
Give me a minute. Continue talking. Just
cannot countenance this type
yes,
of
because
on the part of counsel who are officers of the court. Though it is elementary learning, it bears repeating that affidavits filed in court must deal only with facts which an opponent can prove of his own knowledge, and as a general rule, counsel are not permitted to swear affidavits on behalf of their clients in contentious matters like the one before us, because they run the risk of unknowingly swearing to falsehood and may also be liable to cross-examination to prove the matters deponed. We must remind counsel who appear before this court, or indeed before any other court or tribunal, of the provisions of sections 113 and 114 of the Penal Code that swearing to falsehoods is a criminal offense, and two, that it is an offense to present misleading or fabricated evidence in any judicial proceeding.
yes, that is the work of your lawyers, your attorneys, Mr. Domi. To the extent that
they were forging documents.
They were forging documents to the extent that the Chief Justice had to clarify to them the repercussion of what they were trying to do.
Now let me help you. If Gladys Cholei changed, I'm helping you. If Gladys Cholei changed the forms that were going there, how do you not get it as a forgery? It looked like a forgery because what is taken there, Gladys Cholei changed.
You see,
that is why I keep telling you, we saw things on camera.
Domi,
why are you helping to stand with lies?
Mbona hiyo evidence amukupeleka kotini hiyo kamera?
Wacha nikuulize.
I also heard Baba saying that he had recordings of Nani taking money. Anaitwaje huyu jamaa wa IBC Chebukati. He had got there was this recording ziko, things like that. You have some things like that. Well, absolute rubbish.
Mzalendo.
No, Domi, Domi, you know, we talk of the threshold. If you are the judge today, and somebody in trying to prove his case present just one forged document, how do you perceive that person? If I am a judge, and at least I have done a little bit of labor laws, if I am a judge and you present, you might be having a strong case, but among the documents you present one which is a forgery. You forge a document and sneak it in amongst many documents. One, I will see you as a criminal. And I will see you as somebody who cannot pass the integrity test of the position.
Now let me ask you, as a lawyer. If Chebukati mwenyewe was reprimanded by the judge saying that he handled it wrong. Yes, that was Nani's statement.
Is that tantamount to forgery?
Now listen.
Your argument is mine is different.
Now listen, Nani. Listen. You know what, Jeff.
Yes.
You are measuring on a minor issue, yet there are bigger issues here. Listen. We have gone round and round on this thing. And the fact will not change. Wewe umeingia, mtu mwingine amebadilisha padlock, ametoa padlock yenye ilikuwa. Ulitoa ya nini? These forms came in zikiwa JPEG.
So Wait a minute. Who
Why?
changed the padlock, or what are you saying? Because now you are confusing the
The
listeners.
forms came in picture form. Why were they changed to PDF? Why?
Because
that is one thing that is forgery. That is the wrong. That is the beginning of the whole mess.
No, step by step.
I've told this guy, images can change from an image can change into a JPEG or a PDF. There's nothing wrong about that.
I have no dispute with that. Nobody disputes that. What I'm asking here is this. What I'm asking here is this. Unabadilisha za nini? Na ulisema na hata wewe umesema unabadilisha so that you can edit. You answered it.
Nilikuambia when you're doing
That is our worst. That is our worst thing. That was our worst thing. Then hii vitu zenye Jeff analeta hapa. That was our worst thing. Ulibadilisha za nini?
What you are calling minor issue in the court of law is very serious. Forgery.
Now, why? Now, okay, if it's serious, why should it not be serious about changing from picture to PDF?
Because you are not even private. You are not even private.
There is one thing that you are not getting. There is one thing that you are fixed that you are not getting. I'm saying this. If you are saying that forgery is serious, yeah, why can't JPEG to PDF not be serious?
Now I want to ask you something.
Favorism.
I want to ask you
why
something.
do you favor one side and not the other?
No, I want to ask you
it
something.
Was favorism.
I want to ask you something. The IEBC, which was actually the accused, their lawyers were able to pinpoint whereby your team had forged the documents. And if you feel that what you are saying was forgery, what were your lawyers doing that we are not able to prove beyond reasonable doubt?
It was proven beyond reasonable doubt. The judge was favoring one side.
No,
because
the same judges who ruled against IEBC are the same ones who have ruled in favor of.
Kohome was the factor. Why those who ruled? Let me explain to you. Those who ruled after KBC. Listen, when they ruled 2017, everybody gave his statement. Here, it was one person reading. And you see that there was one factor.
Do you know why?
Everybody wrote his statement, and it was very clear.
Because all the judges came to the same conclusion.
No.
We don't have a judge who has come out to say that my verdict was...
Because walikula pamoja. They were influenced pamoja.
Those are just...
No.
Those are
I don't agree. Look here. It cannot be that everybody... Nani, bwana, skiza. We don't have one brain, bwana. I'm not a fool. And Kenyans are not stupid. We don't have all the same brain.
But
everybody has his opinion. Why do they give each one his opinion?
If I was a judge and scrutinized the documents that we have produced, if you go to my Facebook, even before the ruling, I wrote it there. On what basis? On the basis that these people requested for a retally. They were given the access. They tallied all the votes that they said they were fearing had been interfered with. And they all showed the same results. Both the physical copies and what was on the soft copies. On that basis, that is what we call the sample.
Okay, guys.
If at all it has been interfered with, when you retell it, will still come to the same thing.
Dominic.
It will bring the same thing, Bana.
And
how can it be different?
Dom, this is how. Wait a minute, Mburu. This is how a PDF is converted. You see, this is text. These are the rings probably we used on the document. This is another level. This is the color saturation. This is the cake. This is probably the image, and this is the cake. Now, if you want to change the text, you click on the text, and then it changes the text automatically to a text that is computer generated, not a written document, a computer generated text. That is how PDF changes. This is how PDF is, all right? So hiyo kitu unasema PDF ati picha ina change ya kuna, hii ndio PDF, hii ndio kitu tunaitwa a PDF document broken down into layers. These are layers, and these are layers. They are called layers. These are text layers. These are image layer. This is an image layer. That is a cake and all that. So there is nothing that you could change in that. That document. That document was one of the most silliest arguments ever.
Mzalendo. Yeah. I think you are going to you are just going too far. It is simple. No, listen. What you are breaking down, I know. We are not going there. That is, you are just going too far. This is a simple thing. Change it into, now listen. You change it into PDF, print it, and scan. Print it, change. Futa unabadilisha bwana. You have 9 days, you have 7 days to do that.
Sasa ndio nakwambia
futa badilisha. That was what was done.
Nakwambia hizo process zote mbili umesema, that is now how ignorant you are. Because PDF and JPEG, if I scan a PDF and a JPEG image, yeah, they are the same as an image. PDF inakujaga hivi. Kiza PDF na JPEG ni hivi. So there's no point of you scanning, changing it to JPEG. You can change the PDF. The way unasema PDF hivyo, you can change it. You don't have to scan it. That's what I'm telling you. You don't have to scan it. PDF is just a format of saving a document. It is a format of saving a document.
Then so you agree that it was printed, it was changed to PDF so that it be changed. You are agreeing that it was changed. The figures were changed. That is the thing. Well, you know what you are going around is what you are going around on is this. You are trying to complicate so that to deceive people. Listen, it is just as simple. Ni wewe mwenyewe. Si ni wewe mwenyewe ulisema hapa.
Nimekuambia in design. Listen to me. In design and in photography and all the things that you are doing in architectural, if you want to change, if you want to delete a document, if you want to delete a part of a building, a roof, they come in those layers that I've shown you, those layers. If that same document, I can save it in PDF, and you will not be able to edit it. All right, unless I use a software that will break it down in layers.
Now, okay, listen, I agree with you. Nani, we have no dispute on that, Mzalendo. I have not disagreed with that. You are not getting my point. It is either you are not getting my point or you are refusing to agree with the truth.
Oh, you are not
listen to me. This is we don't have to be complicated on something things, Mzalendo. There are so many ways.
Okay,
there are so many ways. There are so many ways.
Go ahead. Many ways. Niambie one way.
Now look here.
Hata technology imekukataa sasa. What? Dom. Yeah. Convincing you is one of the most effective. Ben Yagaka. Ben. I have tried to convince this guy called Dominic, but I think it's difficult to convince him.
No, this is what about all the people that talk about ODM, they tell me the same thing like this. And there is no way you can convince them otherwise.
And let me tell you,
so that way,
it's sad. It is very, very sad that each and every time they
talk. No. Some of us like it because we see how we can win 2027. This is the easiest way to win 2027. You don't have to convince people like them.
Nyagaka, you had asked me a question. What question did you ask me?
I was like, is the mountain moving away from Ruto right now, right as we speak? Because some of us are not from there, and if then we don't have a lot
Where
of
do you
people
think
that
so?
tell us.
Then if we move from Ruto, what is the better option? What is the better option we have found?
What is the better option?
Because you can tell us they have moved to where?
Kutoka Kisii mimi na Mzalendo, kutoka Kisii mimi naambiwa ukitaka any kiti lazima you have to be in ODM or Azimio. Nasema pana. Kisii, my brothers, my sisters, wote wananiambia lazima uwe ni UDA. I mean Azimio or ODM. Nawaambia hiyo siwezi.
You see,
so wengi wanazungumza kama Dobi. Mimi Dobi anazungumza hivi kabisa. That's how they talk.
You know what has happened, Pen, and that is right. Azimio have won on the propaganda war. They have won on the propaganda platform. And these are the kind of propaganda that they've been selling, and people, it's getting into people's head that it is true without scrutinizing the facts. But again, a day in politics.
And what is more deep is you can't convince them otherwise. They are right and you are wrong.
You see, like what this gentleman is talking about, I am telling you, that is what I do on a daily basis here. And I'm telling him, like, a PDF document and a JPEG are just one of the same family. Yeah, there is no point of changing whatever is the process that he was telling me. You change it to a PDF to JPEG. You just scan it as it is and change it. You don't have to change it to PDF, because first you are going to just manipulate it the way he's saying with a rubber. But even if you do it with a rubber, it will be seen. It can be evidence in court. Yeah, it can be evidence in court, and it will incriminate you in a bad way. But these guys, they don't listen. But that's
So
the
this is
sad
what
part about it.
let me try to answer your question, Mr. Nyagaka. Currently, because of the economic hardship, people are crying everywhere. And people are saying, oh, the government has made us to be in this situation. We don't have money, which is very normal. Because if they don't cry to the government, whom are they going to cry to? That's a normal process. When hard time comes, you cry to your father. When children have not fed in the evening, you say that our father has not provided, or he has fed us with githeri for a whole week. That's very normal because you are the father. So people are complaining to the President William Ruto, but that does not necessarily translate to them moving from him to where. And I came here. I came to Motembei TV last time before the general election. And I told them, according to my analysis, because I listened to the crowd so much, I told them, people have not changed, as you are saying, that now people are following Baba. Baba, I said, has to do a lot of things, in a lot of work. I don't know why we are having echo. Yeah.
Nyagaga is listening to TV at the same time.
Yeah. I came here in Motembei and I said, Baba has to work like 3 times harder than Ruto before he can enter in the heart of the mountain people. Why? Because previously he has been speaking like he's speaking against the mountain people. And that is why they started seeing him as an enemy of their progress. You remember before 2027, some statements he was making, statements like the reason why other regions are poor is because the mountain region has been favored or has been receiving favors from the government. He lied to the people that we go to Equity, that government helps Mount Kenya people through Equity Bank. We go there and we get free money. That is why if you go to Central Kenya, people there live like they're in paradise, whereas other places are like in tatters. Such statements, they made the Mount Kenya people feel like this guy has been fighting them. And also the politicians there capitalized on the bad things that Raila Odinga was saying to portray him like a devil for the mountain. So before he can wash his image and now come as the option, I'm telling you, he has to do a lot of things. And the image of Raila Odinga in central Kenya has been tainted for years because he is an old politician and he has been contesting against, most of the time, against the candidates from that region. And the politics of Kenya is very dirty. Raila Odinga might not be a very bad guy, but we have been preaching, or politicians have been preaching hate against him. He has been preaching hate against them in their regions. So it's not easy for people for anybody to think that the mountain people have shifted from Ruto to Raila Odinga because he's maybe the option that we have. So I can tell you for sure the ground, yes, people are complaining of hardships, but the ground, if the elections are to be held today, you'll be surprised to see the same pattern repeat itself. So it doesn't mean that people have shifted unless we get someone who is better than President Ruto. Don't forget, Mr. Nyagaka, that the government is formed by the executive. Look at how many people from the mountain have received those high positions in the government of William Ruto. Why do you think that people will not see such kind of things? So if we are to talk of the government of William Ruto, there is no way you can talk of William Ruto government without, or try to separate the Kikuyus from that government, because the mountain people, they are part and parcel of Ruto's government. They hold very powerful positions. And that is what we call government. So anybody trying to deceive people there that mountain has shifted, I just want to ask them, to where? Myself, I'm not comfortable with some things, especially the cost of living is very high. The things we see about electricity, the fuel, and such kind of things. But I have hope and I know Ruto is not a fool. In the next 2 or 1 year from now, you see him now starting to tighten things. But he has tightened the rope for now because he knows he still have some time to redeem himself. So I think we don't have any other option. We might not like Ruto so much. We don't have any other option. He still remains the better option for the mountain.
I think viewers, we have come to an end of this wonderful broadcast. It has been such a, we've done almost how many hours? 9 hours, Mr. Mburu. I wanted to play this video at the end of our discussion so that you guys can, in the next session, you can always have a point of view from the legislators who are arguing the issue of the judiciary. I wish Hina Makiadi were here, but maybe they are listening on the background. This video
is a matter that essentially when somebody makes a claim, there's going to be a way to prove it one way or the other. Judiciary is corrupt to the bones. We all know that ourselves. And when you went there through petitions and everything else, you understand it. It happens in such a flagrant, outright way. If I had the opportunity myself, I would have put too many people under prison, because then I would have tapped their telephones, I would have followed it up as a pure executive, what do you call investigative process in which the intelligence, as well as the DCI, the Director of Security of what do you call criminal investigation, would try to bring all these things to stop all these things, because they happen. They happen everywhere. So there's a way to try and follow up on these things, and I don't think the government did use that. Because nobody is allowed to engage in corruption. Nobody is allowed to sell cases. You get my point? Nobody is allowed to be in the tech. And I know of a case myself, a petition case in which somebody was paid close to 100 billion shillings and said, even if I'm going to get sacked tomorrow, I have enough to go out there. And the judge goes out there and gives what do you call retirements those cases in a manner you cannot understand. Go to the Supreme Court, for example. You remember the petition of the governor of Wajir, where Supreme Court says you look like you have a degree. And the evidence is full, massive evidence is here, including the man appearing before a parliamentary commission when he was a parliamentary committee when the person was supposed
vetted for ambassadorial,
in which he says he does not have any of those qualifications. And the matter itself that is at the highest apex of the apex court. You understand my point? So we have a rotten judiciary the same way we have rotten many other institutions in this country. Let me just finish.
Okay.
Let me just finish.
Please.
You see, I can see the frustrations on the part of the executive. I have a similar frustration myself. Because there are programs and projects that are getting implemented in my constituency. And any crook who used to, plug himself into that and used to make money out of it would go to the courts, and you hear the courts giving orders and saying, conservative orders, stop these things, you cannot do this project. Now, for how long? These people do not have the luxury of time. They have 5 years to prove to Kenyans all the infrastructural development that they have to do. And if you don't allow them, we have 5 years as members of parliament to bring in as many laws as possible. I'm just looking at the totality and the philosophy behind some of these things that are happening right now. You don't see anywhere, very, very limited cases in which the judiciary, whether it's in the common law, in the Westminster system, or even in the American presidential system, the peer executive system, where they are always after the government, telling the government you can't do that. For example, I'll tell you, there is a massive, a difference between Republicans and Democrats when they come to power on matters of energy. Republicans don't care about the environment. They will want to go in and drill for oil or for energy in the seas, in the shores, and everywhere. But you see, nobody can stop them from doing that. The courts cannot come to them and tell them, no, you cannot go and drill for energy in the shores because of this environmental and this kind of things. Instead, they wait for the people to pass the judgments of them and make sure that they lose in the next elections. The right of recall, you are accountable as an executive to the government, to the people of the day. You were elected by the people. You sold your manifesto there. You have a limited time to go and implement on those manifestos. You don't have the luxury of courts coming in, you stop this, orders this, orders that.
They are not just coming in on Farah Maalim as a law.
Yes, Mzalendo.
Yeah, umesikia Farah Maalim?
Sana, hiyo ndio nakubali na that kind of thinking, because kuna mmoja alikuwa anauliza which society do you get ya kwamba yani kama hii western system ambao tumeadopt ati huko England mtu anaenda kotini kustop barabara nyingine isijengwe. Where?
It's only in Kenya that they have got this judicial.
No, these people are taking bribes and it's political weak system. From the Domi, the guy that you were talking to where the country is right now, in as far as corruption is concerned, it's the same thing. Chafu nje. Lakini the funniest thing about Buru alikuwa anasema Jeff ni when before 2017 or before, yeah, it was before 2017. Mzee Raila alienda somewhere in Kajiado, and he was really talking bad about the Kikuyus, but really the people who came to see him were 100% Kisis. So he was like, how did you get here? We make sure when we win, you guys all go back home. He definitely was talking to the Kikuyus, and that's the only time my friend really accepted with me. He said, man, we got a bad whipping kwa sababu huyu mzee alitugeuka, lakini alikuwa anafikiri anazungumza juu ya Wakikuyu. So it is he self-destroys himself by listening to people like the gentleman that just came here, and those are the guys that Raila listens to, and they don't go anywhere. The reality is different from the illusions that they have. From Mzalendo kama ile station nyingine tulikuwa, yani wale wote wanazungumza the same thing. It's just delusional.
Yeah, I agree with you. I listened to this guy, and when you listen to Farah Maalim, this is one of the best lawyers in the country. and he's also a member of parliament. When you listen to this guy and the kind of wisdom that he has, and he's not biased, and you'll hear Azimio supporters saying that probably he's been bribed. I want people to listen to him again. Just listen to him carefully.
It's a matter that essentially when somebody makes a claim, there's going to be a way to prove it one way or the other. Judiciary is corrupt to the bones. We all know that ourselves. And when you went there through petitions and everything else, you understand it. It happens in such a flagrant, outright way. If I had the opportunity myself, I would have put too many people under prison, because then I would have tapped their telephones, I would have followed it up as a pure executive, what do you call investigative process in which the intelligence, as well as the DCI, the Director of Security of what do you call criminal investigation, would try to bring all these things to stop all these things, because they happen. They happen everywhere. So there's a way to try and follow up on these things, and I don't think the government did use that. Because nobody is allowed to engage in corruption. Nobody is allowed to sell cases. You get my point? Nobody is allowed to be in the tech. And I know of a case myself, a petition case in which somebody was paid close to 100 million shillings and said, even if I'm going to get sacked tomorrow, I have enough to go out there. And the judge goes out there and gives what do you call determines those cases in a manner you cannot understand. Go to the Supreme Court, for example. You remember the petition of the governor of Wajir, where Supreme Court says you look like you have a degree, and the evidence is full. Massive evidence is here, including the man appearing before a parliamentary commission when he was a parliamentary committee, when the person was supposed vetted for ambassadorial, in which he says he does not have any of those qualifications. And the matter itself is that is at the highest apex of the apex court. You understand my point? So we have a rotten judiciary the same way we have rotten many other institutions in this country. Let me just finish. Let me just finish. Please. See, I can see the frustrations on the part of the executive. I have a similar frustration myself, because there are programs and projects that I'm getting implemented in my constituency. And any crook who used to, plug himself into that and used to make money out of it would go to the courts, and you hear the courts giving orders and saying, conservative orders, stop these things, you cannot do this project. Now, for how long? These people do not have the luxury of time. They have 5 years to prove to Kenyans all the infrastructural development that they have to do. And if you don't allow them, we have 5 years as members of parliament to bring in as many laws as possible. I'm just looking at the totality and the philosophy behind some of these things that are happening right now. You don't see anywhere, very, very limited cases in which the judiciary, whether it's in the common law, in the Westminster system, or even in the American presidential system, the peer executive system, where they are always after the government, telling the government you can't do that. For example, I'll tell you, there is a massive, a difference between Republicans and Democrats when they come to power on matters of energy. Republicans don't care about the environment. They will want to go in and drill for oil or for energy in the seas, in the shores, and everywhere. But you see, nobody can stop them from doing that. The courts cannot come to them and tell them, no, you cannot go and drill for energy in the shores because of this environmental and this kind of things. Instead, they wait for the people to pass the judgments of them and make sure that they lose in the next elections. The right of recall, you are accountable as an executive to the government, to the people of the day. You were elected by the people. You sold your manifesto there. You have a limited time to go and implement on those manifestos. You don't have the luxury of courts coming in, you stop this, orders this, orders that.
They are not just coming in as a law.
Wow. I think Pen. Jeff Mboro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here.
Please put your camera on, if you don't mind.
Just a minute. Oh.
We want to see you for the last time. And so many people are coming in the last minute. Watu wamejaa hapa kwa studio, people are still watching this show. We've done almost 10 hours of this particular episode.
And I still have some more time for the show.
Yeah, that's why that's why Pen brought in some.
I wanted Domi. Where is Domi? My good friend Domi. I wanted him to talk about. I wanted Domi.
No, Dominic, you will not get to a point whereby you are convincing somebody like
No,
Dominic.
I just wanted
Because
him to comment on Farah Marim.
He will bring a totally different dimension of that story, because depending on where he supports. But again,
You see, Mr. Mizarendo, just as Farah Marim said, the judiciary and many other institutions are rotten in Kenya. And those judges and lawyers, they have enriched themselves so much through corruption.
Jeff,
Yes.
wacha nikuambie kitu moja na mzalendo. I have a
Nyakaka,
very senior police.
Why don't you come? We see you also.
Yeah, wacha nikuambie. I was a very senior police officer. Hao watu amini wamesimamishwa kazi kama 4 months ago. So nikapigia mmoja nyumbani kumwonea huruma, nione kama nitamsaidia. He has about 26 matatus in Nairobi. Sasa ananiambia, don't worry, tunaongoja tu kesi tuone mahali itachukuliwa. Ikichukuliwa na Muislamu kama hiyo Somalis, sasa hiyo iko tabu. Lakini ikichukuliwa na Mwafrika, it's over with. This is somebody was telling me 4 months ago.
Sasa wacha nikuambie, juzi a friend of mine nikampigia simu akaniambia nakimbia na hapa kwa polisi. Kuna rafiki yangu amepelekwa, kesi yake imepelekwa kwa polisi na amepigiwa simu akaambiwa aende. Akaniambia sasa anaenda kumpeleka. Alikuwa huyu kijana alikuwa amekosa kulipa pesa kwa mtu mwingine. Polisi wakamwambia na uko na deni yake, hakukataa, akasema ndio niko na deni ya 33,000. Wakamwambia okay, tuma hiyo pesa hapa. Wakampatia pesa namba, akatuma namba ya M-Pesa. Huyu mwenye pesa akidhani anaitishiwa pesa apatiwe, baada ya pesa imetumwa wakaambiwa okay, tutawaita endeni nyumbani. Hiyo pesa ikaenda hivyo. Alijaribu kupiga simu tena kuenda polisi, sijui nilikuwa nimeleta kesi ya pesa mkatumiwa. Kaambiwa hakuna kitu tunajua kama hiyo. Hiyo ndio mambo yenye huwa inaendelea Kenya. And I encourage, I don't know what we gonna do. Kwa sababu ukiwa na kesi Kenya, ukienda polisi unajiongezea mashida. That is the truth. That is the fact. Mzalendo, wakati unasikianga hapa nikisema, mimi huwa naona anasikia mtu ako na kesi Kenya ninamhurumia, ni kwa sababu ya pesa tumetumia for over 30 years kwa sababu ya shamba moja. Lawyers wanaitana, wanahogana wenyewe. Judges wanahogwa. I mean, na saa hiyo you have the right documents of your property, uko na kila kitu, na unaweza kama tungekuwa na kauwezo kidogo na kuambia shamba yetu ingeenda kabisa na iende. So sometimes I imagine how many people, ni watu wangapi ambao wamenyang'anywa mali yao kwa sababu hawakuwa na uwezo wa kupambana huko kwa koti. Sasa tusiangalie tu serikali. Kama president analia, what do you expect of us, the commoners? So it's a very pathetic situation. And I think it's the high time for all Kenyans to come together and say, okay, this is the only institution that can help us become.
At least this guy is doing something about it. Kenyatta alisema sasa mnataka nifanye nini?
Unaona Mburu, this is a country whereby we have seen this guy who was called alikuwa anaitwa Rubia Makobia or somebody. Jamaa anatembea na mabunduki na is like a military leader. Anaweza shoot guns anywhere ile anataka. We have come that society. Kenya, people know who are the wash or the drug peddlers. The cops know the thieves, wale wanaiba, wanawajua. And and they cannot do anything about it because hawa hizi wanakula nao. Ile kitu anawaambia usiweke kesi ikuwe kubwa sana muue, hapana. Ile the moment you steal in Kenya and go to, for example, if your car is broken into in the CBD, the nearest police station is a central police station. You'll run to central police station and say, hey, my car has been broken into, ama gari yangu imeibiwa mahali fulani. Wanakupatia ubibu, unaandika imeibiwa street gani, nani, things like that. Your address, your name. The moment you step out of that station, ukienda, waiting for a phone call from the investigating officer, instead of calling you, he calls the thieves who have stolen the car, that I know umechukua mali fulani, tuachie yetu, tulete, unajua. So tayari umeshawaambia, the moment you tell them nimeibiwa mali fulani, they know the people to contact, they will get their cut. All right? So they will not pursue the thief, but they will get their cut. That is the Kenya we are. That is the Kenya we are. That is the Kenya we are. And it is high time that we address those issues.
Mzalendo had a personal problem 2018. Sasa kuzungumza na hivi vijana, lakini hao walikuwa askari wengi, wawili walikuwa CID. Sasa wanasema huyu amekufanyia hii, sasa unataka tufanye nini? Situende tufunje mguu? Nikamwambia hapana, wacha niongoje tu dakika fulani nikapata hiyo nilikuwa nataka, lakini askari walikuwa wanataka walete hiyo na wamfanyie kitu. Hey, sasa ni askari ama ni criminals?
No, ni criminals. Some of them
Yeah,
are criminals.
Mzalendo, able to be maybe your personal view. What happened with the bipartisan talks?
The bipartisan talks was just another scam. But you see what is being rumored is that Ruto is looking for an ally with the opposition so that things can move. And that is what Kenya has become. And that is what Uhuru managed to do. So if you want things to move in government, you have to look for Raila as your ally in government, so that your projects can move. Otherwise, everything will be stalled, meaning that there will be Maandamano to disrupt the businesses. There'll be each and every time there'll be some court cases and all that to disrupt whatever you want to do. So the bipartisan talks has addressed some of those issues, some of those concerns, although they have not come out in public to tell us that yes, we want Baba on our side. That is not in the public domain. But from the telltale signs, if you can read politics very, very well, Baba is moving very, very close to Ruto. And people like Dominic, I don't know what they will have to say when Raila starts working with Ruto. Just the same way they were complaining when and abusing Uhuru the other time, is the same way they'll start now praising William Ruto when Raila starts working with him. So that is our politics. That is the way when you don't have a
Zarendo, you have to understand that most people that are in Azimio are followers. They wanafuata tu kama unafuata kanisa nini. They turn left. Nani akiturn left, wana turn left. That is the problem. Ukiargue nao sana. When you argue, when you are trying to put some sense into them, you are wasting your time or you're hurting yourself, because they are followers, and you understand that you support somebody because of what you get from there, either mentally, whatever, is why you support somebody. These guys, they follow whatever they are told. The left, right. And I know a lot of them. So that I've not come to that conclusion easily. Now, when I argue with them, then I say, wow, this is the easiest way to beat these guys in 2027. Because when they talk like that, when I say about if you win 20, if Uda wins 2027, what Taiba? Nawambia, she's Taiba. Yes. And you are so easily stolen from?
No,
Baba ata support Ruto. Baba ata support Ruto 2027.
No, yeah, because he has got no option. Raila will support.
Yes.
Yeah, he has got no option. But and the options are very, very clear. You reach a point where when you look at Zimio supporters, some of them, but a majority of them are followers. They follow the movement, but they don't scrutinize what these politicians are saying. I was in that particular position many, many years ago. And then you say, wait a minute, is this what I'm following? Is this the reality of the matter? Are these politicians telling you the truth? Then you come to realize that we have a problem. It is not the politician. I say the followers are the problem, not Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is not a problem, but the followers like Dominic are the problem.
But he feeds them something to follow. He gives them something.
No, but they don't say, wait a minute, is this like when Raila said that he'll give everybody 6,000 shillings, or there'll be free university education, and then they are like cheering, and yet they cannot scrutinize that particular statement. And again,
colleges might be easier, but the 6,000 was completely impossible.
Yeah, even
who did you give?
Who do you give? No, even oil-rich countries cannot do that. They can't do that. A country that thrives on taxes, how will it even do that? So there are some statements made by politicians and pronunciations.
Was it every month?
That are absolutely irrelevant.
6,000 every month. Hey, tumekosa pesa nyingi.
To who? Jeff, to who?
How you guys messed up? Tukekuwa na Raila Odinga, sahi kila mtu angekuwa anapata 6,000 every month. Kila mtu.
Unaona hiyo statement unasema it is what brainwashes so many people. See your 6,000. And now look at the bipartisan talks. Dome is here. Bipartisan talk imefika wapi? What has come up with the bipartisan talk? Dome, please niambie bipartisan mumefikisha wapi? Bipartisan imefika wapi? I need you to scrutinize.
Are you asking me?
I am asking you bipartisan imefika wapi?
Okay, now I'll not respond on that because I think you have an answer. I'm going to. I think I'll answer Jeff. There was a time he was talking of. He asked me though my net was not very well.
Yeah.
But he was asking about a comment on Farah Muhammad's statement. You know, a judiciary. I think the person who tried to straighten judiciary. Now, William Mutunga tried, but the person who did a lot about trying to make judiciary a better place was Maraga. I cannot say that he did everything, but at least he tried his way. Judiciary has a lot of issues. You know, there's no, okay, the time of Maraga,
I think we have lost Dom. He was bringing a very, very good point that Maraga did a good job. I think Maraga should be the president of the Republic of Kenya. I admire that guy so much. No, not Chebukati. Maraga Maraga is so straightforward.
And you know, Mzalendo, they come from the same place in Matiangi. Maraga, they're just neighbors.
No,
Lakini
Matiangi
Matiangi is just as useless.
No,
But Maraga is pure.
No, Matiangi is a worker, and I have written an Matiangi is a very good worker. If he's given directive, he'll do the job. So Matiangi needs to be back on the public service. He needs to be the Minister of Education. Ruto needs that guy very, very. He needs him badly. He needs to swallow his pride and let Matiangi come back in cabinet. I think that is the only thing that that Ruto's government needs to do. Matiangi should be back in cabinet as a Minister of Education, because this other guy called Machogu has failed, and that is
that I agree 100%.
Domi is back.
Terribly. No, Dom, you were saying something very, very important, but every time net yako inapotea, kwani uko nchi gani hii haina internet?
No, they just, I don't know. Sijui hii asubuhi imekuwa tuna issue the net.
Yeah, net yako inakuwa. Okay. You are saying a very, very important thing.
You know, the first time wakati tulienda court, that it was the first time for us to see justice.
Mepotea.
So tomorrow is the day. Okay, it's not tomorrow. It's Monday. Oh, it's Martin Luther King's Day on Monday. We don't think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, my son is telling me it's Martin Luther King's Day on Monday, so we need to do something about it. I'm telling him we'll do something about it as Black people. Now, Dom, hebu net yako tengeneza bwana, please. Tuambie hii maneno.
Okay, there was I was saying tulikuwa tumepeleka kesi kotini, we had sued our company. And we saw the way it started on a very good note. The first thing that the company was told, because the company wanted to just sweep us out everybody without anything. And it was because we were crossing over from a private
Dominic net yako bwana, tutakulipia net. Mburu.
Yes. Can you send us your number, your phone number there on the inbox we see?
Send us kama uko Kenya tutakutumia pesa ya internet, because he is becoming too much. We can't allow that on Africa. We need you to be telling us these things.
He's a very good debater.
No, he's a very, very good debater, but let him let down, Leo. And
let me reserve it for another day, because it looks like the net is not on my side.
No, ukiongea kidogo inakuja vizuri, alafu tena inaenda ina hang. I don't know. Stop moving. You're also moving a lot. You're moving a lot. Don't move.
Let me sit in one place.
Hapo hakuna internet. Hapo pale umekaa hakuna internet. Hapo umekaa hakuna internet, my friend. But anyway, Mburu, the thing is, by and large, ile kitu iko ni the bipartisan talks ended. There's nothing. It was a waste of taxpayers' money. Whatever was being discussed in the bipartisan talks, Raila and Ruto were also discussing on the side. And they needed not to have wasted our time with those bipartisan. I said the bipartisan talks should have been on camera. that would have been fair enough for Kenyan citizens to scrutinize what they are talking about. And so long as it was not on camera, anybody could go in court and challenge whatever decisions that they came up with. And they knew that. So what we are looking at right now is that it is a script being played to trigger debate that there will be Maandamano. Then when there will be Maandamano, then there will be some chaos. The international community will come because Kenya is a very important connection point to tell the warring functions that you have to have a decision. And I think they've already done that, and that's what yielded the bipartisan talk. Whatever they had decided is, okay, fine, you guys, you can share probably government. I am just speculating. That is my opinion. You can share the remaining positions that are there. William Ruto has been very, very careful in his appointment. I find that he is making a reservation for people in the opposition to join his government. And because when you go for election, you promise people a lot of things. And the only way you can get those things is by getting into government. Raila promised a lot of people a lot of jobs, and he can't give them that right now. That's the most unfortunate part about our constitution, because when you lose as an opposition leader, you've got nothing to do. So what happens? You need to look for something to do. And the people who are following you and left their jobs and things like that, you need to find for them something else.
Mzalendo, unajua what I think, kuna watu walichengwa. Kuna watu
walichengwa na waliweka pesa yao mingi sana, unaona. So hiyo lazima pia useme pesa walitumia, and they want the returns.
Kuna watu walichengwa na Baba na Ruto, but Kenyans decided not to listen to Gachagua. Gachagua alisema Baba ameshajiongea, amechotwa chenye alikuwa anachotwa, na Baba ameshaenda. Kasema nyinyi kina Karozo, kina Kimani Ichung'wa, ile kazi yote mnafanya ni kazi bure. And nobody wanted to listen to Gachagua. I have a background of psychology. And people say that in psychology, we read people's mind. We don't do that. We interpret the behaviors. After the meeting, or after the Gachagua statement, I've been observing the behaviors of Baba. Baba is not the same Baba that we know. This is a different Baba, a different Baba who will not complain even if that government does what. And even if he does it in a very soft note or in a very soft way. That is not the Baba we know. So these two gentlemen sat down and they agreed whatever they agreed. Maybe Baba has been allowed to do his business comfortably, or even he might be working with the government.
Sasa unaona
maybe his demands were met.
Ile mtungi Ruto alikuwa ametuambia ati mtungi ya gasi itarudi chini. Imeenda wapi?
So
aliambia hapo usiguze.
Buru.
Yes.
Baba amekuwa sorted out. The two men told you that long time ago. Kasha was saying Ruto and Raila met in Mombasa. Akataka nusu government, wakakataa, akaambiwa kama ni hela kidogo uende huko nyumbani, akapewa hela, hiyo mambo imekwisha. And from then on, you have never seen Raila calling for maandamano or anything like that.
Or even condemn those who are working with William Ruto.
Sasa Wakenya wajipange, waongee vizuri na Ruto afanye kazi vizuri. That is the only share we need as Kenyans. Lakini kama uko hapa pale bado unagojea sijui Baba toa msimamo, sijui Baba fanya nini? I'm sorry.
You know, I was listening to the PS for housing. The PS for housing and the projects that they had with Uhuru are now a continuation of what to expect. You know, these people have really lied about this issue of housing. And Uhuru's houses were going for, you are paying 300,000 and you could get a 1-bedroom house in Park Road. Can you imagine? 300,000 umelipa deposit and you walk out with a house. Today nasikia Makanga wako na manyumba huko Park Road, lakini wamezirent at the cost. Wengine wanaishi ndani, wengine wamezirent at a cost of 45,000 na mortgage ile analipa ni 15,000. Somebody is telling you to pay a mortgage of 15,000, you already have a home and you are refusing that. Mimi sitalipa hiyo. They show me the law. That is what Faramali was saying, that, you know, sometimes it is not about the law. I am elected as a legislator for 5 years. Somebody has been doing contract with the government, with the constituency. I kick them out, they go to court to seek an injunction of whatever I am doing. So they stop my projects, they stop everything. In 5 years, I've not done anything. So in 5 years, Ruto will be moving from court to court. By the end of 5 years, Kenya will judge him and say, hey, ulituambia unafanya mambo ya housing imesimama. Unatuambia mambo ya Medicaid, hiyo imesimamishwa. Haya, hii ingine ya Hustler Fund, hiyo ilishasimamishwa ikakuwa rubbish kitambo, and I think he even gave up on it. I don't hear of the Hustler Fund anymore. I don't hear of the Hustler Fund anymore. It was attacked. He didn't know what to do, and his ministers did not even know how to begin again the process of the Hustler Fund. Now, the Hustler Fund was so simple. Give it to the bank, let the bank manage it for you, and blama ikipatikana iende kwa bank, lakini sio kwa serikali yako. So Ruto, in some cases, he has failed terribly in the management of his affairs. He was an hands-on person. I think he should let people perform their duties in the best of their knowledge, and in some cases allow experts also to run your affairs. So I think as Mambo Hustler Fund, he really failed by not allowing the banks to scrutinize who is going to get the money, because the bank has got capacity to check who is qualified for the money and who can borrow and pay back. They didn't have that kind of mechanism. Ilikuwa ni pesa tu ya kupatia watu ovyo, but bila kujua itarudi namna gani. So they have got a lot of money that is out there and they cannot even collect it. Yeah, they can't collect that money. Hiyo imeenda tu namna hiyo na upepo. So that was a good idea, but poorly executed. Like the issue of electricity, blackouts throughout the country, this is something that is poor management. This is something of outdated technology that KPLC is using to get. Instead of change the management, bring people who can do the job, and people will see you as working, as doing something. What Ruto is really fighting for right now is the housing. The housing, unajua huwezi ficha, ni nyumba mtaziona kila mahali, na mtakuwa mnasema hizo ni nyumba za Ruto, hizo ni nyumba za Ruto, hizo ni nyumba za Ruto. That is how he wants to cement his legacy. And the opposition knows so well that if these houses take off, then in 2027 they have got nothing to sell to the people of Kenya. That is my take. Mr. Mburu, Mr. Penn, your last submission. It is 10 hours on this program. Wacha tuende tulale bwana.
And That's why they were calling him Maandamano. What you just said, Mzalendo. That's why they were calling Maandamano and all this to destabilize the Ruto government. Now, I was a kind. It has taken time, so they are taking root to it. So it's going to be very, very difficult for this guy to dismantle Ruto from power. You told me the same. Because Babu, when they were doing it, some of us see it. They saw it a long time ago. There was a way Maandamano pesa sana. The Maandamano was taking away a lot of money from the economy of Kenya. Kila mtu anajua. And when Raila accepted the discussion with the Ruto, he knew that there is no way you can dismantle this guy from power as soon as they wanted. Because Babu, he just got elected. Now, if he can strike a good deal, so be it. And he struck a good deal, and he's living to enjoy it. Here too.
Mburu, of wind up. Mburu, your mic, boss.
Thank you, Mr. Mzalendo, for the opportunity of sharing the thoughts that we are having here in Africa 24. It's something good we have enjoyed. And I want to tell Kenyans, apart from politics, there is another life where we are supposed to live in unity. And let us not allow politics to divide us. We only have one Kenya. And these politicians, as much as you hear them speaking differently, at the end of the day, they are good friends. You see, Ruto and Raila were able to go sit somewhere, take tea, cup of coffee together, and make their deals. We were not invited there, but we remain fighting everywhere in social media, abusing each other, hating one another. But these people are friends. So let us always remember we have a country to develop, and we also have our own life apart from what the politicians tell us. We be very careful, we be very wise, and I know at the end of the day, we will be in a position to become great as a nation. So whenever we are having a discussion, just come here, share your views. This platform, I see the panelists, the moderators are always very fair. They give us an opportunity to say whatever we have in mind, regardless of the parties we support, or even the tribes we come from. In this Africa, the moderators I have seen, they are very fair. We speak freely, and that is very commendable, Mr. Nick. Thank you so much for letting all people feel comfortable to air their views. Even if you don't speak English, you can use Swahili, and people will still understand you. So we mix everything so that at the end of the day, the most important is to communicate. So all the time, just come, let us engage in this debate. Thank you so much, Mr. Nyagaka. Thank you so much, all those who have been together with us. I really appreciate.
Viewers, we've come to an end of yet another wonderful program. There have been other panelists who were here before. We have heard from Pemba, we have heard from Makiadi, we have heard from so many other people. Jex was here as a moderator until he lost power. So we have heard a lot. We have been given a lot of free knowledge from our able panelists, Mr. Mburu, and the wise counsel and the wisdom of Pen Nyagaka, who is always elderly and to guide us with a lot of history of our politics, where we have come from, because that is so important. We've also heard from Eli, who was here earlier, and of course our guest, Mr. Dominic, who came in and gave us his view on how he looks at the politics and the results. some of the opposition, some of the opinions that are being aired on Africa is not the position of Africa TV. These are individuals' positions, individual stands that they have taken politically, and we give them the platform to air whatever they have. That is not the position of Africa. And each and every time when you see moderators here and you see panelists here, we don't really care whatever political divide that they come from. All we want to know is that you are a Kenyan and you are able to speak about your country positively without insulting anybody, and we give you the platform. So please stay tuned to Africa. Make sure you subscribe, because that is what keeps us for 10 hours here. Make sure you subscribe. Tell your friends about Africa 24. Go to YouTube and you will find Africa 24. Africa 24. Subscribe, share the subscription, like the videos, watch the videos that we are posting on Africa. Watching a 10-hour program is very, very difficult, but we have shorter programs that are coming on Africa. For example, we have Dr. Shamba, brought in by Reverend James and Engineer Florence from Delaware. This show informs you about how to get your land back. If it was stolen by your relatives, it was stolen by individuals who maybe conned you, or tell you how you can get your title deed, the right path to title deed in your for your shamba. So stay tuned. These are very informative, selected programs that are out there to solve the problems that we have in our country, the problems that people in the diaspora have. And we come with solution. We don't want to be just complaining like the politicians without solutions. Here in Africa, we will provide you with the solution and answers to some of the problems. Even our politics, where the president is going wrong, we will correct and tell you that this is not a good thing for the economy. The best part of somebody who has gone out of the country and lived abroad is that you try to compare, and you also have a cautious when it comes to corruption, because this is something that you don't see, this is something that you don't come across. And when you come from a country like ours, where corruption is the order of the day, you've got at least an idea on how you can curb corruption, on how you can stop a citizen from giving a policeman a bribe, or how you can, you can just be responsible citizen, because without Raila, without Ruto, we still have a country, and the country is called Kenya. Otherwise, thank you. Another show is coming this morning. It is a newspaper review program with the one Mr. Leo Nyabaya, and I think that will inform our next discussion in the evening. So please be patriotic, as most of us are, and subscribe to this wonderful channel.
There can only be one champion, and it is Kenya.
Moja ni fahari yetu, undugu ndio nguvu, chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe, lazima tu tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya, hakika ya bendera ni udhabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Kenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa mateso kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani, hawakushtushwa na risasi au kufungwa gerezani. Nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya, hakika ya bendera ni udhabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Kenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Wajibu wetu ni kuishi kwa upendo, kutoka ziwa mpaka pwani, kaskazini na kusini. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya, hakika ya bendera ni udhabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni